Hi, folks. Welcome.
Yeah, we'll give you 60 seconds to get engaged. So last minute text messages, whatever you need to do. If you need to readjust your seats so that you're in a place where you're going to be fully focused, what you don't want to do because of poor placement, put yourself in a bad position to participate, right? I think Alex made a comment, I want to be able to face. That's fine. Or maybe you don't want to be next to someone where you know you aren't the best version of yourself in a meeting. Or maybe you want to make sure you send that last second text. I'll give you 90 seconds, right? 90 seconds, 100% engaged. Be ready to rock and roll. And Karina will get us kicked out.
There's another extension cord behind. Where they're plugged in.
It's right
On your left side.
on the other side.
And Miss Kayla, could you please do me a favor? Could you please log on to the YouTube broadcast? Keep an eye on it to see if there's any technical difficulties you can repeat.
All right, guys. So wrap up whatever you're doing. And I'm going to ask that you put your full attention, to Mr. Gamboa. He's about to get us started. And I wanted to formally kick off the meeting. I know Jeff is excited to dive into some stuff. For those of you that were here at Next Level earlier, I heard it was very productive.
Oh, yeah.
Good. Glad to hear. So what's important about this particular prep is, we're starting to see more or less, throughout the fall, who's really standing out, who's taking. Is there any way we can mute that? Or if someone can mute themselves? We're really starting to see who is taking the beginning of TLA seriously, who's realizing that they maybe bit off a little bit more than they can chew, or who really maybe just started. A couple of you are new to the room. And, what I will say is where you are right now, don't really take that for granted. A lot of people could be here in this room, but they're not, and you guys are here. So whether you sold a little bit for the push, I know Jacob's at around $1,000. I've seen some reports a few of are just shy of $1,000 for the push. So solid start for those of you that haven't really performed yet for the push. There's obviously still plenty of time, and whether you've had a good matrix score, bad matrix score, what does matter is that you're here, and up to this point, more so what's more important is how you leave the prep. So in order to make that impactful, obviously, the information you learn today is going to be stuff that will benefit you, but more importantly, will assist you in your training. So what Jeff is more so excited about is the future of the FC, and him and I have been talking a lot about summer of 2017, and it's looking very, very bright. And you that are in this room or virtually are right now in the best position for yourselves for next summer. So welcome to the prep, but more importantly, let's make sure to take a lot of notes today. Let's make sure we're 100% engaged, have personal clarity, take down a lot of notes, and make sure that you're in pursuit of growth. So I'm going to bring up Mr. Gamboa, make sure to bring a lot of energy with him today. And I think just make sure to be as participative as possible. These meetings are supposed to be not just discussion, but next level. I think you know how to lead the way. And that way we can all have that much of a prep. So I'll give it away to
All right, welcome.
Jeffrey.
Okay. Hey, way more buttoned up. Sure. I don't know if you guys want to see me around. I'm going to do it. I'll do it right. Way more. I guess this is an elevated prep from last prep. Better start, on time start, assignments in. And that's what you want to see every meeting. I would be highly concerned if from the last meeting we didn't improve the start. And expect, by the way, those beeps to come in. That's the WhatsApp. That means all the virtuals are participating. So the beeps are good for me. Got it? So whatever we're doing to get better from the last prep, let's keep doing that. Agreed? Yes? Can I get a verbal yes?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Name 2 or 3 things that you already know, okay, are different from the last time you showed up and started this prep last 2-3 weeks ago. Yes?
The tables?
The tables. Okay, for you, on our end. Cool. How about either on our end or on your end? Either one. Thank you. Good answer. What else is elevating the start to our meeting? Because you don't just want to say, oh, cool, it started better than last time. You have to document it. You have to know so that what?
No, you can just.
So it becomes repetitive. So it becomes a system of success. Sure. What else? What else are you noticing is different to our start? Either you did or it's differently here. Alex, again.
Everyone looks nicer.
Yes, everyone's way dressed up. All the gentlemen have their ties because you always go to professional events with a tie. And if not, it says something. It's not what you say. It's how you say it. So look professional. If you don't have a tie, the rookie here. Okay. What else? Or 2 rookies apparently. What's going on? Okay. What else? What else is
Just like earlier, like just starting on time. Like that's a really big thing.
right? And we would have started on time last time, but we didn't have a good transition from next level. Okay, so we fixed that by doing what today? Next level. What did we do specifically to make sure we started on time?
And
I ended the last session early, knowing we would have gone over if we went to the next topic.
Mhm.
What's that called when you're running training branches?
What's that?
It's called red zone.
Mhm.
I red zone next level. Okay. Awesome. Thanks for also Karina and Kale in the back for helping things get set up. I want to start off, of course, with some random thoughts, and I wouldn't be a proud uncle if I didn't have some shameless plugs of the half Filipino, half Jewish baby. And that's my niece. That is her second Ravens game. Tricked out. I don't know if that's the jersey I got her. Probably not. It's my brother. Clearly, that's my brother. That's not my sister. Okay. So Cece is now 14 months, 15 months old, and becoming stronger and stronger of a Ravens fan. So that's pretty cool. I dug this out from the archives, and by archives I meant just going through my phone. TLA acceptance. Right? I'm trying to figure out my favorite face on this one.
I think Cheyenne. I think Cheyenne. Gotta be Cheyenne. Oh, that's a good one.
Like Gabe?
Yeah. I like Diego's too.
Yes. Who's that?
That's me.
Wait, what? Wait, what? That's so appropriate. Anyway, this is awesome. Look. Okay. So I thought I'd dig that out. And I decided to pull up some pictures because someone told me, Jeff, you don't show all the pictures, which is fairly true. So this is from our last outing, our last team night out, and our last domination of Buffalo Wild Wings. So as with every meeting, we want to start off not 80%, not 90%, but what? 100% engaged. That means everything focused, so you get not just part, but all of the meeting today. Whether you're brand new, like Mr. Gonzalez here, we just got accepted our very last admission for the semester to TLA. Congrats, by the way. Or you knew you were getting in from the beginning. You've been here through all the contests and through the summer. 100% engaged, because we all know what happens when you're 100% engaged. And remember, we seek best practices. What does that mean in your own terms, in student terms? What's seek best practices mean?
Study rights, study perfect later.
Just making sure you're
Good habits.
Active learning.
Right, and finding out the habits that the best people are doing, not what I'm doing, it works for me. Why? Because when you do that, it gives you confidence. And what are we trying to create? What time frame are we trying to create confidence for? Not now, not even the spring. For when?
Yesterday.
Well, yesterday. But ideally, what are we preparing for, everybody? The summer. The summer of 2017. We had a great summer 16, but we're going to make it all about summer 2017 right now. And it's the habits. It's the best practices. So when you've got an office and you've got 100 people in your office and you're not really sure and you got all this tension and all these things going on, wait a minute, we did this all through the fall, all through TLA, and all through the spring. I'm confident because I've been following the best practices the whole time. You don't have to think. And we talked about that at Next Level today. We had a great session. Hungry for growth. That means actively pursuing growth, actively participating. When I ask questions, what am I expecting, everybody? Answers, responses, or at least an attempt, next level to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because that accelerates the learning process for our meetings. And of course, the last thing is creating personal clarity. And I want to recognize those of you that have a letter of intent in, if you could raise your hand. Those of you that have submitted a letter of intent, what this means is that you have stated for the record, literally for the record, I am intentionally training with the goal and objective of being selected for a coveted branch territory in Puerto Rico, in the mainland, somewhere in the eastern region, to run a Cutco branch office for the summer of 17, and or earning a year-round position as a district manager, either as a stepping stone for a career. Of course, the two DMCs are sitting next to each other. As a stepping stone for a career, or just a job in between in the meantime, but an exciting opportunity in the meantime. It means I'm all in. It means my train is set. My train is I'm with Cutco next summer, and no matter what happens. Our CEO, Mr. Aldi Leonardo, has this great story. He's been married a long time, I think 40, I believe it's 40 plus years, 30 plus years. And he always tells stories about when he and his wife fight. And before they have a big fight, and he says, Jeff, when you become married for a long time, you'll know when it's going to be a big fight. He goes, trust me. He says, sometimes I'll physically say out loud, all right, hey, we're married first. I love you. Okay. And they fight. But isn't that a great example of what? No. We're married. 30 years ago, I do, you do, I love you. That counted. And it still sticks today. And no matter what's going to come out of our mouths right now, and we have rules for fighting, these things we never say, and which I encourage you to do. Like, no matter what, I do, and still do, and always will do. Okay? So I think it's such an extreme example, and so young for people your age. Like, man, it's too much for me, right? But that letter means I do. Okay? And that's important. In fact, from the same family, his daughter got married, and the priest said in April at his oldest daughter's wedding, he said, love doesn't make your marriage last. Your marriage makes your love last. Say it again. Love doesn't make your marriage last. The feeling doesn't make the commitment last. Marriage makes your love last. The commitment makes the feeling last. So props to, again, one more time, letters of intent. We're a branch manager. Of course, we knew that was coming from the #1 Silver Cup, right? District manager, branch manager. We have a couple of people online and people who have been excused from prep. Now, I'm not asking for everyone to put a letter in, but what I will tell you, it does change the process, does change the game in the state of where you're at. So keep that in mind. And I do believe just from this meeting and from speaking to managers, I want to expect probably 3 to 6 letters coming in the next 48 hours. And some of you literally just need to hit send. In fact, that's what Antoine was doing. Also, as we do, I cover this in meetings, I cover this in my training, but the concept of the Karate Kid wax on, wax off is that what? The whole time he was doing these chores, he didn't realize that what?
He was learning.
He was training and learning, and he didn't realize that. So that's how these meetings are, but that's how the day-to-day parts of the office are. When you're taking these phone calls on a Saturday afternoon, and when you're learning how to reorganize the desk, something simple like that. When you're learning how to cut the rope, and yes, there's a way to cut the rope that's safer. And probably 2 or 3 ways, but best practices was not to, sever fingers. Just think about all these things you're learning, or how to go on campus and clipboard, how to open up a, what do we do next level? How to open up a YouTube channel and broadcast it so that it's recorded permanently on YouTube for people who can't see it live. Like, these are all systems. You don't realize it, but later on, it'll start to make sense. I'm just curious, quick round. Anyone have any wax on, wax off moments that since the last prep or since the beginning of your Cutco experience with us, you're like, you know what, I didn't realize, but now, like, I use that every day, or that is part of my routine, right? Or that is, oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Or that is, wow, I'm learning, I can do karate now, if you will. We'll go Kayla.
For me, it's more when you guys learn about the receptionist program, something called the question cycle. And when anyone asks a question to answer, you have to ask another question to be in control. I do it all the time now.
Okay, good, thanks.
Yeah, when I was in North Miami, I was running multiple interviews, and it just helped so much more when I branched to summer afterwards. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I'm just the assistant. I just do all the you-know-what work.
Yeah.
Fill in whatever bad word you want to put. But all that you-know-what work makes you better at the other work. Okay? There's a concept of 10,000 hours. Raise your hand if you're familiar with the 10,000-hour concept. It was highlighted by a book called Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell, but it's the concept that to be masterful, to be an expert, you got to put 10,000 hours in. And they documented the Beatles and Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, and that's kind of the same concept. I remember when I was an assistant, I remember thinking, and I would say, man, I just do the B work. These interviews, so my manager doesn't have to do it. I was such a pain in the butt. But then I realized when I started running my own office, I was really good at the interview. And I realized that you only get good at the interview by running lots of interviews. And I realized that all that AM work paid off. Wax on? Yeah, wax off. Go ahead.
I'm kind of saying what Kayla was saying, but rather asking myself a question like what I did done today, like self-evaluation. I've done a lot about it.
Okay. How many of you have done that where I always thought it was just a cool feel-good thing that Jeff would talk about, but self-evaluation, those red dots, who I'm talking to, who I'm hanging out with. Anyone adopting morning routines already? Okay. Not just because it's a TLA exercise, but anyone starting to feel like this genuinely serves me, so I choose to do it now versus I have to? Awesome. Okay. And we're just getting started. And how now affects later. Remember from the last prep I talked about the Gamboa family tradition of blood pressure. And I think we're going to start it up again, right? Because Dad passed a couple years ago and we stopped it. But I think this is a really good routine to say, let's make it fun to be healthy. And what was the goal? What was the lesson in this picture? What was the lesson of our Gamboa contest, Patel?
It's not about what you ate the day before.
Yeah, Billy, it's not the high sodium Chinese takeout that you're worried that you ate 2 nights ago that affects this blood pressure. It's what you've been eating for 3 months. My dad laughed at Billy. Not my now brother-in-law, by the way. So it's not how hard you train in March and April when you're about to open your territory, when you luckily got a territory, or when you are about to become an assistant. Now let me get good at my interview. It's what you're doing now. It's what you're doing in January. I would argue what you're really good at by January is what you're really good at. And what you're really bad at, you might be okay at maybe by the summer. So what are the, and let's think of it this way. If there are 100 things that create a Silver Cup Metro Miami office, let's say, Andrew's office, and you're watching this at some point, Andrew, happy birthday, Monday. Let's say there are exactly 100 things that go in. If you know 100 things really well, you run the #1 office in the company. How many realistically do you think you can be really good at by December, January? If that's what we're saying, what you'd be really good at is really by December, January. How many of the 100, realistically? 10-ish. Yeah, I would say 10%.
20, 30.
10, maybe 20 if you're smart, accelerated, and worked a lot of cut. So what's smart strategy? What would be smart strategy if I was brand new, just got into TLA, no experience, it takes 100 to be Andrew Evans. What are some strategies?
Well, focus on what you're not good at and take 1-2 things every week and just work on those things.
Okay, so work on weaknesses now. That's another good strategy. Blake.
Well, reaching out to the person, or in this case, reaching out, to other people that
I agree. What's a strategy in regards to prioritization of those 100? Work on what?
Figure out what they are, work on your best ones, get them perfect, and then go from there.
I'll take it more specifically. Take the ones that move your organization the most. Anyone work out here? Don't worry about the fancy workouts where you're doing this. Who does work out? Who would call themselves like a gym rat, meathead, kind of all the guys, of course, right? Don't worry about that extra super fancy workout. Can you do a simple squat? Can you do a simple bench press? Can you do a simple deadlift? Can you do simple things? Then you do all the fancy stuff later, not the other way around. You go macro to micro. You go total body. You go compound movement into specific, and so forth. Don't worry about that high-end algebra if you can't do basic math. It's the same concept. Okay. One more thing I would say is just know that the process is a humbling process. And to be the Silver Cup champion, it wasn't I started in one summer and I was the Silver Cup champion the second summer. I was a rep, became an assistant the second summer because I wasn't beating out the competition, and Jeff thought it was best for me, in this case Andrew, just staying one more summer in the pilot. I was trained. I probably could have gone to branch, but I trusted Jeff's decision to keep me in, or I would have gone out, depending what he said. And I went through one more summer, and then I went branch in Boca Raton, and I did okay, solid, made a decent profit, and I wasn't even really sure if I was going to do it again, but I kept training hard the second summer, or third summer, after the third summer, and guess what happened? Then I got really good at all the things I really wasn't good at, and then all of a sudden, we're the highest producing, highest productivity, highest everything office in the country, not just FC. So what's my point? It takes time. But start young. Start now. That's the great part about it. Okay, good stuff. So, did we do this earlier? This is from last prep, but I think it's worth noting also because I realized it didn't come up the right way last time. Is when you're working on things, change is really hard in the beginning. Robin Sharma said this. It's really messy in the middle, but then it's gorgeous at the end. There are no chairs there, sir, for a reason. There are no chairs there for a reason. We got an open chair here. If you guys were on time, we could do this better. Okay. Change is hard in the beginning, messy in the middle, and gorgeous at the end. So what are we saying? Just know that the process is going to take time. Some of you had a great showing at the first prep, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a great showing and easy the rest of the time. And some of you didn't have such a hot showing last prep. In fact, I remember talking to Karina like, man, there were some not so good showings or versions of people, assignments, the way they carried them. It doesn't matter. But no one here, especially the person in front of you, is expecting perfection at these events. One of the greatest things about what I do, one of the hardest things about what I do is working with young people. It's so hard, but it's so gratifying. You forget all that hard stuff and all the stuff that was just irritating when 20-year-old Andrew Evans is the #1 branch manager in the whole company. When 1 year later, Chelsea Fernandez here started off as a TLA member, and then she's running a branch office. So, right? It takes time. It takes work. It takes effort. It's really messy. It says hard in the beginning. Messy. Messy's the nice way. It's awful. You go ups and downs, so keep that in mind. And last thing is be flexible and be engaged. good friend of mine, John Broman said. Great public speaker, #1 in the, public speaker in the collegiate speaking circuit, CEO and founder and chairman of the board of Front Row Foundation. Be flexible and be engaged. And that's how I try to run TLA too. I have to be flexible. Why? We work with college students. And for me to have an expectation of everyone here being perfect, everyone here pulling their assignments perfectly, everyone here being on point perfectly, everyone dressing and being on time perfectly, everyone reporting and communicating perfectly, that's not a real expectation. Sure, you shouldn't parent that way, you shouldn't lead that way, you shouldn't manage that way. But that doesn't mean be easy on results. Doesn't mean be easy on standards. It means, okay, be flexible, make that standard clear, and never again, but be engaged. When people are engaged, that's why no matter how many times people mess up or do well, up or down, if you're engaged and I'm engaged, we're both flexible to the process. If you just, and part of it has to do with trust. We're gonna have an awesome TLA cycle. I'm so excited next week to represent our Florida Caribbean division at the national conference called Strategic Leadership Conference. It's SLC. For you, the Apple contest, we'll call it, right? The one where our South Miami is like jumping into the ceiling. Bertel, thank you. Yeah. Q Bertel, right? Be flexible and be engaged. I'm so excited next week because there's only, I think, 15 to 18 speakers in the whole country out of 300 managers that are speaking. And I have the honor of speaking on how to, let me how I term this for you guys, how to run a successful TLA program. That's what I'm speaking on to the whole company. And part of it, I want to say, is just the things we're talking about this prep. Okay? Any light bulbs so far? Let's go. Any? Yeah? Okay. So let's start a quick round of what you appreciate. Let's do, if you're virtual, I would love for you to post on the WhatsApp. What's hot? What do you appreciate? And we'll hear a bunch of beeps. We'll go around here. You have 10 seconds or less. If you're over 10 seconds, I clap my hand. You stop talking. Sorry, Chelsea. Okay. What's hot? What do you appreciate? We'll go to Chelsea. We'll go all the way around. We'll end with Antoine in the back with Kayla and Karina. Chelsea, you're up. Go.
What's hot is I have my first practical exam on Monday for bio. I'm gonna pass it. And what I appreciate is Karina's support for branching.
Did you say I'm gonna pass it?
I am going to pass it.
I am going to pass it. Much better, young lady. Go ahead.
Retract.
It's hot to really get the opportunity to be back here in Miami and see all your faces and learn. What I appreciate is the influence that I've,
You know, it's hot. I'm getting back on the road with selling and getting momentum in. What I appreciate my mom visiting me and all of you.
Okay.
What's hot is I have a complete set towards the SLC push already, and what I appreciate is being here with all of you.
You love just pushes. You love pushes. You step up there and push. That's good. That's a good thing. Go ahead. Place.
All right. What's hot is I was at the NLG group, so that was really cool as an invite. And what I appreciate is improving my circles of influence.
Okay.
What it's hard. I'm studying hard for my exams, and I think I'm gonna be okay on them. And what do I appreciate? Just being here, being part of the group. That's awesome.
Awesome. An 8-player night.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll go Bertel, and then if you could read the ones that have come in, Miss Karina on next level.
What's hot? My uncle's in town. He wants to buy a signature set.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So sorry.
But I appreciate getting here on time despite having to go 15 miles per hour on the turnpike.
Yeah.
With the rain, it's horrible.
Okay.
Glad to be here.
Outstanding. We'll go there, and we'll come back to Mr. Watson.
Only 2 so far. So
Okay, sure.
Sonny Mar is selling in New York. That's hot, and she appreciates her mentors in the business and outside the business.
And I love that no excuse. I'm in NYU, and I'm still having CPO for the push. Same thing with the roomie. Same thing with several of you listed up here.
David says what's hot is his first round of grades are all A's and B's, and he appreciates the support of his friends.
Good.
A roomie says he got some last-second sales. That's hot, and he appreciates the flexibility of the job.
Awesome.
Kirsten says what's hot is organizing my entire life in my planner, and she appreciates that my parents support me in everything that I do. Soleil says she manages a good phone jam on Thursday night, and she appreciates her circle of influence, her mentors, and the people she learns with. Gabe Torres, what's hot is new members to the Chi Phi.
Chi Phi? Did you guys say that? Chi Phi? No?
And he appreciates the opportunity to constantly better himself with TLA. And I'm sure there's a few more.
Okay, for what it's worth, for the FSU guys, every time someone talks about FSU and I'm building rapport and they say Greek life, I go, oh, do you know Chi Phi? Like, I even know what that means. But I really should just say, my best guys are in Chi Phi is what I should say. But I take it, oh, do you know Chi Phi?
What if I said Chief?
Chiefy. No, it's not Chief, Chi Phi. And congrats on all of you getting bids. I believe Mr. De La Cuevas and Grant Strayer also just got a bid for his fraternity rushing process. Is that what you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clearly, I'm not, but I think it's great. Congrats, guys. So Watson.
All right.
what's hot? I've been doing well in school. Everything's been working out pretty well, even though it's a tight schedule, but everything's working out. And but I appreciate being here and being able to learn something new.
Awesome. You're gonna learn a lot new.
Yeah.
Mr. Watson.
Always.
Karina, got a couple more coming in?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Eddie, pledging Chi Phi and hot. Appreciates all the managers, mentors, and family. Avi says, what's hot? The Florida Gators defense. He appreciates his planner that has his life in it. Laura says, what's hot? The barn opens this week for Western writers.
Alright.
Hannah, she appreciates her planning skills have improved greatly. A lot of planning.
Awesome, Laura. What does that mean? She has a question, I believe, right?
Figured.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, we'll come back. We'll go. Cheyenne.
What's hot is that I found my apartment for Tallahassee, so I'm going to TCC in the spring. And then I appreciate seeing my PRs in the office do well. One of my PRs is about to hit 30-30.
Awesome. That's exciting. We were just spent all next level talking about PRs today, didn't we? That's the example of what we want in our office. Nice job, Shannon. And I want to recognize, by the way, Alex just got accepted. Just hit the Bahamas trip last week.
Yay.
This week.
Like 2-3 weeks.
Okay, so 2-3 weeks ago. So officially, our first official member of the Bahamas trip was interested in TLA. We had a verbal phone interview a few days ago, and is our very last acceptance into TLA. So I think that deserves a round of applause that he didn't get. You're up, sir. What's how would you appreciate you 10 seconds? Otherwise, you're out.
All right, so what's hot is basically the fact that.
Sorry, take your time.
So what's hot is the fact that I realized I could push myself more than I thought I could, and push myself to do a lot better. And what I appreciate is the fact that everybody around me now is wanting to do better, and that kind of is contagious to other people. So.
Awesome. Good. That's that circle of influence.
What's hot is that I got back on the board, so my signature set on Wednesday. My New York Giants are playing the Redskins tomorrow. And what I appreciate is a circle of influence in the Miami office.
That's awesome. So you're a Giants fan, clearly.
Yeah.
Good. I think they're a great team. Good. Alex, you're up.
What's hot? I'm coming for that 4.0. Everything's been A's, even though my schedule's been harder than ever. I was also nationally ranked last week. I'm very excited about it. What I appreciate, that D2 phase, I was able to, sort of get past that. Thanks a lot, and, my team. Got my first PR in, too. Yeah, she's coming good.
Wait, first?
Yeah, no.
Oh, we
my
need
friends are
first
spoiled.
of
They're
many.
spoiled.
Okay, well, I can relate.
I'm working on them.
It took me a while. It took me a while to get the first PR, but now you just need that one to spark it. So that's exciting.
Yeah, no,
news.
like the rest of them, the crew.
Outstanding. My favorite part of the update is that despite having more on my plate, I do better with school. Okay, and this is not even part of the comments. We don't want people in TLA who are just good at fill in the blank. I'm an awesome student. I'm a 4.5 with weighted blah 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 blah. But I'm stressed and I can't handle anything because I have to study. That's great. But then they should join a club at school for like really good students. I don't know, National Honor Society or whatever that might be, or the Super Student Study Club. I know there's no such thing. Okay. Or I don't want someone who's really good at sports but can't hack grades and can't do TLA. We want the consummate professional. We want the Renaissance woman, the Renaissance man, everything. You should have your ability to have your cake and eat it too, and own the bakery. You know that analogy? I say people who say you can't have your cake and eat it too don't own the bakery. Because when you own the bakery, you have your cake and you eat it too, and you have brownies and you have everything. So own the bakery. Own the bakery. Get a 4.0 or your best grades ever. Have a great social life. Be fit. Eat well. Be strong in your faith or your spirituality. Have the best version of yourself, fitness and energy-wise. Kick butt at the Cutco, we'll call it Cutco stuff. Yeah, have a great social network, make more friends, party hard, study hard, sleep hard, all of it. Because I do it, it's awesome. Right? People think. I just want to be very careful that TLA is not about making you super Cutco. It's about making you super student, super 18 to 25-year-old, which Cutco is part of it. Okay, awesome, great update. Thank you for that. And then we'll wrap up here before we go to the back.
What's hot? The NLG session. That was hot. And
That was hot.
what I appreciate is not having to run an interview during this session.
That's right.
So, yeah.
That's right. That's right. Kayla, and then Miss Karina.
What's hot with the new and improved our program that we talked about in NLG, I'm really excited about. What I appreciate is just implementing that.
Well, for those of you that don't know, one of the positions we're looking to lock in, it's not 100% yet, but we're certainly moving towards that as Kayla being the receptionist manager and coordinator of the pilot. And I'm going to talk actually at the end of my opening comments about the significance of the pilot doing really well, and Kayla's going to be a part of that. Okay, Ms. Karina?
What's hot is SLC Push taking off to a great start in the beginning. And I appreciate all of you and the efforts you're putting in today and tomorrow.
Yes,
And cheers now.
and tomorrow and forever. Okay. I appreciate young people working hard. I appreciate older people teaching young people to work hard. Not just myself, but anyone that does what we do in our company. Appreciate being here on a Saturday when I know there are other things we all could be doing. Okay, but what I'm saying is we also are going to be able to experience and do and have resumes better and do things later that other people can't, right? Because as you know, we're doing now what other people won't so that later we can do what other people can't. And that's not in a spiteful, disrespectful, we're better than other people. Because as you know, in FC, that's not how we carry ourselves. We're happy, we're hungry, we're humble. Last one's important, okay? We're the team that will run you over and knock the ball out and crush you, but then we will help you up afterwards and tell you nice job. We don't talk trash, we don't stand over people, we just let our actions speak for itself, right? If you're the best, what do they say? If you win, say little, if you lose, say less. That's us, that's our team, okay? And our mission is to create this M3PG experience, most powerful professional and personal growth experience. And if that second P or that first P isn't in effect, if it's not the most powerful, meaning, oh yeah, that TLA, that Cutco stuff, it's professional, but it's not the most professional thing I do. Oh, it's personal growth, but it's not the most that I learn in personal growth. Then ready? Adjust yourself and how you're accepting and doing it, or adjust our communication so we can fix it for you. Because if it's not this, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't take your Saturday afternoon to be here if it's not the most powerful professional personal growth experience. Would you agree with that? Say yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Why give up a Saturday? It's football. If you're a football fan, this is not the day to be out. If you're a sleep in because Monday through Friday crushes you fan, this is not the day to be up. And so forth and so forth. Okay. And as you know, this really embodies how we carry things. Anchor number one, true professional at its core. Not just from how you speak and having ties and being on time, although those things are important, is it not? Right.
Yes.
However, it's about being the most consummate professional. You know what I love about Florida Caribbean reps when we go to events? You don't have to say anything. People know what division you're from. They know when you're from FC. Oh, you must be from FC. Fill in the blank. All these professional, positive things they say. Because it's not what you say, it's how you say it. What's great about our explosive team building, and actually Ms. Betancourt just made a reference about her first PR. Although in my mind, it's like, wow, she's never had a PR. It's the first one. Can you imagine what's going to happen in her business? Explosive team building. How do you build teams from within? Next level group, that was like our whole meeting. Number three, high standards of sales performance. So when you're talking to me about your first complete for the push, or a signature for the push week, or your first sale, or I sold my only homemaker right before the push week started, those are all positive signs, because one thing we're going to be known for in FC and also in the region is that when it's push week, the FC comes to play every time. When there are prizes up for grabs, we win all the prizes. I want to see Apple Watches during Thanksgiving. Or I guess it would be an Olean. All the winners, we should wear our iPhone Apple Watches and sync them to our iPhone 7s and even have our iPhone hats.
Like Cutco bands.
That's right. Whatever we got to do. Okay. And of course, anchor number four, which is aggressive pursuit of growth. So, welcome to session number 2 officially. And I want to say welcome for your time. I appreciate the sacrifice you're making now so that later on we can have opportunities and fun and income and all those great things that come with training hard. We're doing now what others won't, so we can do what other people can't. I want to know what your light bulb moments have been since last prep. Give me some light bulb moments from anything we've covered to implementing anything from our conference calls to from the meeting. We had journaling, routine, healthy lifestyle, Cutco recruiting, interview, running interview, pre-screen, group, matrix scores. Had quite a bit of things. Some light bulb moments.
With journaling, having the 15-minute phone call to someone you care about, I actually realized I was neglecting a lot of my friendships and stuff, trying to balance everything.
You know, for some, and I apologize that it's in a joke form, but I think that's how it always comes across when you hear, "Oh, if it's important, you'll make time," and people make fun of that, but it's true. There's so much validity to if it's important to someone, you'll make time. I think there are nuances to that because some people don't need constant. Like I have friends that they in fact don't need and don't want to talk all the time. But when we do talk, they want it to be really meaningful. And I have other friends that as long as I check in and there's nothing meaningful said, just that act of service, hearts beating, hearts pumping, right? Their love tanks filled by just checking in. and absolutely nothing intelligent to say. I have a sibling. One of my siblings is like that, where we don't have to talk. We're just hanging out, and he's on his phone. I'm on my phone, and I'm hanging out. Oh, the one with the baby. I mean, yeah, awesome. Good seeing you, man. Awesome, just quality time. My Heidi, it's a mixture. So you kind of work that out. Good. Other light bulbs.
The owning the bakery thing that never really hit me before because like I guess before all of this, it was all about like I was like I have to focus on one thing and I gotta focus on that. Like it's gonna be my grades, or it's gonna be my friends, it's gonna be this. I didn't realize I could do it all, and like now I've been doing more than I ever have, and it's been as professional as I guess it's been lit.
Yeah, and you know how we talked about this last prep to go from where Alex was before to where she feels now. Where she was before. What's this?
Crazy.
It's crazy time. That's all that stuff. That's that growth period that doesn't feel good. Now she feels like this. So we want a TLA FC Alex. What's the C now? Not be happy with the B, but okay, how do I go through another crazy time that I don't like? I'm uncomfortable. But man, when B was looking so good, here comes C. And when C gets so good, wow, there's a D on here. And so forth and so forth and so forth. Okay, we'll reference that in a second. Other light bulbs from last prep? Yes, sir.
Really the budget thing helped me out a lot. I would always spend like way too much money during the week, just like food, like fun in general. But in the beginning of the week, I put $115 in my wallet, and I didn't go.
Did you save?
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Always.
Just by the mere fact of tracking the number, people saved. Now, here's what I will say. I already know this, having done this since 2002. This is my 14th TLA, right? And the first 3 I was still learning, and I feel like I'm really good at. In fact, so good I'm teaching the whole company 2 weeks. However, I know that assignment, even though everyone was supposed to do big 3, I know there's 10% of you that crushed it and you logged it and you have algorithms and Excel sheets on dollars and right. And then some of you totally forgot. You're like, I hope Jeff doesn't call me. Okay, that's just every prep. But moving on to the next prep, this has to be one of those has to, and need to, not would be nice tos. I'll say it again. That example is going to be in our division, on this family and this team, it's a have to, a must do. Hey Beth, not a would be nice to and I should do. Same with eating properly. Same with some type of exercise. Doesn't mean you have to be a gym rat and be working out 6 days a week, but some type of exercise. Same with morning routines. Same with circle of influence. Same with how we treat people, which is right, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Good. Other light bulbs. Bombilla. Bombilla in Puerto Rico. Crazy Puerto Ricans. Yeah, I'm looking at you. I see you too. And David's like, that's me, Puerto Rican. Yes, ma'am.
I've learned to say no to going out to dumb things.
Yeah, what's learn to say no? When you have personal clarity, you make better what? Decision. The most important decision to be able to make is to be able to.
I used to go out a lot because I always felt bad that my friends wanted me to go out. And now I can say no and be like, no, I have to study for this, or I have to do this, or I have a plan.
And you can still go out.
But you plan it.
You plan. And sometimes, by the way, sometimes you don't plan it.
True.
Sometimes it's okay to be flexible and have spontaneity. But if you're, and this is part of actually the fitness part, if it's a lifestyle and it's consistent, consistency is key. Having one random, I didn't plan on going out and getting home at 4 a.m, but I did it, that doesn't throw anything off. Because most of the time, you have a regimen. Okay, one more. Other light bulb, we'll go 2 more. 3 more.
Really focusing on yourself with the rituals. So, spending 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes really focusing on yourself and giving yourself time for the day is really important, as opposed to checking social media and worrying about others. It's kind of like a just character,
Yeah, you know one of the most gratifying things I've done in the last 3 years is not being on social media. I'm not saying you have to, it's not a TLA rule or anything. I just, so stress-free and, oh, wait a minute, I posted this and I tagged someone's name on purpose to give them some props and they didn't like it. Are we friends still? Do they not care? Are they mad at me? Some of you are like, Jeff, what are you talking about? Some of you are like, I do that all the time. But it's just unnecessary. It's unnecessary stress in the world. I'm like, okay, good. We'll do 2 more here, and then we'll end with Diego.
For SLC push, when we had a PC with our managers, Karina basically told me to plan it myself, and that was big for me because she wanted me to take accountability on my own schedule, so make my own game plan. So that was huge.
So empowering you to internalize your schedule.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Diego, you want to wrap us up?
I think the whole morning routine in general, like doing everything what you have to do, it gives you more energy during the day. and you accomplish that. That's great.
Is that
especially
anyone
for-
else's light bulb? One of your light bulbs where just starting your day the right way gets everything set off? They always say it's not how you start, it's, but give yourself a shot. It's not how you start, but how you, but give yourself a shot, not a ball and chain before you start the day. Don't go swimming with the shackle and the ball and chain. That's what I'm saying. Okay, outstanding. So we talk about why are we here on Saturday for a few hours? Why do we have a weekly call on Wednesday? Why do we have an hour-and-a-half session where I chime in from either Delaware or here or you don't even know where Jeff is. You guys even know that old cartoon, Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
Yeah.
It's like an old school. Anyone 25 and older, you might know this. There's this old cartoon. It was an educational cartoon called Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego? And it was a tricking cartoon. It was a cartoon trick to teach you geography and culture. You would find Carmen in Portugal. Oh, what's she doing in Portugal? Well, in Portugal, they manufacture. They tricked you into learning. Okay. So the funny part was, the joke was, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Well, where in the world is Jeff? That's like Wednesday's really, okay? All around the world. Why TLA? Because we want you to be the best version of yourself. That's hashtag for a reason. Because if you're here, we want you to be the best version of yourself. And we could go probably more light bulbs on that. Why TLA? Because we want to make sure that you're getting better at the life skills. I love the Cutco skills. In fact, we need the Cutco skills. Why? We got to sell Cutco to do the job. We have to train people to sell Cutco to do the job. To be a branch manager, you have to learn how to do both to do the job. See what I did? Both. Sell and teach people. But those money skills, and I love Alex's example of I'm saving money. I used to always blow my money, and I put the big three numbers in my wallet, and that was it, and I saved money. Because we want you to get good, Eldrick, at putting your planner together, making sure you know how to get things right. We want you to actually drink water.
I did drink a lot of water.
There we go.
I did.
And it's after the next prep, learn how some exercises. The next prep is fitness part 2, where we'll go through some exercises from those of you that have never worked out before in your life, some easy things to do, to Jeff, I'm a gym rat. I'll give you some advanced exercises that'll crush you just to change it up. I mean, we'll put you to the Ninja Warrior gym. And I just had lunch with my friend and stylist, and I guess my stylist. And I'm booking Daniel Falcone to come to one of our preps, and he's going to give A to Z on professional dress and the ways of the sprezzatura Italian gentleman, and just how to be classy and from a female. And maybe I'll even have Shay, his female counterpart, come in, and she does made-to-measure suits for women. And not that you guys are going to afford $1,000 suits, but just to get a perspective of what does it take to dress professional. Not I wear a sundress and I pull a blazer over it, and that's an outfit. Because it's not. It's an outfit, actually. It's an outfit. But it might not be deemed professional from every single person you're meeting, by some people. Got it? Or those old pair of khakis that you usually wear with your Nikes, gentlemen, throwing that pair on just because it's a pair of pants doesn't make it professional. I've done that before. I've done it all. Why TLA? Because we love red dots. Okay? And our red dots represent the people you learn from, the people you surround yourself with, and the people you teach for. How many of you have been more intentional with your circles lately? What do I always recommend? Often to do what? Redraw, relook at, reevaluate. Always. Okay. This is true and still true. It was true when it was said by one of our presidents, Mr. Bruce Goodman from Vector West, and still true to this day. It was true this summer. You will typically ship the CPO in your office as the other managers you speak to. In Metro Miami, all the high flyers hung out with each other. Now, they were all friends. That's part of the deal. Personal recruits. Right? The number 1 office in the company for branches. I'm sure you had reps that didn't do well. Even doesn't look like it because all the pictures are the successful people. All the boards broken are from the alliance. All the fill in the blanks. But I'm sure there are people who didn't call up for PDI, and Antoine's like, a lot. Because you guys didn't see it, but they had to manage it. Okay? But that's why you have an alliance, to keep those people together. That's why you have a key staff to keep those people together. That's why, how many of you were those 3 interns? Who were the 3 interns or assistant interns?
Diego, Eddie, and Alex.
Okay, so yeah, Alex Gonzalez. So the 3 of those guys, that's why we keep those people together. That's why we have next level group. That's why we have 8-player group and so forth and so forth. Why TLA? Because in this team, in this family, we choose hard stuff to do because it makes you a better person. Because adversity willingly undergone, when you choose the hard route, it's always a virtue. It's the best thing possible. Do hard stuff. Why do we do TLA? Because the hardest thing you can possibly do, in my opinion, as an undergraduate college student, or one of the hardest things, is to create a branch experience, which is this is our signature experience in Cutco. When you're an undergraduate, the opportunity to build your personal and resume and business skill and your acumen towards business is our #1 premier signature experience. It is. There's no experience like it. Running an office between 18 and 22 years old. And I want to clarify again, we're training because the branch experience is a 4-month process where 30 to 90 days, that's 1 to 3 months of it, is all about the business aspect. It's teaching and being part of the business world. It's being part of this crazy squad. I tried to find the oldest picture, like I said. It's one of our first management teams in Florida Caribbean. It's about being the teacher. It's running training seminars. It's about having large team meetings and creating atmosphere for push. It's about facilitating sales and sales goals and push weeks and phone jams. Here's Karina as a branch manager. Or branch manager. Okay? Right? It's about corralling your team with the team cheering, having them represent your office, your territory, your town, and having pride. Right? You have reps coming, I'm from Port Charlotte, and you never think, man, I'm from Port Charlotte. I've never really cared that I'm from Port Charlotte, but I come with this Cutco office with Anthony Blake all the way to the east coast of Florida for a Cutco conference with this crazy Filipino guy, and I'm really proud to be from Port Charlotte. But these are skills that I'm a business owner. I want to know, can you come to my company, create that atmosphere in my company? Can you build from within? Can you create recruiting? Can you get other people involved in the organization? That's what's great about being a branch. The first 1 to 3 months, depending on how successful you are at the recruiting part, you get to build a team. And I think of even Andrew's team. Last year when he ran the book office, after our SC1 conference, his team kind of dismantled and it dissipated to 5, 10, 15 people. This year he learned from his mistakes, did it again, and after SC1, his team got bigger. You guys remember who was at SC1? Any of you? Okay. How many of you from Metro Miami were here from SC1? Yeah, okay. And do you remember what SC1 was? SC1 was the Boca Raton show. It was the skirt show. All day long. And what happened is that the team, instead of doing what he did the previous summer, Andrew got heavy about recruiting, the team got bigger, and the rest of the summer, you could just see the report go up. And eventually, you know, they ended up closing the gap and taking #1. It was so awesome to see. But then the next part is also a very important part of the branch experience. Who knows what is that second part? Yeah, it's where you pick up the sample kit. You lead like Leonidas and the Legion 300 here, except you're not killing people and you're not shirtless. None of that. But you're leading people, and certainly not stacking dead bodies of Persians. Okay? But you're leading people into battle. How? With that sample kit. You're showing people how you got to your position. This is actually a picture of a rep who was profiled by the Washington Post, and the Washington Post did an article on the Cutco sales job as being one of the best sales jobs for a college student. And you go into the home and you're in a field train. I think of Antoine, who did this as an assistant, where you're bringing reps, closing sales for them, taking the sale, giving them recommendations, or swapping out something, teaching them the job. It's about competing with your fellow business people. I love SC2 and SC3 where the branches are competing with each other in personal sales, and they're leading their teams as well. So at the end of the day, I think this embodies what branch is about. Branch is about making people the better versions of themselves, either by you teaching by example one-on-one, through sales, through mentoring, through PCs, or building a large business organization like the Metro Miami, like the Boca Raton office, where you have large amounts of people. Of course, certainly like the South Miami office. That's what's great about branch, okay? So I'm hoping to rewire you and re-excite you for really what is a premier opportunity. And there are 2 objectives of branch. You can tell me. To create one in your resume, experience, and then what's the second, for first years only, what's the second thing you can get to define a branch experience? Objective or branch. Experience and what? For members. Well, any business, you got to make what? Money, okay. So it's about profit potential. And the keyword is potential. Why? Because you could lose money as a branch. In fact, we had branches this year, I think 2 lost money, 3 lost money. But what does the loss of money mean? It means it was a real business. Versus, I'm applying for a job. Did you run a business? Yeah, well, you know, my dad brought me to work and I helped run his business. Your money wasn't on the line. You didn't really run a business. You went to daddy's business. Oh, well, you know, me and my friends did this thing, and it was actually part of an internship for the school. Well, who was on? Well, the school sponsored it. It's not really a business. You didn't really do it. Oh, I raised $3,000 of my own money. I got contributed and accepted for a position with this company, Vector Marketing, where they contributed another $6,000 to $9,000 in support. I went out and found my own office organization, signed my own lease, created an organization from scratch, and I profited $500, $1,000, $10,000. In Luke and Andrew's case, $20,000 to $30,000 in one summer. That's a real business. Experience and what, everybody? Profit, potential. One more time. Profit what? That's important. It's a real business, everybody. Real business. And the objective of first-year branch is not to be the Silver Cup champion like Metro Miami. The objective of first-year branch is just to build a business from scratch. Multiple people have run multiple businesses before hitting the profitable business that they now see as successful. I'll say it again. Multiple people in this world have run multiple businesses that have not necessarily profited, in fact, have failed. Some have profited before they now run the successful business that they may deem as their trademark. For example, I am owner of Uber, Travis Kalanick, who, by the way, is a alumni. You know that. Some of you don't know that. Okay. But how many businesses did Travis run before, failed, didn't get funding for, had to shut down, had to sell off to get to Uber? I don't know the exact number, but I know it's at least one or two for most successful business people. Very rarely is, I came up with an idea and, we got funding and, we did this and here we are, successful. Pretty easy. I don't really know many people like that, including myself as a division manager for Cutco. But the second round, third round, Andrew round 2, maybe round 3, Jonathan Heisman, letter of intent, round 2, is to build a business, but then run it and grow it. That's why employers want you. That's why med schools want you, want us, our people. That's why these universities, postgraduate programs, that's why these engineering firms are frothing at the mouth. And when you put on LinkedIn that I work with vector marketing and I ran 2 or 3 branches and I grew the business, your inbox gets flooded with applications, requests for you to apply for their company, for interviews. That's part of the reason why I don't have a LinkedIn. It just wouldn't stop. In fact, I had it for a little bit and I turned it off. I can't keep up with the people who are trying to recruit me. And it's humbling, but I have no interest in leaving it for anything. Kind of like the gig here. It's nice. Okay. And maybe it's round 2 for you. And I want to give props to those of you that I've met, that whether you've committed 100% or not, we have a round 2 crew so far. I'm just putting a few of the pictures. Mostly revolving food for some odd reason, branches. I don't know. Envy and beer, right? Or maybe it's round 3 from this gentleman, Mr. Andrew Evans, who, if you had told me he was going to run a second branch, I would have said no way. But not only did he run a second branch, he was the number 1 branch of the company. Okay. And because of that, I want to we had a little contest. This is Daniel Falcone, my stylist. He actually came in on his day off to the boutique. And I said, I got a guy that I'm going to buy a jacket for. What? He said, no, I got a guy, one of my college students, was number 1 in the nation. He had a quota that I promised him I'd buy him a tailored jacket. He's like, wow, you're going to buy him a jacket? He's like, I want a jacket. So we brought Andrew into my place down in South Beach, Miami. And this is Andrew with his brand new herringbone design, tailored, made to fit jacket. Pretty cool. So maybe it's branch abroad and you go to Puerto Rico to run an office and practice your Spanish skills or increase your Spanish skills. I think that's a great. Like Esteban, who's here from Fort Lauderdale, ran an office in Caguas, Puerto Rico. Maybe it's like Charles Stewart, who was from Fort Lauderdale and ran an office in Sumter, South Carolina. Another way to enhance your resume. TLA also is part of building a mission, and really the mission for this year is to be the standard of management training. The standard of management training. And here's what I'm so proud to say. We are the number 1 region with the number 1 highest branch class in the country. And I'm not sure how we rank. I think FC is number 1 or 2. It's up there. That next year no one will remember. What I'll tell you is that we have a very high level, high performing, high success rate training program. And that's what you're part of. So if you want to run an office, there's just 2 things you need. You need to have funding, you need to have training. Those of you that are funded, those of you that have training, will absolutely have a chance to compete for a territory. Okay. And we also have another great, amazing opportunity, even beyond that. See, after you go through TLA, and then after you branch, round 2 doesn't have to be branch again. Round 2 can be, I want to sell full-time and run a business, but an independent business, like an insurance salesperson, like someone who does real estate. Maybe those type of avenues excite you. Then we'll funnel you like all of these individuals who have been through TLA. Several of them have run branches. And Andy will lead you in our CSP department to run a fully independent type business. And both are awesome. But see, what's the key? Everyone goes through TLA once. Everyone goes into management one summer. And then from there you see, do I like managing people or do I like managing my own business? Both are awesome, and we need both in our organization. Okay. Maybe the other opportunity is I want to stay here after college. Maybe it's for a career position. Maybe it's our version of Vector's MBA where you learn and get high-level training, but also high-level pay for 2 to 3 years and use that as a stepping stone. I think of Paola Lindenman, who just left. And she's been with us now for 5 years, 4 years plus? 4 years, 4 or 5 years plus. And we knew going district wasn't her career. It was her MBA stepping stone to chiropractic school. And she, by the way, is moving on Monday to start 2 Mondays from now at the number 2 ranked chiropractic school in the country, Life University in Marietta, Georgia. I think it's maybe number 1. If it's number 1, I'm sorry. But she said, Jeff, I'm using district as my stepping stone. So I know those 2 to 3 years. Her original plan was med school. Okay. Either way, we got lots of seats at the table. We've got district manager seats at the table. We've got CSP seats at the table. We've got branch manager seats at the table. We've got district office manager seats at the table, who are people who lead a district office as the head assistant. We've got it all. But the question is, what are you going to do now to earn one of those spots? Because you don't want to miss the table for 2017. Okay. So hopefully we're getting you excited. Part of TLA also is that we think differently in this room. We think differently in this organization. We think differently amongst your peers. I think Heisman said it best, Vector 18 versus a regular 18 in one of his hashtags. Who can tell me what that means? Vector 18 versus regular 18. When we say that, are we making fun of other people? What are we saying? We're saying that the culture here is what versus what?
More professional.
More professional.
More trained.
Growth-oriented, trained. For example, we believe that culture eats strategy for lunch. If you're not the most technically sound, if you have the right growth, if you have the right beliefs, the right behaviors, if you treat people a certain way, if there's a culture of recruiting, a culture of growth and personal development, that culture eats strategy for lunch. I think of the Boca Raton office at SC1. What a great culture in Luke's office this summer. What a great culture. And the reason he was number 2 in the nation is because not only did he have culture, he also trained to have really good technique on top of it. But I've seen plenty of offices. I think of Karina's first few offices. The skill that you see now in the execution of that South Miami office is not what you saw probably in her first branch. Her first branch was all about what the heck is going on. I don't even have flooring in my office in Hollywood, Florida. I have no idea what's going on. But her team was not only large, but they were all so excited to be there. And they all wanted to sell for the push weeks. And they all really believed in the opportunity. Why? Because her culture is strong. That's what we believe in here. Our culture is defined by several things. If you were to say, hey, what's the culture like in your Florida Caribbean version of TLA? That Cutco team. What would be some things you'd say? Oh, the culture in that team is what? Define that. Okay, so fun culture, because don't assume that businesses are fun or have to be fun or want to be fun. But here it's kind of, if you're not fun, you're not really in the group. Go ahead.
It's cool to be focused.
It's cool to be focused, ready? It's cool to grow here. It's cool to be smart. It's cool to dress up. It's cool to go to business meetings here. It's cool to work. It's cool to outwork people here. It's cool to do things that maybe aren't normally cool outside the realm. Chelsea.
It's motivating.
It's motivating. Great. Other cultures. Culture of FC here, next level, districts, first years. Karina. Yeah, circle, the red dots. You shouldn't say it that way, but that's the joke. Right? The circle of influence is a culture. What else is the culture? Alex.
There's a lot of healthy competition.
Healthy competition. Key word. Healthy.
So supportive.
Supportive competition. I'm going to kick your butt, Andrew Evans. I'm going to kick your butt back, Luke Maseko. You know what they did? They healthy competed all the way to number 1, number 2 in the nation. And at the end, there's a group picture where, oh, we need to do one more picture. Metro Miami and Boca. Come on, come on. You don't get that if it's not healthy competition. You know what you get? Screw you. You're from Boca. Oh, you guys are Metro Miami. No, they had this heated rivalry across the nation. At the end, they were so adamant about taking a team picture together because those two managers knew how to positively leverage each other, not competitively aggravate. Right? And part of that is the friendship. But part of that's just the culture. In our division, we don't malicefully try to beat people. We don't have over-aggressive competition. Competition is a tool here, not a full-blown everything win at all costs, because I don't believe in winning at all costs. I believe in winning when it's right, attempting to win. I also don't want you to think that we're just walk all over us and, you can beat us division. No way. I'm competitive as you know what. I'll tell you what I was telling Trinity the other day about next year. So just remember that, okay? Other things that define our culture. 1 or 2, Blake.
Saving versus spending.
Saving versus spending. It's cool to save money here.
I guess the energy.
High energy. That Dale Fuego FC. Wait till we go back to SC2 or to Olean this year and do the Dalia Fuego FC. Just South Florida salsa, Latino culture.
Lasagna.
Lasagna. Thanks, Luke. We have a culture of infectious enthusiasm for growth and leadership. I said by a great Asian man. Right? We have a culture of it being cool to grow and to listen to Jim Rohn, one of the greatest business minds, as part of your assignment for this program. It's cool to understand situational leadership, which is taught in some master's level courses. And this is part of your first prep as an 18-year-old, some of you. That's cool. That's an infectious enthusiasm for growth and leadership. In our division, we don't hide from the mirror of self-reflection. In our division, you get to the mirror, as ugly as it might look and uncomfortable as it is, and you say, all right, yeah, if I'm being honest with myself. And then just, you know what's great about our team? We work on that. You know what's great about our team? We want to help you work on that. You know what's great about our team? Everyone else wants to help you work on that. Don't assume that's out there everywhere else. That's great. What's great about our culture is that we have challenges to get better and get to that next level. In fact, we have a whole group, and we even call it next level, for people who have already been through this that want to get better, not just go through it again. Oh, I already had freshman year. Let me do freshman year again because now I'm good at it. No! I want to do sophomore year. Give me the harder classes, and then give me the harder classes. That's what next level is about. Our division is about 8 players, people who step up. What's great about our division and one of the cultures is that we provide business and life opportunities faster than you've matured, some of you. Most of you. We provide opportunities in life for adult life experiences before some of you even turn 18, 19, and 20. So when you can bridge that gap, okay, when you can pull what you're learning, but you match the maturity level of it. I'll use an example, Mr. Bertel, awesome example. Most people my age, Jeff, I don't need to worry about saving my money or investing. My parents do that for me. That was me. Oh, my parents do it for me. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I would say that's great parenting. Take the money so they don't spend it, you know. But here, if you catch up and say, no, I know that when I'm an adult, I have to do that, but let me start doing that now. What's on your side? Time, the power of time, the power of 1 year, the power of habits. We talked about saving money at a rapid rate. Remember, with all the compound interest? That's it. In fact, one of the cultures here is that the power of 1 year can be really exciting and crazy for you. I think I'm looking around at all the different people that I've known for over a year. Antoine right here. The Antoine last year is not the Antoine you're seeing now. It certainly won't be the one you see at Branch next year. The Karina when I first met, how man. The Kayla I first met, not the Kayla we know now. And Blake and so forth and so forth. In our division, we're not these people where every time we get in the water of challenge, the sea of challenge, we're like, oh, help, everything's crazy. No, we're the division that eventually we get you to be comfortable in the water of challenge. In fact, you're like, you know what, I want to jump in. I got it. And then eventually when you're next level, you absorb and you own challenge so much you go into it. I'm scuba diving in 2 months with a mentor of mine, and it can be one of the scariest things when you're underwater, just knowing that if something messes up, you're kind of dead. And you still doing, you dive in. Why? Because it's like, all right, I got this. I got this. And how many of you felt like this was you when you first started Cutco and things got hard? Even someone didn't pick up the phone. Right? I did make 10 phone calls. Someone picked up. Someone was rude to me on the phone. Oh, I don't know. And then eventually you get through a couple alliance meetings. And you're like, oh, well, that's part of the job. What are you gonna do? Or you're like in Dijon, and you're like, yeah, I expect multiple people to be irritated and not do well, but I'm going to navigate slow, calm, collected, poised, and have a record-breaking 42,000, whatever stupid number he did, record-breaking $42,000 push with 3-4 less days than normal to sell. Thank you, Andy. 60 something, 60 stupid.
Yeah,
whatever he did, he broke his own record, right? Yeah. So how do you get all this? You got to train the right way. You got to be in there. You got to be taking the classroom sessions, which is the Wednesdays. You're gonna be on those conference calls every Monday. I'm gonna have an updated agenda every Monday, 4:30 to 5:30. You have to get your hands dirty. What does that mean, from a Cutco standpoint? Besides selling, what does get your hands dirty mean here?
Do the assignments.
Do the assignments and
practice.
Practice. Get in here. Don't get me wrong. YouTube's and the videos and watching Karina on YouTube, that counts. That counts. But there's nothing like actually doing it. Because what you don't want, and this wouldn't happen, you wouldn't get a branch, is, all right, let's say I'm going to use Alex as an example. He's running his office. Let's say this is his training. He's got 15 people in training. I really don't want it to be, and it would never work, where he goes, man, this is my first training. I'm really nervous.
Well, let's get started.
Let's get started. Right? You want it to be, oh, I've run a couple of these. In fact, I remember the first one. Ooh. See, you want that first one to be now or in this fall, maybe in the spring. It's also not on your dollar. You don't want anything to be on your dollar with the mistakes as much as possible. Minimize that. Okay? You want to start getting into the habit of knowing the numbers. Just like a rep, when I say, hey, what's your career CPO? You can tell when a rep's really good and engaged or one that's not. How much have you sold? Oh, I don't know, around 1,000 or something. I could ask most of what's your CPO? I'm at 10,552. I have an order that's pending and all. How many of you know that stuff? Like you know the order, that's, man, there's another 533 in CPO. Damn, I need that to go through. And what happened to the credit card? Or I'm almost $250 away from my next promotion. Like, you know the real numbers. There's a version of that for the Cutco office. And you're going to start, in fact, today, Beth's session is to teach that. Okay? Making sure you follow the leader, shadow, like the picture says. And this is my favorite quote. He or she, who sweats most during battle, bleeds less in battle. What does that mean?
Yeah, you practice now, it's a lot easier later.
Yeah. So sweat here, sweat in our office, sweat in the fall, January and spring. So when summer next year, you're like, oh, I've done that before. And when you have experience, what does it also create for you when times are stressful? Confidence. Poise. Two of my favorite words. Confidence and poise. Okay. Personal development. You got to get into it. We're going to start recommending books today. We're going to teach you how to have way more self-reflection and self-awareness by two key tools. One's called CVI, Core Values Index, which is a self-assessment tool. The other one's the 5 love languages, which is kind of it's a tool to assess how do you express and how do you receive acts of appreciation and love. That way, if you know yourself pretty well, like Shakespeare said, know thyself. If you know yourself really well, you know how to put yourself in a situation of success, okay? I'll go quickly through this one. Great book I read last summer called The Entrepreneurial Roller Coaster by Mr. Darren Hardy. And the concept of A players and our A player meetings and our A player get-togethers came from this when I read this book. I said, we need to create an A player group. But the one thing that came out too is this concept of Dr. Oz and Joel Austin. You may or may not know these two individuals. Everyone knows Dr. Oz as one of, if not the most esteemed physicians in the celebrity world. It's kind of like, oh, well, Dr. Oz said. Dr. Oz said. He's that powerful where when he says something on a show, it might not even, it's usually true because he's a real doctor. People listen. Joel Austin is a big preacher, one of the mega church pastors. Okay, and in the book, they talked about, well, he's a heart surgeon in New York, and he's a preacher. So they talked about his schedule. On Monday, he writes out his sermon. On Tuesday, he perfects his sermon. I'm sorry, Monday he researches and brainstorms a sermon. Tuesday, he writes it. Wednesday, he does more research. Thursday, he has something with family. Friday, he practices the sermon. Saturday, he has something else. Sunday, he delivers the sermon. So he's only doing things that really impact the most important part of his career, which is what? Preaching on Sundays. He doesn't do the opening of the heart cavity, the rib cage. He doesn't do the anesthetics and putting people to sleep. There's like a 30-minute portion of his high advanced surgery that only him and like a handful of doctors in the world can do. He literally has everyone else do that. He walks in and he does that 30 minutes, but that he's the best at that 30 minutes. Okay? So he does the advanced surgery, his is the sermon. So think about what moves your Cutco business. Think about what moves your recruiting business. Think about all those things. That's how you want to operate and train. And part of that is knowing this. And in fact, we have this picture already. Mr. Blake, if you could post this on the general TLA group. These are the most important programs you're going to learn in the next 8 months. And you're not going to learn all of them perfectly. But if you're going to do something and work on something, work on one of these. Okay? Don't you already have it, Blake? Yeah, post that. These are the 5. So if you find yourself really excited to learn how to run a team meeting, it's not on here. Don't worry about that. You don't have to be good at team meetings. In fact, some of our best branches weren't good at team meetings, trust me. But they still got a lot of CPO. Okay, and we'll post the picture. You don't have to write this all down. We'll post this picture on the TLA. And training is really messy, isn't it? We think it's going to be easy, and it's like this. It's like, what the heck just happened? At the end of August, I want to be a branch manager, and then you start like, what the heck is going on? Okay, I promise you, it gets really good, but it takes time. I promise you, it gets good. Okay, so part of it is making a statement, and how do we evaluate rankings here? What's that called?
Matrix.
Yeah, the matrix score. Okay, and who can remind me of the 5 parts of the matrix that impact where you rank? Number 1 is your career CPO or career. Okay.
Your fall CPO too.
Yeah, then it's the fall or campaign CPO.
Savings.
Yeah, because those that want to run an office have to be trained, but also what? Funded. So savings.
Assignment.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that out. That's correct. I'm gonna put that out under execution of skills, meaning what's the next skill? Right now, it's the interview that you're learning, and every time you get a matrix score, this Wednesday you're gonna get tested again. We look at all the scores.
Intangibles.
Intangibles, right? Are you on time? Are you professional? Are you mature? Are you becoming less mature? Are you becoming more mature? Are you becoming less accountable, more accountable? You keep missing calls. You keep finding reasons to mess things up that are all organization, so forth and so forth. Okay. Part of it is making a statement when it's a push week. Part of it is making a statement when it comes to startup. I'd like to recognize our top startup totals, including AIM withholdings. You don't have to pull it up right now, but if you remember, to start TLA, $100 puts you on pace to being funded enough by the time we get to next summer to potentially be a branch manager. Doesn't mean you're committed to it. It just means in order to be on pace. By October, who knows the number?
500.
Yeah, by October 1st, you need to be at 500 in that savings account to even have a shot or be considered. If you're behind 500 by October 1st, that means you know how much you have to catch up. If you're way ahead, that's your cushion. Okay. By Olean, that's the key right now. Okay. And then if you look in your binder at the first prep, it has it all. It gets it all the way up to 2,500, 3,000, and that's about the minimum. Which I'm going to cover the pay in a little bit. That's about the bare minimum that it takes for someone to be funded to run an office appropriately. When you add in what Cutco gives you, what that does, plus any sponsors you get from mom, dad, and family. Okay, to run your startup business. Okay, that's the key though. How fast can you get to 1,000? So how many of you, I would like to recognize, if you're over 500 already, I'd like you to stand up. If you know you're already over 500 in startup. Okay. Yes, you are. Yeah, you weren't sure, you know.
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so right now, some of you might be just shy of 500. That's okay. But you have till October 1st. But ironically enough, what's happening right now and has one more week left in? We're still in the push. Yeah. So the pushes aren't by accident, and they're not put during these weeks by complete chance. They're meant to drive this. Okay. So at this point, these would be the people. Also, some of you are virtually over 500. These would be the people who are on pace right now, and once they get a letter of intent in, puts even more on track. Okay. Over 750, stay standing. Who's got 750 or more? Okay, so over 500, but not quite 750. Okay, over 1,000. Okay, what's the number right now? Do you know?
It's like 950.
Okay, so you're pretty much there. This week will put you there. You have withholdings already, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Diego, what's yours at?
It's around 800.
Okay, so after the push week, you'll be there. Perfect. You have withholdings already set. Yeah. Okay. What's the number right now after AM pay this summer?
5.4.
5.4. Okay, and then
Maybe like
two-ish.
two-ish.
Okay, so 2,000, 5,000. Luke's David is higher. Dave, what's yours at? You need to no. You need to
What's that?
sign sign language. 2, 4, 3, 2, 9, 7, 1. No, but 2K. So Lay, how much do you have? 2K. All right, and I know Andrew's got probably in excess of 12 to 15 because of course when you're number one branch in the nation, that doesn't hurt. Same with Luke. Okay. So now is a really important time. Anchor number 3 is high standards of sales performance. So now is the time to perform. Speaking of that, make sure you have withholdings. Who does not have withholdings right now? Meaning like money's taken out of your paycheck each week. Okay.
I just like do mine separately.
Okay, stick around afterwards. During the push weeks, it's really a good idea for you to set something up knowing that you're selling more these next 2 weeks so that you don't see it. It just goes right into the savings. And then afterwards, you can always lower it. Okay, so let's talk during the break. Also, push week updates. I'd like to get an update for those of you. And I said you don't want to show up with a 0 or 0 demos. Okay, so what I like, I'm just going to go around the horn, and virtual, you can just post it. Actually, you guys did already. Never mind. I'm going to ask you the following questions. Demos completed. Set for the next 3 days. Our CPO so far for the push, and set for the next 3 days. Okay. Can you grab Karina for me? So demos completed. CPO for the push. I'll give you like 30 seconds to tabulate it. So I'm going to go through all the different players here from. Okay, Lenny, can you take a track of this right now? So Laura Salazar, 0 demos done, 0 CPO, but 3 set so far. That's Laura. And David Vargas, 1 demo done, 0 CPO, 3 demos ahead. Eddie de las Cuevas, 0, 0, 0. Soleil, 1 demo done. I'm so confused, Soleil. 1, 0, 4, 13, 20, 81. I don't know what that means. I'm so sorry. I didn't get that from. Avrumi, I love this. Avrumi went away from college. 2 demos completed while in college. 118 CPO. We'll take it. It's something. Nice job, Avrumi. Sonny Mar, 2 completed. $49 CPO. That's not 0. 13 set for the week. I said it again. 13 set for the week. Okay. Gabe Torres, 2 demos set up for this week. 0 so far done. Anyone else missing here? And Kirsten Casey just said 2 during prep, probably through text. Awesome. Okay, and then 0 for Kirsten, but she just said 2 moving forward. Okay, we'll go around. So how many demos completed? CPO so far? And how many set for the next 3 days? Ready? We'll go quickly. We'll go, and you guys can take track. Kayla in the back.
1, 104, 2.
1, 104, 2. Okay.
I have 5 demos completed, 507 CPO, and 4 head.
5, 507, 5, and 4 head. Good.
1, 15, 18, and 0.
1, 1500,
Yeah.
and 0 ahead. Okay.
2 and then CPO 2000.
Speak up. 2.
2 and then CPO 2000.
2K.
Yeah, 2K. And set I have 2.
Okay.
I have 2 completed, 1.2 CPO, and 2 sets.
2, 1200, and 2.
2, 645, and 3.
2, 645, and 3. Okay, great.
Well, like completed for the push.
Completed so far?
Okay, so I don't have any for the push.
So 0?
I got a problem order still waiting to go through. That's 384. And
Okay, 0. How much is actually tabbed? This is 0 still.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got to work on that. So 0, 0, and ahead.
And then I have 1.
Okay.
1, 102.
Okay. Mr. Watson. Yeah.
2, 191, and then I have 1 set, and then I bring in a PR from McDonald's.
Nice.
I literally was getting a McGriddle, and he was coming.
I don't know how we make that in the score, but I'll give you a point just for that.
1, 260 CPO, and 0 set.
Alex Gonzalez, 1, 260, and
0 set.
0. Okay.
1, 1153, and 1 set.
1, 1100, and 1. Demo.
0, 0. I brought in a PR, and 0 sets.
Okay, so you got some work to do.
2, 150, and 1.
2, 115, and 1. Okay. All right. So I'm going to look at that. You guys already know the numbers kind of speak for themselves, right? So what does that mean? Got some work to do. It's okay to be at 0 now, or it's, how about this? If you guys had anyone that has all 0s, not the best impression, but you still have the rest of the push. So where you are now doesn't define, and I'm just telling you, I'm taking into account, and that's why I have these numbers. I want to know where you are now and where you're going to be with all next weekend to drive for the push. Okay, and just a friendly reminder of when the push week is, September 20th, ends on October 3rd, and we have a couple cool contests. For example, I will be going to break in just a second. We have the Miami Heat contest. So I'm taking the top 6 reps. You got to be over $2,000 to qualify. Okay. We're going to a Heat game, so I'm really excited to entertain. This is another networking event with the division manager. The region has their awesome Apple contest. I don't need to re-explain this one, but just want to remind you. Not to mention, through October 17th, we have this contest, which Alex has already qualified for. We have the Ball in the Bahamas contest, 8, 11, and 14,000, and PRs count for 1,000 every one, and there's no limit. And of course, in Puerto Rico, if you're watching, it's the catamaran. It's the same concept. We're getting on a boat. We're going somewhere tropical. We're going to be on the beach. It's the same thing. It's going to be awesome. Same levels, okay? Right around the corner, though, is also the Oleum push. This is the SC2 of the fall. And this is, in fact, ironically enough, like SC2, because we'll see everyone in Oleum, New York, at the Sheraton Falls, which I'm really excited about. That's going to be an outstanding event, and so forth and so forth. I'm not going to talk about the lasagna or anything. Yes?
When does that push in?
The Oleum push?
Yeah.
It's in your syllabus. I don't have it right in front of me.
11.
Whatever the Monday is.
14.
Yeah.
Whatever the Monday is of that weekend. Yeah. So everything's in your syllabus, including from last week's perhaps this, which you shouldn't print out yet, but you will later. Okay. Which is the help sponsor. Actually, no, you probably could print this now. In fact, 2 of you have sold. Diego, you've sold your Olean homemaker. Okay. That's your choice. If you want to count the homemaker for your push and not put it in for the Olean one, that's okay. Like when I was a rep, I would just sell it. And
I just wanted it.
Yeah, for CPO. Okay. And there's even a letter for you as you start to talk to your professors early. We talked about that. Okay. So I want to wrap up with a few things. We'll take a break. And then, Karina, I'm not sure if, and I didn't attention to detail this one, but did we order what we talked about? Okay. Okay. It wasn't clear. Okay. So remember, from point A to point B. Okay, it's crazy time. The more that's the fun way, the Matthew Kelly, my favorite author way. Technical explanation for that is situational leadership. What phase? And Alex said that earlier. The D2 phase. Okay. So just know you're gonna go through this cycle, and in order to get through it, what do you need? You need coaching. Who's the coach? Myself, Karina, Luke, Andrew,
David.
Anyone that's above you are the people you should be speaking to. Okay. So before we finish up, and we already shared light bulb moments, but can anyone share light bulb moments specific to what they're doing to navigate through? I would imagine most of you are already in D2. If not, it's coming real fast, and it's about to hit you like a truck. Anything that have helped you to navigate through D2? Because ready, everyone's going to navigate through D2. It's not an option. Okay? Even if you're the one person, there's always one person at this prep, and I don't know who. And in fact, your body language isn't even telling me, so you have good poker faces. But there's always one person going, "Yeah, I might talk to Jeff after. I just don't know if I can do this." It's not an option. You're still here, and you're gonna get through it. That's one of the best parts of TLA is that you don't miss out and quit during D2.
Getting your letter of intent in, that really got me out of
Tell
D2.
me a little bit more about that real quick. Take a break.
I was lacking a lot of clarity, and organizing the letter of intent and kind of going over it and getting it in really kind of got me out of the D2 phase, and it helped me with my commitment and helped clear the path of what I need to do.
Yeah, it's like my sister. She was a D1 soccer player. A bunch of schools recruiting her. When she signed her she literally sent a letter of intent to George Washington University. Then all the stress came off, right? Then she started doing research of all the fun bars, places to study in Washington, D.C. And she bought the George Washington soccer sweatshirt. And there's just the actions follow differently, right? Remember this? Yeah, I know where I'm going to school, so let me buy that gear. Let me look up where the fun places are in that city. I'm excited about college. Yeah, comment.
I went through D2 really early because things had been rough for a while, and then I did a lot of talking to Karina and honestly the rest of my team too. I don't know if they realize it, but a lot of the motivation factor. And I was like, okay, it's over. Let's do this.
And this is my challenge to Alex and to all of you. When you feel like you get through D2, awesome. You're gonna have another version of D2. It's what I'm saying is you're about to hit D2, which is the first time you're actually aware you're going through a D2. But there's always a D2 because it's called life. Right? You always knew it's something. You're always encountering challenge to any type of new position. And some of you feel like you got through D2, what you don't realize is that you're still in D2, but you're in like a peak and valley of that D2. And I would say from now, probably until Christmas break is really the full D2. There's going to be a high version, a low version. We're not done with D2 yet. Okay. Yes, sir.
I could say that I'm in D2 right now with like applying to colleges and all that. But being assistant manager and coming in, you know, that specific day to kind of do the responsibilities just kind of helped me, you know, have the structure.
Yeah, and the keyword is structure, which is Eldrick should be put where? Structure should be in your planner. There's a reason we went through a whole planning session on how to use your planner. There's a reason we talk about D2 ahead of time so you're aware, so you can navigate through. Okay, keep vocal rather. Stay vocal. Keep communicating. It's not supposed to be easy because the experience and the money you can make next summer is not supposed to be something that everyone else gets either. Really important to remember that. And I want to end with a few things that we ended with at the last prep, and we'll cover it again on the 15th. I'll cover it again in Olean. I'll cover it again in December. I'll cover it again in January, February, March. And I'll cover it again when we have our summer kickoff, when everyone who's running an office will be in this office, will be packed all the way to the back, and we plan for the summer of 2017. And number one, don't let anyone out prepare you. Number two, give up who you can be for who you can become. I have no interest in working with you the way you are now. Someone last night was talking about that. I'm going to be a different person when you see me the next time. I think it was Alex, right? On my phone call with you. You're not going to recognize me. That's what I want. You're going to feel incapable all the time. And if you want, I'll put these up later. You can take pictures and write it down. I'm just going to go fast. You'll feel incapable all the time. So I'd rather you just pay attention to that. Eyes up here. Yeah. Okay, I'll put them up. I like that you're taking notes. You're going to feel incapable all the time. If you feel like I got this, you're not pushing yourself hard enough to train right. How many of you have felt that from time to time? Like, I got this. Okay. Challenge yourself a little bit more or be ready for something to come at you. You're going to feel incapable all the time. You're going to tell me you want to quit. Half of you already tried to quit. Not on my watch. It can't be much tumble. Not in my house. Not in my house. No. Not today. That's right. Whatever's making you feel insecure, work on that the most. Work harder on that. I don't have enough money. Work harder on selling. My interview stinks and my matrix score's like a 3 or 2. Work on that. I'm really disorganized. Work on that. Confidence is found through action. You know, a lot of people sit there and go, I'm just so stressed. I just need to think about it and plan on it and think about what I'm going to do and then think about what I'm thinking about to do, what I'm going to think about. You know what we're going to be doing? We will have already done 3 things before that person's done thinking. That's the advantage you have here in this team. We do things, and it's okay to make mistakes. Jeff Gamboa, your division manager, gives you permission to make mistakes. And when you make mistakes, make them good mistakes, like juicy, and big, and oh my goodness, you did what mistakes? Because that's how you learn. The challenge is, and the pressure is, you can't do the same mistakes over and over again. That's the key. And almost always, when you communicate, you feel better. Almost always, the key is more communication. Communicate less with the people that shouldn't be speaking to or that aren't driving you, and communicate more with people who will help you attain what you want. Okay. And while everyone else is thinking about what they have to do, we'll be 2 or 3 steps ahead, because that's the type of action takers we are here in FC. And remember, last but not least, you're part of FC. That means something. It means something really big. It means something not just from a Cutco and CPO and sales and money standpoint, but it means a lot in terms of how you carry yourselves. My dad used to always say this, I don't care what the other kids are doing. We're not the other kids. You don't have parents like that? And I don't care what the other kid. Dad, all the kids at school have blank. You're not the other kids. I used to hate it. I used to always hate it. And then when you get older, you start to realize, oh, I'm not like the other kids, but in the most awesome way. And that's what we create here on this team. So I'll end with how I started. And that's when you choose something hard, when you choose something like this, when you choose sessions like this, when you choose adversity, when you choose opportunity that's hard, it really is the greatest version. I applaud you. I respect you. And I'm so encouraged. It brings me energy every month to see this group, because it makes me want to work harder and be a better division manager. It makes me want to be a better person, better man, better leader, better role model, better 38-year-old, better old person to you young people. What you're supposed to say here is what?
You're
not that old, right? Okay. Even better. To tell you I've elevated. Plus 7. And last but not least, I'm not telling you it's going to be easy. In fact, I'll never tell you that, but it's definitely going to be worth it. Okay? So before we go to break.
What's the question?
Yeah, what's the question?
Big question.
Big question?
Great question.
Say what?
Breakout question.
No, it is.
Oh, not yet. Before we go to break, I do have one special announcement. I do want to talk about the pilot sales manager position. The pilot sales manager position is the direct number one under me in this office. And as you know, this is the pilot Fort Lauderdale. And the pilot office in a business, not necessarily in Cutco, but any business model, is the office through which programs flow. The pilot office is the office through which leadership by example has to be at its highest. Think of it from a sports team as the captain of the team. Okay? In our division, structure in vector marketing, the pilot office has to lead, and the PR programs have to come out of there. The teachings and the lessons, but also the performance. And one of the things we've struggled with in the last couple of years is getting consistency. We've had high years, and Karina's been part of the growing process, and Kayla's seen that, she's been part of it, and it's gone up and down. But we're finally creating a really exciting structure. And the most important person in the division for me is that pilot sales manager, because this person is my most important decision next to my future wife. It really is, because if we don't have a good pilot sales manager, I'm not in a good place and I have to work on the office more. If I'm working on the office more, I'm not working on the division more. If I'm not working on the division more, you don't have a good division manager. You don't have a good division manager, you don't have the same leadership. The districts, trust me, when you ask the districts, if they know I have a good pilot sales manager, everyone's really happy and excited because they know that what they're getting. And Karina's nodding her head in the back. If we don't have a good pilot sales manager and the pilot is struggling, they also know what kind of division manager they're getting, not much. It's the key catalyst in driving new programs. It is one of the most elite members of the TLA program. Last year was Paolo Lindenman, okay? And in previous years, we've always had one of, if not the top candidates, okay? And also, this individual is being groomed to be our next district manager, not just candidate, but superstar. In fact, the track record is people who become a pilot sales manager for the summer or for a full year usually go out to become some of the company's best, including Trey Ketchum, now division manager of Georgia, Kate Arbuthnot, now division manager of DC Metro, Ben Jackson, now division of Coastal, all pilot sales managers. And they have a very close-knit development and relationship to the division manager. That's why those of you that know, Karina played a role for 2 summers and 2 years as my pilot sales manager. And everyone knows Karina and I have a very, very, very close-knit bond that really goes beyond just the business. So first of all, I want to thank David, who has been doing, I just wanted to find the nicest, sweetest picture of David. This is, hi, I'm David. Care for a chip? Here's what I want to say. David, what a great story. David started in the pilot, was a 10K fast starter, and he did what you guys are doing. He went out and decided to be a district manager. But he wanted a harder version. He said, put me in Puerto Rico. I want to do something different. He went out there, and he's been doing such a great job and actually had one of our best organizations in the history of that Bayamon area. But his home is here, and we knew that was going to be a temporary 2-year or so assignment. And so we asked David to come back, and he is now taking over the pilot for the next 8 months minimum so that he can retrain and then become, again, a better version of himself as a manager. So he's been doing an awesome job. But I do want to announce that we have actually been receiving letters of intent of people who wanted to compete for the new pilot sales manager position, which will start this summer. And I'm really excited to announce that we have not only received a letter of intent, but we have accepted the future pilot sales manager for next summer when you guys are running offices. And I can tell you, the office is in good shape. I can tell you, I'm really excited about what's happening and who's running the pilot, because we're going to have, and our goal is to have the biggest pilot, not just in the history of Fort Lauderdale, but our goal is to be the #1 office in the entire Eastern region, respectfully to any other offices that are watching this video. But we are setting things up now, earlier than we ever have been. We are setting things up with staff. This individual has already come up with an informal business plan for next summer, and it's not even the beginning of the fall yet. This individual has already started recruiting people for the summer staff from their office, and this individual is already working on programs so as to make the pilot the best office in the region. So do I sound excited? Yeah. I'm pretty pumped. So I want to announce, a letter was submitted a few weeks ago. We just officially accepted it with Scott Dennis, but the PSM for the summer 2017 is going to be Mr. Luke Maseko from last year's book office. So is Luke, I don't know if Luke is on, and he was having some technical difficulty. I see a bunch of people clapping, and they're all Latino. Look at them. Okay. And here, I want to say a couple of things about Luke. I went to go visit Luke in his office this summer. It was awesome. And I visited a couple offices. I visited South Miami. It was awesome. I visited Metro Miami. Damn, it feels good to be a gangster. Remember that? Yeah. But yeah, some of you at that meeting. And I went to his meeting and I said, you know, this guy could be a pilot sales manager. And a few weeks later, we had dinner at Funky Buddha Brewery, which some of us, are familiar with. And we talked about it, and this guy is poised to do some big things. In fact, his goal, and my goal for him rather, is for him to be the #1 district manager candidate 2 years from now, so that after running a branch in Boca, after being the pilot sales manager, possibly twice, when he graduates, whether he chooses to be with us or not, and I told him this when he was a brand new 17-year-old student with us, I said, when you graduate from college, your resume is going to be so nasty with us that you can get whatever job you want, but we will also pursue you at a very high level to be with us after college. And take it as a compliment, and even if you don't choose to be with us, you're going to be the #1 district manager candidate, and that's what he's setting himself up for. So congratulations to Luke, and if you want to send him a message at some point, can we give Luke a round of applause? Okay. So we have a working break. I have a question during the break. We're going to take 15 minutes. Okay, so it's now 3:35. We're going to go till 50. Okay. If you are virtually participating, you are good to go and sign off. Just send me directly one-on-one your biggest takeaway from the opening comments. Okay, and I'll expect your debrief video by 9, notes taken on the video for the rest of the prep by 9 a.m. on Wednesday, please. Thumbs up if I see you. Also for Eddie, Gabriel, Kirsten, Laura, and anyone else that's virtual, notes by 9 a.m. Grant, our agreement is Friday. We talked about it separately. Looking forward to your notes. Have an awesome Saturday. We're going to crush it here. You guys are good to go. Thanks for participating at a high level. Thanks, virtual. You guys have 15 minutes. Now, next level group, raise your hand. Okay, so what you want to do, and in the back too. Here's the question during this break. So we have 15 minutes. You can use the restroom, get some fresh air, but I want you to debrief, and I want you to share your biggest top 2 or 3 takeaways with the next level member, and then vice versa during the break. It is now 3:35. We'll meet at 3:50. Got it? Okay, let's get at it. Stretch. Or if you want to stay on, you can. Karina, may I Okay. Before I bring up Beth for her receptionist program message, I have a couple of things. Kayla, you can let Beth know we're going to start right at 4. I'm going to cover something quick, but she wants to be ready like right before 4. So if you want to follow along in your handouts, you should have the handouts already downloaded. So in the handouts, we have the branch pay program. I'm going to put it up on the television. I just want to take 7 to 10 minutes to cover the branch pay program. Here's why it's important. I know many of you will not be renting a branch office right away. Several of you will be competing. Okay, I want to re-recognize all of our letters of intent. So if you could raise your hand, Antoine's got a letter of intent for branch. Soleil's got a letter of intent for branch. Clay's for a branch eventually, or district, ideally. Okay. Eldrick for a branch opportunity. John Heisman for the branch opportunity. Luke, now I can say it, pilot sales manager opportunity. I would imagine I'm going to get probably 3 to 4 more that I already know of, and probably another 3 to 4 that I don't know of. That's usually how it works. So what I will say is that it's important to understand how the numbers work, because when you run a business, you have to live in reality. And when you live in reality, what's the number one tangible thing you track that is the reality of your business or the health of your business? Numbers. And what numbers specifically? What are 2 numbers you need to know in order to run a successful Cutco business looking from way beyond? You need to know number of what? Sales, and then your profit. Like the money going in and out of the business. And the part of why the TLA number 1 was budgeting. Big 3. If you're going to spend over $100, text Jeff just to go through the conversation before you just start spending over $100. Later on, when you're a branch manager, it's $1,000. When you're a district manager, it's $1,000 to $2,000 or $10,000. I just keep adding zeros. And for Karina, if she's going to spend over $1,000, almost always, pretty instinctually, she'll text me. Very rarely she spend over $1,000. Even if she knows, okay, this is good, we always have that conversation. Because when she was a rep and a TLA member, when it was $100, she'd always text me. Now, I will never tell you have to, never. What I will tell you is, what I will go through is a conversation of, okay, well, I want you to think about this now from this side of the business. And think about your investments and think about your office. And you may or may not still do that. Yes, sir. Good question.
Go through WhatsApp or text?
I don't do anything through text anymore with this group. The reason I like WhatsApp because it keeps it all uniform for my business. Plus, I can voice app you better. Okay. Because not everyone has voice not everyone has an iPhone and all that. Okay. So very quickly, I'm going to review this. In fact, who can I put in charge? Karina, if I could put you in charge of the running list for me, please. Okay. First thing is to review pay again. Just going to give you the quick version. Page number 1 is how you make money from being a branch manager. As a district manager, you've kind of gone through a little bit of this. It's different. So you'll notice the higher you go in CPO of a rep, for example, let's say these are people who are on my Cutco team. I train them. Let's say Alex sells her first promotion. I make 25% of that, which is what? $250. Okay. But once she gets to 1,000, that next 2,000, I'm only making $200, and so forth and so forth. And once they're over 50,000, it's always just 10%. Okay, what does that type of pay structure really force in terms of how our business works?
You're pure
recruiting. It forces you to create more people on the team, and it prevents us from being. Have you ever heard this before? Oh, Vector, that's a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
It's not a pyramid scheme. You can't. A pyramid scheme works where you can't make more. The only way you make money is by recruiting people. That's not how it works here, because just by recruiting people, in fact, you make less money. It's not a downline. If you've heard multi-level marketing, which there's some great multi-level marketing companies where it's just, you just create downlines of people that make money for you. It doesn't work like this. Okay, and I'm not bashing multi-level. In fact, I have some friends and family that are in multi-level. They're great companies, but that's not our structure. This model causes people to create opportunities for more new reps. On average, it's about 17 to 20% when you average out the summer. Okay, so you take, for example, $200,000 office. What's 17% of that?
34.
What about 14,000?
Yeah, well, that's 34,000.
34, right? And then what's 20%?
40.
Yeah. So that's roughly a rough estimate of how much the office is earning in revenue, just from the reps. So this is like Luke's branch. Luke's a little more. So he made 30 to 40 plus, and there's more bonuses here. That doesn't take out the expenses. This is just how much money came in. Okay. Then there's company contribution. When you're a branch manager, you will get $6,000 in company support, and that only happens once someone creates their lease and once they lock down an office space for 3 months. And then they also get an additional $2,500 in money that goes towards typically mailers, which is a type of advertisement that Beth's going to talk about. It's letters that's sent out. So every year we've been sending less and less mailers, so less of that money goes towards the mailers. So really, in general, the company is giving plus $500, plus $8,500. This is how much support a branch manager gets. District managers is a completely different ballgame. Okay, you add on another.
I think it's 12 to 15.
Yeah, another 12 to 15 plus on that. Okay, it's a 15K startup bonus, 15K throughout the year. It's a totally different package. Personal commissions during May and June, no matter what CPO that career sales are at, the representative who's running a branch will get put at 35%. So it's a little bit higher. Okay. However, when they get to July, August, September, this is one of the best parts. They go on flat 50. And they don't even have to hit a bonus. Because normally when you're in bonus land starts at $20,000 in sales. Now what is that, 35%? You usually get the extra, you make 30-30 no matter what. And, let me put it on the board. So when you're at 10K, you're at 30%. If you understand, say yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Once you get to 20,000, you are earning 35%. But the way that it works is you get 30% every week when you turn in your orders. At the end of the month, they give you the extra 5%, assuming you've sold $4,000 for the month, which means $1,000 a week. How hard is that? How hard is $1,000 a week?
Not at all.
No, it's the job. Okay. But as a branch manager in May and June, you don't have to hit the bonus. You get 35% straight up. In July and August and September, you get 50%. It's normally supposed to be 30% every week plus a 20% bonus for the 50, and you have to be at 150K in sales. When you're a branch manager, it doesn't matter what your career sales are at, you're going to get straight 50, no bonus at the end of the month. So your paycheck, if you sell $1,000, you'll get 500 that week, not 30-30 and wait to the end of the month. And there's no quota. So why do you think our branches are so excited to sell towards the end of the summer, even though there's been a lot of work? And because there's the highest profit potential. Now, if you notice, Andrew and Metro Miami didn't sell that much because if your recruiting goes really large, you don't really have time, and it's better and more profit to make the decision we did to keep working with the team more. And then other offices like John's recruiting didn't go so well, not as well as he wanted. So he was out there selling, and a lot of his profit, about $3,000 or $4,000 of his profit came from personal sales, 50%. Blake can tell you about flat 50. Karina can tell you about flat 50. Then, if you're a returning branch manager, so this is John Heisman, this is Andrew again, you get an extra $1,500 in startup. Plus, anyone that you develop from your office that runs an office, you would get a 1% override. So, for example, those of you that are running offices for Metro Miami that are here, Andrew would also make an extra 1% in addition, which is pretty cool. And then summer advance. What's cool is that all branches receive an advance of $750, meaning the company just fronts $750 to pay for some upfront expenses, and they just collect it back later, no interest. So you can see a lot of different ways to get the business. These are all the expenses. Now, I'm going to do an exercise in a few months for those of you that are on pace for branching. You notice if you total all the expenses, I'm just going to give you the quick version. It's anywhere between really cheap is like $14,000. On the high end is $30,000. You don't write a check as a branch manager for $14,000 to run your branch. It's not all at once in the beginning. This is throughout the summer. Everyone understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay. What you're learning here is our version of teaching you microeconomics. It's called cash flow, right? Revenue in, revenue out. Expenses and revenue to create profit. Sorry. Forget the in. Right. So later on, we're going to talk about in about 2 months what needs to be up front, what's paid up front, what's paid during the summer. And then the models that I have attached here before I bring Beth up are just different models of profit based on the commission, the startup, the mailer support, typical average contest. So if you notice here, this is a model of an office that only sells $30,000, and the manager sells $15,000 on top. You take out what they earned, you subtract the expenses for the range, $2 to $4 grand. I would argue even if a manager only profited $1, it's still worth it because their resume shows that they built a management office or a business from scratch and profited even $1. That makes it a real business opportunity. And then they have models for when you sell 60,000 as an office and 12. This was close to you, right? Were you? Your office was 50, 60?
50. Yeah, it was pushing 60. So I'd say definitely.
Okay, so this is Blake's office. All right, so profiting anywhere between 3 on the low end, depending on expenses. This does not include, if you want to put this in your notes somewhere, the models do not include personal expenses. Personal is different. But how do we pay if you're a next level member? How do you pay for personal expenses? Either your own startup or sponsors. Yeah. And then as the offices go higher, it takes more expenses to run a higher operation. It costs more to run an office in Metro Miami than it does in Port Charlotte. Why? It's a different cost of living. And then if you notice here, the highest model that we have goes up to about 150 with 8,000 personal. If you notice, we had 2 branches that went to 200 and Andrew went over 300. That's just not normal for a first year. That's why I didn't even put it here. But I would say if you're a first year, you're going to range in the low end 30 for your office up to 150 plus. Those are the low to high ranges for a first year branch. Okay. What are some lessons you're taking before I bring up Beth here? I'll bring up Beth in 2 minutes. What are some big takeaways from a first year as you see all the numbers? And I want you to review them. We'll cover this every prep. What are some big takeaways just now, seeing how the business works?
Any profit is good profit.
Any profit is good profit. To that point too, lack of profit is good experience and shows the ability to run a business. But then coming back to do it again and growing is the real signature resume builder. Okay. So here's revenue. Revenue is how much money the business or the enterprise or the operation brings in. I was just speaking to Alex's parents to real estate. So whatever commissions they make off of selling, okay, that's revenue. What do you have to subtract? Expenses. What's the cost of gas for his parents to run the real estate? When they rent out rooms for meetings, that's all expenses. You subtract that. That's the most important number. What's that?
Profit.
That's your profit. And that's the bottom number. It includes taxes for your payroll, all that, yeah. So right now, notice I gave you the 30-second version. We're going to cover this every prep, and if you end up running an office, I spend about 4 hours going through this with every individual branch because you need to know how this all works. What's another big takeaway besides how this works and any profit is good profit? Give me next level 2. What are some important things to know having covered this? And I'm not sure when Ben's on, you want to have the text?
He's on. He just hasn't turned his video on yet because there's something.
Oh, I see.
Like he can see.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was waiting for him. My bad. Okay.
I'm pretty sure he's still on.
Yeah.
It says he's on. So.
Tell him to
I can't see
let
him,
you know when he's ready to go. I'll bring
I
you up.
think he's ready. Waiting. Just waiting.
Okay. We'll do one more. Blake.
Raccoon's the answer.
Raccoon's the answer. Number 4. The more funded you are, the higher your profit. I'll say it again. Branches, the objective of branch is to what? Get experience and profit what? Potential. And if you want to get a branch, you have to be funded and trained. The more you have funding, start up, the easier it is to drive the revenue, which means your profits can be a lot higher. So let me end with this and I'll bring up Beth. We have a coastal division joining on. Number 1, your personal startup. What you have now is part of that. I'm going to make this a big thrust between now and the next prep. Number 2, your sponsorships. Okay. We have a program which we'll unveil to you closer towards the fall, where we'll teach you how to, on social media, start a GoFundMe and how to create a business from scratch and how to reach out to loved ones for donations on desks and furniture and clothing and of course, money to pay for your food and for your board. Also, withholdings during the push week. Karina's gone around. Who does not have withholding set up right now? One more time. So Alex, okay, 3, 4. So 4. So make sure you talk to Karina. Always have a withholdings plan, especially during the push weeks. Why especially during the push weeks?
Because you're
That's when your income surges, put it away so you don't see any more than normal. So you're not tempted to spend. Okay. So personal withholdings that you have now, sponsorship and withholdings, that's going to be the key. What's the goal? As quickly as possible to get to what number? 1K. As fast as you can to be a legitimate 2-level up branch candidate. Okay? Awesome. Are we ready to bring energy to Beth? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so we inhale real deep. Big inhale. Everyone sit up for me. We're going to give a lot of energy to Beth because Beth is going to be diving into a very important topic. We've got the Coastal Division on and several people virtually. Receptionist program A to Z. The most important part of the position as a manager is to create recruiting. And recruiting, my friends, is not a one person, one man, one woman show. In order to create recruiting, it's really important that you involve other people. So I was thinking about Cheyenne here, Miss. I'm going to recruit people from McDonald's. So in this specific example, who am I using to help and who's helping me create recruits? One of our own reps. But who's before the rep? Who creates the rep? Who helps to create the rep? Well, me, because I probably texted her or called her and set her up for an interview. But who else? The receptionist. Okay. And so what Beth is going to teach you is how we utilize the receptionist. She's going to go through the basics of the receptionist program. And I encourage you. In fact, I was sneaking in and being really nosy. I heard Antoine speaking to Clace. And he said, you really want to pay attention to that A to Z Beth talk because I didn't pay attention as much and I could have been way better at it. Something to that effect. That's very noble, very honest, but also very smart to know, okay, this is the framework of the business. One of the biggest compliments you can get in our company is that you're a great recruiter, because what that means is you're able to not just get people, but retain people onto the team. And this summer, Andrew Evans was a great recruiter. This summer, Karina Marquez became a much more improved great recruiter. The offices that didn't do as well struggled with the recruiting. There was a direct correlation. So Beth has served our Vector Cutco community for many, many years. In fact, since 2002, when she was a 17-year-old high school graduating. I just wanted a job and work with a Filipino college graduate or high school graduate. That was a joke. You can laugh. Okay. And Beth served as our VIP receptionist. She became our head receptionist. She then was asked to create this role with several people in the company, which is now a national program called the Divisional Recruiting Manager, where she's in charge of all of the different offices within a specific division. And Beth, along with Charlotte King in our region, are two of the most acclaimed and most respected and deemed as the #1 and #2 DRMs in all of Vector Marketing. Beth works with multiple organizations from not just the Eastern region, but also across the country. Beth understands the makeup of an office. She understands how do you get an office from 0 to people, right? And then we take care of the people to sales. Okay. One thing I also know about Beth personally is that she's committed and loves the business. She's been here for so many years. She's seen multiple pilot sales managers, including Carino, and Carino is just brand new. She's seen multiple branch managers and district managers. And one of the things I know is when you have a great understanding of how to communicate with Beth, great relationship with Beth, there's a direct correlation with your success in the business. And on a personal, she's been a great friend, loyal servant to the business, loyal friend to the family, to myself. And it's just exciting to see her witness finally what we believe to be one of our best management classes here in Florida Caribbean. I'll end with this note. True story. When I got asked to take the assignment to move our whole life down here, she found out before she was supposed to, and I got this call, and she's like, I just heard you're moving. What's going on? I'm like, oh my gosh, I have to explain to Beth. She goes, when are we going? She said, she's like yelling at me. But when are we going? What do I do? How do I go? And it was really interesting. It kind of just showed the relationship, the commitment to the business that she said, you're leaving, but I'm going with you because we're going to build it. And we have built it to one of the most premier organizations, #1 branch class, I believe, or up there in Vector Marketing. So big round of applause, super engaged, 100% for our DRM, close friend, and curly-haired animal.
Yeah.
I give it up for Miss Beth. Shish. Curly-haired animal.
You made me an organizer.
You made me an organizer. I realized, by the way, that can I steal that to share my screen so that they can not only try to make sure everyone can see my screen because I want to share. And I'm pretty sure the Coastal Division is on because Ben said we're here. So I'm just going to assume they can see me and there's no major issues.
And the broadcast is good?
Yes. Just broadcast.
Please.
Sorry, guys.
Say it again.
Flip the charger.
I should flip the charger. I'll keep you.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
there we go.
Outstanding.
All right, let's try this, shall we? So you said you made me the presenter. The only challenge is I'm hoping that the organizer. I'm hoping that I can share my screen. I have no idea if it's actually going to work or not. We'll see. Oh, here we go. It says become the presenter to start sharing your screen. Okay. And Coastal, if you're there, Ben Jackson, if you could text me, because I texted you and I just didn't get the definite. So that would be great. But I'm sure that they're there or something. Oh, I see Benjamin Jackson. Yeah. Thank you.
So can they see us?
Coastal's there.
Soleil's going down.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Soleil, turn in your kid.
Okay, Ben's there. All right. Sweet. Download. Get out of here. That crap. Okay. What do you think? Nah. I can't. That's too dangerous. I don't want to lose anything. So that's okay. They can watch me draw it on the board too. Not a big deal.
And they're good?
Yeah, they're good. They're there. I know they're there, so it's all good. I can't see them, but I know they can see us.
That's my man Ben Jackson.
Okay. There's like a blank screen. Okay. You guys can follow along with this. I will also draw something. So this is actually my first opportunity. Obviously, some of you guys, I've worked with you. I know you. For some of you guys, I know this is your first year in TLA. So I almost said AGL, excuse me. So congratulations. I know, right? Congratulations on being accepted to TLA. I don't know, some of you, the people that I don't know, you're the first years. Please make sure you introduce yourself. Maybe I've met you before, but maybe it was probably like an event when you saw me like running around and you were like, who is this person and why is she so like all over the place? And so a lot of you guys, I think the understanding is that I do events and I work obviously as Jeff's assistant. But just to clarify, that is not really the main part of my position. The main part of my job is to be the divisional recruiting manager, or DRM. So if anyone ever wants to know what my title is, it's DRM, divisional recruiting manager. And that involves a lot of different things. Like Jeff said, I've been in the business. I just hit my 14-year anniversary in July. Okay. I actually, so just a little bit about me. I think Ben may have introduced me in Coastal, but I started in 2002, like he said, right out of high school. I got a letter in the mail. And I was a receptionist for just over 4 years. Took on the DRM role in 2006 and have been kind of doing it ever since. And it's really developed over the past now over 10 years to where now I actually work with the top offices in the Eastern region only, which is really exciting for me to be able to work with the best of the best in the Eastern region. That would be people like if you heard Brian Hurlman before, right? James Crittenden, all the pilot offices except for North Florida. So I'm really lucky to interact with some of the best people, obviously in our region. I just recently took on some small amount of offices in the Gateway Division and Central region under Justin Donald, for those of you guys who know Justin Donald, okay? And in fact, I'll be referencing him at some point because he gives this amazing talk on Vector Connect, all about receptionist program mastery. In fact, if you want to get a leg up on the on the receptionist program, I suggest you watch that as soon as possible. Justin Donald, SLC Talk, receptionist program mastery. By far, other than Jeff's SLC Talk years before on the receptionist program, which happened to feature me, it was one of the best talks I've ever heard, and I'm really excited to have opportunity to work with Justin. Okay. So a lot of you guys, again, you know me as a person maybe working events. You may be, again, Jeff's kind of right hand, but the main part of my job is working with the recruiting program. And that involves anything from, I would even say things like advertising. If I work with like a district like Carino, of course, I have them help give thoughts on advertising strategies, implementing things like that, making sure they're on campus, and creating what we call touches, which we'll be talking about, okay? Ultimately, from there, I'm focused on staffing. So that's hiring, that's training, their receptionist teams, okay? That's also the management and the development of the receptionist team. So anything that I'm able to do to support my managers in the recruiting process when it comes to getting people in the door, okay? Because ultimately, that is our business. We are a sales business, right? We market an amazing product called Cutco. But here's what you guys have to understand. Without receptionists taking calls or making calls, right? Obviously, and I was telling Karina this, like my talk has kind of morphed a little since the past couple of years because in recent, by the way, when I started, some of you guys may appreciate this. I started in 2002. Vector Live didn't even exist. There was no computer program. Okay, I'm like not even that old. I'm like 32, right? But like Vector Live didn't exist. Okay, every time someone called us, which by the way, our Jeff probably in Baltimore where I started, we had these tables. This was a receptionist room. You walked in, it was kind of like a bunch of these tables against like the walls with like phones. And we just sat there with our binders with pieces of paper and pens, and we would write down every time we scheduled someone for an interview. And then we would put that person into an interview log that was also another piece of paper, okay? Things have obviously changed. I remember my first week, for those of you guys who may understand this a little bit, my first week on the job, July 1st, 2002 is when I started, I took about 60 calls in one day by myself. Like the phone just didn't stop ringing. Okay. And again, things have changed. How do you think things have changed since the day I was sitting there July 1st just answering the phone? How have things changed in the past 10, 15 years when it comes to how we recruit people? Technology. Yes, Blake.
Social media.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, by the way, we didn't have Craigslist either. Yeah.
Social media. Social
media is huge. The internet is huge. I mean, we had the internet, but it was definitely, it was not as important. Let's just put it that way. Okay. How do you think we've developed the way we contact, obviously social media, but the way that we contact our recruits as well?
What were letters back then?
There were a lot more letters, more newspapers than letters, right? But I know, right? It depends on the office, I think. It really depends on the office. You know, in some offices, mailers are really profitable. It really just depends, okay? How do you think we go about contacting our recruits once they apply with us? Let me fine tune that question. Phone, but do we call them or do we do something else? Emails? Guys.
Yeah.
Texting. How many of you guys, I'm just curious, was anyone texted for the position when they, or initially contacted via text or Facebook? Facebook? No, you guys were all called?
I got a letter.
Oh, you got a letter?
Nice. A sketch.
Okay. You know what? I was the best 50 cents that Jeff ever spent when it came to sending. No offense, but like he spent 50 cents on that letter, and I'm here 15 years later. So best 50 cents he ever spent.
More than 50 cents.
That's true.
Okay. Sure.
All right. The point is that yes, recruiting has changed, but at the end of the day, guys, in addition to being a sales business, or before that, we are a recruiting business. We recruit people to sell an amazing product. And the only way we're going to recruit people is if people actually come in the door. And that's where our receptionists come into play. So just so you guys know, I've never sold Cutco before. All right, my entire specialty has to do with the receptionist program, okay? And so here's what I wanted to actually ask. I had two questions. I have questions for first years, and then I have questions for NLJ, okay? My first question for you guys can think about it. I know I can't see Coastal at the moment, but something maybe think about also. Number one, for first years, I am curious. I want to kind of gauge the audience, if you will. What is your current understanding? I know you're a first year, but I know you. What is your current understanding of the receptionist program as of right now? Like, what interactions have you had with the receptionist program? Why is she's the only one raising her hands. Go ahead.
Come on, everyone.
What's your understanding of
I know what they say every time that they answer the phone.
You know that? Okay.
Hi, this is so-and-so. It's a beautiful day at Vector, whatever.
Okay, it's a great day at Vector. Chelsea's like, hold on, let me tell you how you answer the phone, right? You know how they answer the phone. What else? Anyone interacted with receptionists? Or yeah, no, go ahead. I got one.
I think a good way to put the receptionist is like it's the first voice you hear from the company.
Yeah, absolutely. They're the first, usually, most likely, the first contact that anyone has with the company. Yeah, please.
Vibrant.
Vibrant, absolutely, right? Most of our receptionists, when you meet them, are people that have energy, are usually pretty excited, right? Okay, yes. Good answers.
No, I know.
Good
that
answers.
They're very like cryptic. Like when you call in, you're like, so like, what's going on with the interview? They don't really tell you anything about what you're interviewing for.
Okay, so they cover the basic job description. They cover the basic information before they schedule someone for the interview.
Yeah, sort of. It's just
Okay.
like they don't give you a lot about like what you're going to be doing.
They don't cover the.
I
I'm sorry.
didn't even notice until after.
They don't cover the job description over the phone. Where do you usually get the information?
In the long part of the interview.
In the interview. Okay. All right. What else? What's someone else's current understanding? Or has anyone interacted with receptionists? I guess you said they're vibrant. Obviously, they're high energy. Okay. She's, by the way, she's one of my favorite people. I'm so excited to promote her on Sunday. Okay. NLG. So my question is a little bit different for you. Next level group, someone who's worked in office, whether branch, obviously, or even been an AM. How do receptionists provide value to our organization or to your organizations as past branches, of course, districts, or working in top ranks in the company?
Just touches, I guess. It's all about touches.
Right. They're converting those touches, right? Okay. Blake?
They're just the reason, like, it's if you have a bad receptionist program, it really does hinder your chances of having pretty solid. Like it's like if your receptionist program isn't as great, to a certain extent, there's a chance that there's a lot of room for opportunity. It's something that's easily fixed as well.
Right. We're usually identified troubleshooting receptionists first, because if we can't fix that,
it all starts from there.
It does start from there, right? Whoever's sitting in front of you depends on who's walking in your door. Those people are dependent on the receptionist. Karina?
The oxygen to my office.
Ah, yes. Karina likes to talk about the receptionist as the oxygen to our office, PRs or otherwise, by the way, although PRs are a massive part of our business, okay? This message, my first interaction with you guys as far as teaching, and I have 8 months to work with you guys and to teach you at each monthly prep a different topic based on the syllabus that Jeff has put together, okay? But for me, my number one objective today is to make sure you guys understand that for the most part, without receptionists, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here if the girl Nicole had not taken my call and done such a great job on the phone. Okay, I had a job. The letter piqued my interest. By the way, that's very similar to PRs. Those PRs that we contact, they're obviously people that may not be actively seeking work, but it piques their interest. And a lot of that is based on the person they're talking to. Okay, so I'm going to talk about, number one, just the value of the program to the business. All right, today I want to touch a little bit, again, it's 101, so it's basics about our receptionist program. All right, I do really want to talk about why we do what we do. Okay, so you guys should have a handout. I believe it's in I'm hoping, it's not this, which I'm going to cover in a second, but you guys have the receptionist one. I just gave you guys my notes just in case you guys can follow along. And I highly suggest that you create a receptionist folder, whether it's on your computers, whatever, that you can save and reference, because just so you guys know, after today, at every single prep, we will be testing you, quizzing you, not testing you, on what we covered from the last prep, including the numbers, which we'll talk about. Okay? So I want you to understand, again, without receptionists, many of us would not be here. All right. And I'm sorry, what's your name with the red tie?
Felipe.
Felipe. Okay. You mentioned first impression. Yeah. I really want to talk about that for a second. Okay. I don't know if any of you have ever heard this quote. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Okay. It's on the top of my newsletter. My newsletter is called Impression. Okay. Because when it comes to the receptionist, everything that person says and does on the phone can very much influence whether someone shows to the interview or not. Okay. Does anyone remember talking to a receptionist? Just curious. Eldrick, tell me about your experience.
Allison was someone who just really made me want to put down what I was doing and get there. It was like July 3rd, if I was barbecuing. I'd be there in an hour. I told her, 45 minutes.
She was awesome. Okay, well, who else? I saw Felipe raise his hand. Yeah.
That was the same thing, kind of like about with Eldrick, because I had something planned for that day. And she told me they had a lot of people flying, so if I came in, the faster I came in, the better chance I had to get the job.
Right. That's called creating urgency, by the way. Right. If something is important and it's valuable, it therefore becomes urgent. And that's, just so you guys know, that increases the chance of someone showing to an interview, which is one of the reasons we do it. Also, from an applicant standpoint, it's beneficial to them because the sooner human nature is to procrastinate, okay, which we'll talk about. But if someone puts off something 2, 3, 4, 5 days out, the chances of them showing is actually lower. That's why we actually set sooner versus later. Okay. Also, the sooner they come in, the sooner they find out if they've gotten the job or not, and the sooner they can start training and make money. Okay, so that's what we call creating urgency. I see some hands as far as interacting with receptionists. I don't know who else.
Oh.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Also accommodating towards schedule conflicts or location conflicts.
How so?
Well, I was a PR from Chicago, so.
Oh, okay. Okay. Did you
just getting transferred from Chicago's branches over to here to like eventually find a place?
Okay, I gotcha. Who'd you talk to on the phone? Do you remember?
No.
No. Okay. All right. That's okay. I remember the girl, but not everyone remembers the receptionist that they talk to. It really just depends. Okay. So if you guys can see in the notes, again, we want to emphasize the value of the position. I want to read a quote, which by the way is from one of my, I realized I didn't write her name down. Kesa, she was an old VIP from San Juan, Puerto Rico, under Jessica Perez. What she wrote down here is the physics of the job are self-explanatory, but the core or heart of the position is essential. And what she meant by that was, guys, I can teach you how to pick up a phone and read a script. It's not hard, okay? But you have to understand that when it comes to not just having someone answer the phone, but what they do on the phone and who they are, what they bring to that phone call will make a difference in someone showing, okay? So the best way I could describe it, by the way, one of the things that's very important for managers or future managers to understand is what it takes to make and take calls. So the example I give is phone jamming, because obviously all of you guys are familiar with phone jamming, right? How many of you guys are not the biggest fans of phone jamming? Okay, could you imagine sitting there for 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 hours and making calls to customers? That might be a little draining, right? Receptionists do that every single day. So consider the fact that that is part of the job. Their job is to sit there and make phone calls, by the way, because in our business nowadays, we make more calls than we take calls, okay? And the reason I think this is so important for you guys to understand is because if any of you, whomever, right, gets the opportunity to run an office, even though you won't be a receptionist, you are your first receptionist. Just so you know, right, Blake?
Yeah.
Okay. Or maybe it's Eldrick, and in South Miami this summer, I have no idea. Maybe one of the girls called out and it was like, Karina was like, hey, I need you to take phone calls for a couple hours. Karina herself takes calls. There's no manager that won't at some point make and take calls. Okay? So it's important for you, because I wrote down here, it's not on the notes, but here's the reason why the way our syllabus is set up is the first part of the training is going to be teaching you how to do the job. Just so you guys know, the next couple of months. And the reason we do that is because at some point, all of you will need to know, if you are accepted as a branch, as a future district, even as an AM, you will need to know how to do this. Because if you're a branch, you're going to take your own calls for the first, however long it takes you to staff your receptionist program, by the way, because that's part of the job. Also, let me give you an example. You're probably going to be a better sales trainer for Cutco if you know how to sell Cutco, correct? Okay, so for me, I took calls for 4 years. Now, we're not expecting you to take calls for 4 years before you become a branch manager, but we are telling you that if you want to be a good teacher to your potential future employees, you need to know how to do the job. You can't just say, hey, get on the phone, Chelsea, and do the job. I'm going to guess John didn't do that. No, what did he do with you when he trained you? Because, I trained you a little bit, didn't I? Okay, but I trained you the first day. Sometimes I'll help you train your receptionist. But what did he do when it came to actually being in the office?
There was role playing, there was videos, there was practice calls.
Mhm.
So like the really old IAPs.
Right. Did you watch him at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
He did PRs in front of me and IAPs.
Okay, so he actually made those calls. Right. What you guys understand is that no matter what, you're going to need to know how to do this. Whether you're doing it for yourself or whether you're teaching someone else, you are going to need to know how to do this. So our training is going to focus the first part on knowing how to be a great receptionist. And so I guess my question would be for anyone who's run an office, so I guess it's Blake, Karina, am I missing anyone? Biggest lesson learned with the receptionist program?
Your job is a lot harder.
Yeah.
I mean,
If you could go back, I guess, like if you could go back running your first branch, what do you wish you had known that you could share with, the people in here who have not run offices yet? Totally put you on the spot.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Just hire the best ones.
The best
That
people.
really bit me in the butt in the beginning.
That's a good point. Okay.
Let's go.
Well, you had said, by the way, that you were talking, I think, to Clace. What did, can I ask what exactly you said? You said you pay attention to it. Maybe that wasn't.
No, just about the talk in general.
Oh, listen to the talk, right? Right, of course. I mean, you didn't run an office this summer, but it's going to help for next summer when you go and, become a branch manager. The hope is that you obviously know this program. So I think usually the lesson I get is, I wish that I had either paid attention more, right? Or I had probably better submerged myself into actually taking and making calls, so that, because I've had offices and I've had managers who went and opened an office and had never called an IAP before. And that hurts, had never taken a call. You guys will all probably there's a very high chance that you'll do PRs. For sure, you'll call PRs at some point, but you do need to have to answer the phone. You do need to have to call someone they apply online, okay? So yeah, again, just understanding that number one, we're gonna teach you on being a good receptionist so that you're gonna be more confident in training them, okay? What I was going to say, again, I compared to a phone jam. They are the first impression of the company. Remember, guys, that person can make or break really the impression of the company. But here's the thing, if you're a future branch manager and you hire someone, okay, they don't just represent the company. Who else do they represent? You as the business owner, right? So remember, how is this person, what impression are they creating to the people that are calling in for the job? It makes a difference. Case in point, what Karina just said. Hire the best ones, which we'll talk about at some point. We'll do like an exercise where I tell you to write down your ideal receptionist, okay? For those of you guys who have experience, you should already have some semblance of a list of what your ideal receptionist is, okay? I want to share with you the fact that the receptionist program, it is exactly that. It is a program. So the example I always give is the world's greatest chocolate chip cookie recipe, right? Or the analogy of the world's greatest chocolate chip cookie. Even my receptionists are shaking their heads, or they know, right? Kelsey, what do I mean by the world's greatest chocolate chip cookie? Since you know.
Well, you can't, it's not. Okay, so if you have a recipe.
Yeah.
So if you have a recipe and you don't put that one thing or you substitute it, you're going to mess it up. It's not going to be great.
It's not going to be what you meant it to be in the first place. Right. So the example I always give is, and nice job, totally that was a while ago that I taught that to you. If my grandma makes the world's greatest chocolate chip cookies and I take the recipe and I go home and I make them, but I don't put enough salt in the recipe, are they going to be the world's greatest chocolate chip cookies? No, of course not, because I didn't follow the recipe. That is the receptionist program in a nutshell. It is a program and it does work for a reason. And the reason I'm telling you guys this is because if you don't know the recipe, then it's going to be harder for you to teach your receptionists. Okay. So again, today we're going to start with like the basics of the receptionist program or the position. And those really are the foundation of our program. Okay. What I would like to do is I would like to draw the funnel, or hopefully maybe you guys can turn the blue, I don't want to mess with the blue computer, but I'm wondering if like they can see the TV. What are the chances of that happening? Oh, David's, he's going like this. Don't do it. All right, forget it. Okay, look at the TV, right? Hopefully Coastal, you guys can see this. If not, I will email you the document, okay? Sorry, Jeff, let me get rid of this real quick. All right. So this is what we call the recruiting funnel. The reason I'm drawing it is because I'm not going to pay attention right now to the numbers. Also, I'm going to be writing down some very important numbers for you guys that you are going to need to know. They're what we call the recruiting standards, okay? So this is the recruiting funnel, all right? And this is basically how our recruiting program works from top to bottom, okay? I'm going to draw the simpler version, like I said on the board, okay? Here's the way that it works. We have touches. Touches are anyone we speak with, okay? Touches are anyone we speak with. Okay, whether we call a PR and they answer, whether someone picks up the phone and calls us, or whether someone submits an online application, by the way, that is known as an IAP, Internet Application. We call them IAPs. So you will need to know what that is, okay? IAP is Internet Application. It's when someone submits information online, okay? Either way, we have numerous types of advertising to create touches. Now, in the recent years, things have changed. Absolutely, 100%. In fact, I no longer teach newspapers because I think that's probably a joke. All right. The biggest form of advertising and over half of our business comes from what? Say louder. PRs. Personal recruits. This is over half of our business. By the way, if not more. I'm curious, Antoine, what percentage, how many of Andrew's recruits were PRs? Percentage-wise? At least 80%. And I'm guessing that also contributed to sales. Right, okay? That's the thing. It directly correlates to sales, all right? So I'm going to put 50% because that's the average for the company. It depends on the business. It really depends on the success of the business and the energy and effort that's put forth to this program. Because here's the deal, guys. This is technically free advertising. And as business owners, the more stuff you can get for free, the better, right? Jeff was writing down expenses. Well, it's free to send someone a Facebook message, okay? So we'll talk about money in a second. All right, as far as incoming forms of advertising, which I'll cover, we have different forms of advertising that create interest. How did I hear about the job again? Letter. Right. Now, everyone is different, okay? Some people might seem to think that mailers are not very profitable. I wouldn't disagree with that, but I wouldn't agree with that either 100%. Because like I said, if we can get a really sharp candidate from a mailer, you obviously, you're here, right? You got accepted.
Doing all right.
Yeah, so obviously, if we might, by the way, the response rate may not be the highest, but we may get really great people from it because they usually go out to college freshmen and sophomores, like me, or high school seniors. Okay? So we do spend money on mailers. By the way, this only gets sent in the summertime because they're our most expensive form of advertising. Anyone happen to know how much a mailer costs? I guess more next level would know. You would know because I taught you. What is it? 50 cents per letter. Okay. All right. 50 cents per letter. That's a pretty expensive. I mean, that's a pretty to put in perspective, by the way, guys. Jeff, I think, I don't know how many letters you actually. It's going down because I think it depends. We're fine-tuning where we send letters out. About 45,000 letters. Okay, so 45,000, 50,000 letters. That's going to be about $20,000 to $25,000 that Jeff spent alone this summer just on letters. Okay, it's probably been higher in the future. I mean, in the past, excuse me. Okay, I asked Ben. I think it was like when I asked him, I think it was like $30,000. Ben Jackson. Obviously, our division managers are going to spend more money than our branches. Okay, they have bigger territories. They have a larger bank account, if you will. Okay. So we've got mailers. Now I'm not going to do letters anymore. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to do newspapers anymore. I've replaced them with OCPs, which stands. Does anyone know what that stands for? Off-campus posters. Thank you. Off-campus posters. Those are basically signs. I was trying to see if we had any. Okay. We have on-campus advertising, or AA, active advertising, whatever you want to call it. My handwriting is gone. Okay. On-campus advertising, business cards, posters, chalk, different ways that we go on campus and we active advertise. Anyone seen that at any of their schools? Okay. Anyone done this at your schools? Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh my gosh, all of a sudden I'm forgetting what the first one is. These are our main ones.
Yeah, those are
No. These are I'm looking at source like actual advertising. Oh. My brain. What is it? Yes, but Craigslist, but that's there you go, web. Oh my God, my brain, sorry.
World Wide Web.
World Wide Web, right? Of course, we have national ads, we have Craigslist ads, we have numerous advertising all over the web. Now, just to clarify, this does not include Facebook, meaning that if you're a Facebook PR or you send messages, that is not included on web, okay? What I'm going to explain to you guys is all 4 of these are what we call incoming touches, or they're incoming sources, if you will, and PRs are outgoing. Why? Hold on, from you two, because I would hope you two know. Anyone have a guess? Why are these incoming? Why is this outgoing? Yes.
Because incoming is people who call in, and outgoing is people that you send messages.
There you go, right? Incoming is anyone that contacts us first for work. They contact us for work first. Whether they call or they apply online. Okay. Outgoing is anyone we contact for work first. I use incoming and outgoing because obviously it's the easiest way to describe it. Okay. You know, again, it's interesting to see that over half our business right here is from one source. And it says a lot when it comes to from a financial standpoint. In fact, I'm going to talk about money next. So I'm going to use Jeff as an example, or Ben would be also a very good example of this. Our division managers, obviously they have higher sources of income. Obviously, it allows them to advertise more, to create more touches. Their territories usually need that. All right. So Jeff or Ben, right? This, by the way, advertising isn't free. It costs money. Even if this costs, it's free to, here's the thing. Even if it's free to get the names, what are we paying for when it comes to PRs? In order to, there we go. We're paying receptionists to make the calls. So there is still an investment that's made, okay? So the example I usually give is Jeff will spend in the summertime anywhere between $70,000 and $100,000 in income just for the summer, right? To either advertise, to hire receptionists, train them, and to pay them. By the way, guys, receptionists are employees. They're not independent contractors like you. They have to be paid. They're paid for training. They're paid for meetings. They're paid for everything. Okay. They also stay at $8 or $9 an hour, depending on where their office is and what we decide on, what we pay them per hour. Okay. But either way, Jeff will spend anywhere between $70,000 and $100,000 just to create touches, just to get someone on the phone. That's a lot of money. Just so you guys know that here's my question. And by the way, I'm covering this with you because I cover this in training for receptionists. You will see this again. And you yourself will need to know how to teach them the recruiting funnel. So I'm almost teaching you like I would teach receptionists, just so you guys know. All right. So $70,000 to $100,000. In fact, I'm pretty sure I covered this exact thing with you in training, correct, Chelsea? Pretty sure I covered this with you. Oh, okay. No, we're good. Okay. So either way, all right, $70,000 to $100,000. Just so you know that. How about this? Does every single person who sees an ad or gets a call, do they all schedule interviews? Of course not, right? So that actually makes it so that on average, one phone call is valued depending on $5 to $20. I would bet this is higher now. I would bet. Because it takes more, really takes energy to create those touches, right? $5 to $20 on average. And the reason it ranges is because some advertising sources are more expensive than others. Mailers, they don't go out to everyone, they're more expensive, whereas web reaches a higher volume of people. So on average, one call is about $5 to $20. The way I describe this to receptionists, by the way, is if every time your cell phone rang and just $5 popped up, if you answered it, would you answer the phone? Hell yeah, you'd answer the phone. Okay, of course you would. So here's why this is important, because number one, if you're a branch manager and you're running an office and you're spending, what were the expenses that Jeff put? 14 to 30,000.
Like 20,000.
Let's say 20,000. If you're spending that much money to create touches and to take on you pay your receptionist, right? And they are sitting there and they decide to not put someone on hold because they just don't feel like it and they miss a phone call. That's like taking $5 and ripping it right up, just so you guys know. So number one is we need people to answer our phones. We need people to make calls to the recommendations that we receive. Because without that, it's like money right down the drain, okay? So the reason I'm telling you this is because without receptionists, our business wouldn't function. Many of you guys would not be here. Many of your managers would not be here. I wouldn't be here. Jeff wouldn't, well, Jeff was recommended by someone, okay? But still, many of us would not be here, okay? So either way, we're spending $5 to $20 per phone call. So number one, we need people. We need people to answer the phones. We'll get to caliber in a little bit. But either way, the receptionist job, I'm about to define the receptionist job for you, okay? The receptionist job is to schedule people for an interview. That is their job. We don't need to get fancy, right? What are receptionists not responsible for, Blake?
Cleaning.
What?
Cleaning.
Oh, cleaning. I'm sorry. I didn't know who said that. I wasn't sure. Receptionists, guys, they're not janitors. Even though sometimes they might be like, my manager is messy and I'm going to clean up because that annoys me. But, it happens. But either way, they're not janitors. They're not personal assistants. And by the way, if any of you are laughing, I hear some laughing, that if that happens, that's a concern for me, just so you guys know. So as a DRM, I constantly promote that receptionists I'm not saying, by the way, that like they can't help take out the trash. What I'm saying is that that's not their job over scheduling people for interviews. Because here's how I look at it. Doesn't matter how clean your office is. If no one's there to run an interview, it won't matter anyway how clean your office is. You won't be running an office very long. Okay? So they're not janitors, they're not personal assistants. Okay? And I will tell you over the next 8 months as I have the opportunity to work with you guys, I will share horror stories with you. I will. Like a receptionist who came to me and said, am I supposed to be getting my boss lunch every day and paying for it? Because the man, I know. It happened though. It happened. Okay? So when I talk about lessons learned, maybe these two don't have that many lessons, but I promise you there are lessons to be learned, okay? Your receptionist job, guys, is to schedule people. Okay? That's their job. To schedule qualified applicants for an interview. In fact, that's how I teach it in training. And the reason is because I want them to know what's expected of them. Number one is to schedule people, not to sit there and play on their phones, not to sit there and be on the internet. We don't allow things like that. Part of training is actually learning how to manage receptionists, manage employees, because it's different than managing sales reps. Okay? They are expected to be on time. They cannot have their phones on them. They're not on the internet. Well, you know, you're not paying them $9 an hour to surf the internet and be on Facebook unless they're messaging people for your office. Okay? So either way, receptionist's job is to schedule people. Once they schedule, they obviously show to the interview. And here's what I understand. This is all on you. Once they show to the interview, it's in the manager's hands. The manager's job is to, you want to look at the screen actually, okay, to decide if they're going to keep them. And by the way, don't pay attention to the numbers because I think Jeff will clarify those with you. Also, they've changed, okay? They definitely have changed. So the job of receptionist is for them to schedule, for them to obviously once they show, the manager keeps them, signs them for training, they show to training, and then they launch to sell Kafka. Guys, quick question. What's the difference in the top half of the funnel versus the bottom half? It's larger at the top, right? That's because recruiting is a filtering process. We are not going to schedule every single person we talk to. For whatever reason, they're not going to all show to the interview. We're not going to accept everyone for the job. Okay? Not every single person is going to be a happy Cutco sales rep at the end of 3 days of training. Okay? The right people will, just so you guys know. All right? But here's the deal. It won't matter this down here unless we schedule people. It won't make a difference. Or let's look at it this way. The more people that are scheduled, the more people what? Show. And the more people you have the chance to interview and decide, yes, we want to accept them or no, we don't, right? And ultimately, the more people on our team. And here's the thing, guys. This is where our profit comes from, right? The rep's success is our office's success, right? Meaning that that's where the profit comes from. And here's how I describe it with receptionists, by the way. Ultimately, the more success we see down here, the more people on our team, the more people that are selling, right? Ultimately, the more profit there is, that actually can go back up into the top. This is how I connect the dots for receptionists. So they understand that if they do well, and the more people ultimately that are our team, they will be rewarded. Number one, the more people on our team, the more people we have to call, meaning they have more things to do. Okay? They're also, by the way, more people to call means more hours. Right? More hours is always a good thing because more hours mean what? More money, right? If we have a receptionist who's doing really well, is hitting the standards consistently, is getting her or his job done, okay, we are going to reward them for doing well because here's the thing. The position is hourly paid for receptionists, but it is also performance-based, okay? And that's where numbers come in. But here's the deal. If we don't have people, number one, taking and making those calls, it won't matter because no one's going to come in the door. And number two, the person that represents our business can make a big difference in someone walking in the door. So for example, Felipe, you mentioned impression. What makes or constitutes a good first impression? Professionalism, absolutely. Yes, Chelsea. Your tone of voice. Voice in general. Tone is definitely one of them. Clarity. Clarity, of course. Speaking clearly. By the way, guys, we talk to people over the phone. I'm face-to-face with you guys. You can see my mouth moving. I'm a fast talker, but usually it's easy for you to understand if you see me. Over the phone, it's a whole different story. I took a call from a guy named Alex the other day. I called him because someone was watching me. He was at school. He walked out of class to talk to me. And and I could tell he was outside. And I knew that that could make it a little, anyone ever answer the phone, like walking through like the mall, or say you're running through the airport? It's harder to understand someone. So when we look for our receptionists, we're looking for how they sound, because it makes a big difference. So clarity is huge, because if you don't read this, if you don't follow the approach and they don't understand you, either people don't show, or they keep asking multiple questions, which we'll get to. Yes.
The energy.
Energy is definitely a big one. What do you can you maybe expound on that, as far as like what's important do you think about having energy on the phone?
On the phone, is kind of like, for example, to get someone more interested in it, you have to have like high energy instead of be like, oh, like it's a
Right.
monotone on that side. If you,
Right.
you know, if you believe in the job and everything, you'll have higher energy.
Right. If they don't sound like they enjoy working at their job, why would someone want to come in for an interview? You know what I mean? That is huge. It's like when we listen to certain speakers at events, right? Some people are really charismatic. I'm sure you guys have obviously, you know, you went to SE2, for example. I'm sure, I'm assuming, most of you, right? There are certain speakers that really have that certain energy, and it's very attractive on the phone. Like, that's like, you know what? This person sounds like they enjoy their job. That's absolutely important. That guy, that goes along with attitude. That goes along with, I think, just personality and just someone who's personable, right? So first impression makes a difference in who shows. And so at some point, we're going to teach you the importance of hiring the right people. We don't just hire anyone. We're actually very selective in who we hire, or we try to be, or I teach you to be, just so you know, right? There are managers that have made poor decisions on hiring just because they needed to hire, and that sometimes gets challenging. Sometimes there's a window where you have to do that. It's called staff and upgrade, where you hire someone and you know you might upgrade them later, but ultimately the person answering phone represents you. Think about who you want to represent you. So something that we teach our managers, which some people would hear this and think, oh my gosh, right? We teach managers. People attract people like them, right? So we want 10K fast starters on our team, right? So wouldn't it make sense that the person answering the phone has the potential to be a 10K fast starter? We teach people, if Jeff is the best at this. You know, when we're staffing our receptionist program, I know, you're welcome. Okay. I have proof, because we can look back in our WhatsApp group where it's like, hey, right now we're in a state of emergency to staff the pilot office. If someone walks in the door that has potential, it's really hard, especially as you guys learn the interview and as much as you guys learn how valuable it is to obviously recruit people onto the team, and those sharper candidates that you're interviewing, you get really excited because you want them to sell Cutco. You know, if you don't have a receptionist, maybe they could also be a really great receptionist. It is very hard for recruiters, because you guys are like taught to be recruiters, to convert that person into a receptionist. But if you have no one answering the phone, it won't make a difference that this one person can sell. So one thing we teach you is hire people that could be 10K fast starters. You can always have them sell later. Okay? But if you're in a situation where you don't have someone on the phone, that one person, that's great. But ultimately you need someone to take and make calls. Okay, so we'll cover more about that at some point, but understand that that's the type of person we're looking for on the phone. Okay, I never sold Cutco, but I bet if I had 15 years ago, I probably would have been pretty awesome at that. I never did, because we really needed a receptionist, and Jeff always prioritized receptionists when they needed people. Okay, all right. So going back to this, okay, their job is to get people to show. This, when it comes to this is like, what impression are they making, right? Things that we're looking for when it comes to receptionists are things like coachability, someone who has the ability to like apply what we teach them, things like that, all right? What I'd like to do is I'd like to go over some numbers, and I need the rest of this, okay? So I want you guys to make 2 columns on your notes, incoming, and the other side is outgoing. And the reason is because the standards are different based on the type of touch, okay? Incoming, outgoing. All right, the standards are different. So I'm going to cover incoming first. When someone contacts us for work, incoming, okay? That means, by the way, they either call us or they submit an IAP online. We should be scheduling 90% of those people, if not more, because these people are actively seeking us for work, out for work. So it's only logical that we would set them for an interview, but we give a 10% leeway just in case, okay? So this is a number you're going to need to know, okay? So by the way, sometimes we'll, instead of calling it incoming, we may also do non-PR. They're the same thing, right? Non-PR and PR. Incoming, outgoing. On Vector Live, you'll see like all minus PRs. That represents obviously incoming touches, okay? So by the way, Vector Live is like Vector Connect, but for receptionists. They have accounts. Everything is done online. Okay, we'll cover that at some point. So 90% of the people that contact us, we should schedule, minimum. Okay? We expect 55% of them to show. Okay? Now I'm going to talk about this. SDE stands for Same Day Efficiency. SDE. Okay? This is setting someone same day for an interview. For all the reasons we talked about, we know that the sooner we set someone, the more likely they are to show. Okay? So the reason there's 2 bars here is because it depends on the day versus the week. Okay? If it's like on a weekly average, we're shooting for about 30% of them to be set same day, weekly. And the days when we have late night interviews, 6:15, 6 o'clock, something in the 6 o'clock, 5 or 6 o'clock hour, depends. We're shooting for about half those people to be set same day. The reason there's 2 numbers is because there are days like a Wednesday where we may have an interview at 3:30. And obviously it might be harder to set someone same day. Got it? Okay. So on a weekly average, we're shooting for 30%. But on the days when we have late night interviews, we're shooting for half those people to be set same day. Okay? All right. Next, we should reach 90% of our IAPs. 90% of our IAPs. So 90% IAP reached. Here's the deal, guys. Most people don't pick up the phone and call us anymore. When I started, that was a thing. It's not really a thing anymore. If people call us, it's because they applied online and they got a text saying call us. Yeah, which by the way, turns out now they get a text within 15 minutes of applying online, which I didn't even realize, okay? So 90% of the people that submit online applications, we should be reaching. That also should be higher because if they're not calling us, we are calling them, right? But roughly 90% of them should be reached, okay? And then last, 80% of the people we talk to should get a text and email. But again, who doesn't text or have an email address? You know what I mean? So again, this is the minimum. These are the minimums. Okay? 90% scheduled, 55% show. On a weekly average, about 30% of the people we talk to should be set same day. If, you know, we have an interview later in the day, we're shooting about half of them. By the way, obviously this number will fluctuate. If you're a receptionist who works at 4 o'clock and you have a 6 o'clock interview, she's not probably going to set half the people she talks to same day. It also depends on what their shift is, okay? But know that we are shooting for same day, okay? 90% of our IAPs, we want to reach them, and at least 80% of our recruits should get an email and text when we set them for the interview. Any questions about this? These are probably the big numbers that Jeff is going to ask you or I will ask you during our preps, okay? So trust me, memorize them. Because if you don't know what's expected, then you're definitely not going to be able to teach your reception. Also, you can't troubleshoot as a manager if you don't know what the problems are. Vector Live, the program does it for you. But these are, and we'll teach you how to use Vector Live, but these are the numbers we're shooting for, okay? For outgoing, if they are just making calls, okay, let's say on a Sunday, we call PR 7 days a week, right? But let's say on a Sunday they're working a 6 or 7 hour shift. They should be making 20 to 30 calls an hour, minimum. You guys have heard make more calls, do more demos, right? And for me, it's make more calls, set more people. More calls make more people you're gonna set, period. Okay, it's the same thing with doing demos. You have to call the people first, right? They should be setting 2 to 3 per hour, 2 to 3 per hour, and we expect a 35% show or higher with PRs. Yes?
It's 3 to 5 for incoming, right?
Yeah, it depends. If they're doing a hybrid shift, I would say 3 to 5. I would say in non-PR, it's like, let's see, 3 to 5.
Okay.
What he's saying is that if they're working, what he's focused on is productivity. So we have something called ABCs. What does that stand for? Do you guys know?
Always be closing.
It could be. I don't know if you guys use it for selling. Always be calling. We don't hire receptionists to sit there and wait the phones to ring. We expect the receptionist to know their ABCs, to know to always be calling. Always be calling, same thing. Meaning that productivity is very important. Okay, if you can't make calls, if you don't make actions, we're not going to set people. So we don't want receptionists just sitting there doing nothing. Okay, so what he was saying is that when someone's doing like a non-PR shift, strictly, they're probably going to set more people. So we're expecting them to set about 3 to 5 an hour. That's all. I also say 15 to 20 actions per hour because they're contacting us. We might have less calls, but actually set more people. Okay. Any questions about any of these? Yes, Andrew.
How would you track a receptionist making outgoing calls?
We have a PR caller tracker.
Okay, but besides that, because some like our receptionist program was horrible, they didn't use this.
Okay, I would make sure they use the PR caller tracker. I mean, that's the thing.
It doesn't show up on Vector Live.
So you can. Some managers use Vector Live to call PRs. Karina, you don't, correct? You guys do use Vector Live 50-50. The reason we wouldn't use the reason we could use Vector Live is if the manager doesn't feel like printing out the lists. I just find they're more productive when they print lists. If someone uses Vector Live to do it, it's going to be more. It's going to technically be more accurate. But we don't always use Vector Live to call it. My thing is that if they're on the computer, they could be like taking their time and they're not as productive. So I tell them to use the tracker. I think it's just making an effort every single Sunday. You have to use the tracker, you have to use the tracker, you have to use the tracker. So I can answer that maybe more specifically later, excuse me. Okay, but 20 to 30 calls an hour. And by the way, the biggest reason this doesn't happen is because this doesn't happen. Receptionists get distracted. Again, imagine if I put 5 of you in a room and said phone jam and I need you to be making 20, 30 calls an hour. I promise you it's harder than you realize. Because I forgot to mention this, but like part of the receptionist position is being patient, really being mentally engaged. Okay, mentally engaged. All right, so these are the numbers we're shooting for. I promise you guys will be quizzed on this, so please make sure that you have them down if you're not sure what they are, or if you're not sure how to, like, again, I can explain calculating them later, but Vector Live also does that for you. But like Antoine said, the tracker is what we use. It's a piece of paper. You guys have a demo. You have trackers for phone jams, right? Yeah. Same exact thing. Okay. All right, so number 2 on the document, not on this, by the way, but on the document, I just really quickly want to emphasize again, this does go along with who you're hiring for the position. The way that we interview for receptionists, by the way, now, or the way that we collect applicants now is when people see our advertisement, we're probably one of the very few places that tell someone to call in versus email. When receptionist applicants call me, I make sure they leave a voicemail. Why do I do that? Call them back and like you know who they are. So. Well, yeah, but they leave me a voicemail. What's in that initial voicemail that's so important? First years. What's in this? First years. Assume that it's first years first. Yes. Nope. Good guess. Yes, it's important. But what I'm asking is, when they're physically leaving the voicemail for me, what is important when it comes to how they sound?
The way they speak.
The way they speak. Sorry. Okay, the way they speak. Right? If someone can't leave me a proper voicemail, if they speak too quickly, if they're not clear, we mentioned clarity, right? All of those things make a difference because okay, so you guys obviously are sales reps, you do demos. What tools do you have when you do demos? Script, training manual, I guess. Blue book. Your knives, right? Those are things that you bring on your demos. Well, for receptionists, their tools, besides Vector Live and the script, is their voice and the phone. Yes. Is their voice. Their voice is their tool. Understand that. So the way I describe it is just so you guys know, we follow scripts for receptionists as well. I don't know when you guys were talking to receptionists, you realize, let's assume they were doing their jobs, they should have been following script. Okay? We give them scripts, but it's not about what you say, it's how you say it, right? Which I know is kind of cliche, guys, but in this position, it matters. How someone sounds creates an impression, right? 55% of communication is body language. So when we are interviewing a receptionist, I do face-to-face interviews because I do want to see how they interact. I believe that shows the caliber of a receptionist candidate, but I also care about how they sound. So the initial screening process requires a voicemail where they leave their name and number, right? And I am listening because there are some people that we can weed out very quickly just based on their voicemail alone. Not because they're not, I'm sure, nice people, okay? But ultimately, a receptionist, their voice is their tool over the phone. And that's how we schedule people. And it does create an impression. So when we are interviewing someone, we're really focused, number one, on how they sound, right? Do they speak clear, right? So we covered some of these things. It's on the list, obviously. And I wrote down here, by the way, because I think you mentioned role playing, Chelsea. Ultimately, the goal is to sound like you're having a conversation with someone, not reading, okay? None of you will be good at this the first time. It's like when you guys role played in training, right? When you role play for the first time, you probably weren't so great at it, right? Probably sounded uncomfortable. It sounded robotic. It was choppy, things like that, right? It's the same thing for receptionists. No matter how good someone is, if they don't know the script, they're not going to sound like they're having a conversation. That's why role play is so incredibly important. You guys role play a lot in rep training, right? Do the same thing in receptionist training. Okay? We do the same thing in receptionist training. We have them role play. So there's two benefits, by the way, to role playing. And the reason I'm telling you this is because you guys will role play at the next prep, those scripts, the reception scripts. We're going to have you role play. Part of your assignments will be to role play and practice because that's the only way that you're going to get better. And by the way, after a couple times of making and taking calls, it becomes very easy. Okay? Then we're going to fine tune and say, hey, you read it. Nice job. Now let's fine tune. You're talking too quickly. It's like when you run a rep interview for the first time. It's the same idea. Okay? The goal is to sound like you're having a conversation. All right? Role playing is going to be really important when it comes to training yourself to sound like you are, again, having a conversation with someone versus reading it somewhere. The second part that's really important about role playing is it increases your confidence. Okay? And confidence is a really important factor in when we're having a receptionist take and make calls, because that confidence is also attractive on the phone. Okay? So different things, and it says this on the notes, we're looking for speed. When you talk too quickly, you are mumbling things, right? So speed, you mentioned clarity. Does anyone know what voice inflection is?
It's the little tune of your voice.
Yeah, the ups and downs of your voice, right? Those are really important to avoid sounding monotone, okay? Volume, of course. We're not screaming. We're not whispering on the phone. So who mentioned energy? Was that you who mentioned energy? Enthusiasm, things like that, okay? So I mentioned incoming, outgoing. The last thing I want to talk about, please make sure that you guys write these things down. You know what? For some reason, I feel like because this is the first time I'm talking to you, sometimes this goes in one ear and out the other. It's also the last part of my talk, but this is really important. And there are going to be times when I say to you, hey, what are the 5 basics? You need to know what these are, okay? So they're on your notes, but also write them down, okay? I will be asking you consistently, what are the 5 basics of the receptionist position, okay? So when we troubleshoot, it's like when someone has anyone ever had someone go field training with them to like critique their demo? Okay, I'm gonna guess they look. Okay, so what are things that you guys think that people are looking at when it comes to you doing your demo as far as like troubleshooting? How could you improve when you're doing your demo? What are things they might be looking at? How about that? The setup. Okay, what else?
How you handle objections.
How you handle objections.
How basically you follow the manual and like things that you're supposed to be doing.
Do you follow what we actually are teaching you, right? Right, of course. It's the same exact thing. So here's what you have to understand, by the way. Everything, as far as when we're critiquing a receptionist and we're troubleshooting with them, we do something called, you guys know what mystery shoppers are, right? We do test calls. It's the same thing. So I have assistants, and my assistants will conduct test calls to see how receptionists are doing on the phone. It's the exact same idea. We're basically critiquing them, okay? When we're critiquing them, it's usually on one of these 5 areas. Now, sometimes it might be something that is underneath one of these 5 categories, kind of umbrellaed under one of them. But for the most part, it is these 5 areas, okay? So number 1, absolutely, is follow the approach. Word for word. All right? Follow the approach, word for word. And it's interesting. When I'm training managers, or managers in training, excuse me, this is actually sometimes harder for you guys than it is for receptionists. new receptionists. New receptionists, all they know, especially if they haven't sold Cutco or if they haven't been in TLA or something like that, all they know is to follow the script. That's it. It's like your first day when you were role playing the demo, right? But what happens over time is you get comfortable with the script.
Coffee edited, right?
Sorry? You start to get a little fancy. No need to get fancy with the receptionist approach, I promise. You can, so the way to describe it is like a song, okay? In a song, there's the music, right? The harmony, the whatever, right? And then there is the lyric. There are the lyrics, excuse me. And it's the cohesion of the two that make the song. For us, it's the same idea. The phone call, we take the technical, right? We take the words, we give them the words, and they're gonna kind of mix in their personality. They're not gonna change the words. They're gonna stick to the words. It's the same idea, okay? And for you guys, you really, especially when you start to get practice making and taking calls, fight the instinct to tell them what you would tell someone in a demo about the product, because they don't care. They haven't even come in for an interview. They haven't even gotten a job yet. They're like, why are you talking to me about knives? Just to clarify, that's why we don't do that on the phone. Okay, just so you know, the more information we give on the phone, the more questions we get. And let me explain something, okay? The receptionist's job is to do what again? Schedule. Is their job to interview people over the phone? No, they're not trained to do that. They're not paid enough to do that. That's not their job. By the way, just like any normal job interview. Many of you guys, maybe this is your first job. I don't know. Jeff did this years and years ago. You guys could probably do some similar type of experiment if you really wanted to. Years ago, he picked up the Penny Saver back in Baltimore, which is like a free newspaper. He called 5 places. 4 out of the 5 of them said, fax your resume. That was it. It's the equivalent of email your resume or apply online today. One person gave a 2-sentence job description and said, we're interviewing from 2 to 4 on Friday. You can come in if you want, fill an application then. And that was it. That is how people, it's apply online, submit your resume, and we'll let you know. So in comparison, we actually give some basic information, but we absolutely do not cover a full job description because that is not the receptionist's job. Also, the interview is 60 minutes. That's a lot of information. Think about the group interview that you guys sat in, maybe 60 minutes. Depends, okay? But here's my question. The stuff that you guys did in the group interview, could you do that over the phone with someone? Could you imagine trying to keep, I can barely keep someone's attention for an hour, you know, especially nowadays. You know, I think the younger generation has really, unfortunately, their spans or attention spans have really become much more limited.
So,
okay? I mean, I hate to say it. All right? It's true. Right? And so imagine trying to do all of that over the phone. That doesn't happen. Okay? So the receptionist's job, guys, is to follow the script. When you guys are making and taking calls, don't get fancy. Keep it simple, stupid, right? KISS. Just keep it simple. No, you guys aren't stupid, okay? Point is, keep it simple. And a lot of you will want to, by the way, it won't be when you're reading the script. It will be when you're getting questions. That's when you'll start to think, oh, and just start to go off and I don't know what. And that's the thing, guys. I want you guys to write this down. Consistent actions equal consistent results. Okay? Hey, Karina, I think Papa John's called me from a number I don't recognize. Can you call the one close by and maybe see where they are? Because the closest one to here, I apologize. Okay? Consistent actions equal consistent results. Consistent actions equal consistent results. Oh, here. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Hello? Let me get that. Oh, definitely from Papa John's, right? Okay. Point is that, guys, all right, focus. If you listen all the way through, we'll give you pizza. I know. Okay. The way to your guys' heart. All right. Consistent actions equals consistent results. It's going back to the recipe, okay, guys? Follow the script. Fight the tendency to want to give extra information because it never helps. And just so you guys know, I know the approach works. We've used it for many, many, many years. Do not make stuff up. Do not wing it. And do not try to just say the first thing that comes to your mind. Because what happens is it creates inconsistencies on the phone, which makes our show go up and down to interviews. Just so you guys know, on average, out of 10 people 1 to 2 will always show no matter what we do. 1 to 2 will never show no matter what we do. But 6 to 8 show based on certain variables. Things that are in our control and things that are not. Okay, the things that are in our control, right here, the script. That's what's in our control. Doesn't Jeff talk about that with you guys? I could have sworn he said something about what is in your control during opening comments. It's the same idea. Okay, so follow the approach. And by the way, it is designed to give the right amount of information. Number 2, it's designed to flow into giving someone an interview. So if you follow it from beginning to end, you're more likely to schedule that person for an interview. When you just throw a bunch of information at them and then, are you interested? That lessens the chances of setting them for an interview. Okay. Number 2. So follow the approach word for word. Number 2 is effectively building rapport. I'm going to guess that you guys know all about rapport, right? Effectively building rapport. People walk in the door all the time because they enjoy talking to receptionists. All the time.
What?
All the time. People come into the interview. They may not have a full job description. They may have questions. But people talk to someone on the phone who sounds confident, sounds like they enjoy their job, is friendly, makes a connection, because that's what rapport is. Rapport is creating a connection. Okay? You guys do it when you do it with Mrs. Jones, right? It's the same idea. We make the effort to build a connection with you guys. Here's my question for you. When you're looking for a job, what are the feelings that are associated with looking for work? The normal feelings that come with looking for a job.
Desperation.
Anxiety, desperation. Nervous. Stressful, right? Well, what I teach receptionists to do is set themselves apart from every other experience that person is having. Meaning, it sticks out in your head when the person you're talking to is friendly and makes the effort to get to know you a little bit and creates a connection. That's what rapport is. By the way, rapport is not ask 20 different questions, okay? Let me ask you a bunch of questions and spend 30 minutes on the phone with you. That is not rapport. Rapport is asking 2 or 3 good questions to connect, right, and create depth in the conversation. So we ask them, what school do you go to? Right, what's your major? What year are you in? How do you like FGCU? What experience do you have? Where have you worked? Okay, those are basic questions that we will ask someone during the call to connect with them. My tip, by the way, with rapport, it doesn't say this on here, so let me just clarify. Rapport to me is asking a question, number 1. Number 2, listening. By the way, not hearing, listening. There's a difference, just so you all know. You can listen to someone or you can just hear them, right? Maybe whatever, listen or hear, maybe whatever the point is, to actually listen to what they're saying, to process what they're saying. Number 3, respond appropriately. So the mistake that comes with rapport, right, are things like, oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's great. I call those filler words, by the way. Those are filler words. That's not genuine. Maybe it should say building genuine rapport. Good. I taught you well. Okay? All right, guys, I'm almost finished, okay? I just need your attention for the next 5-10 minutes, all right? So, building genuine rapport. Okay? Have you ever talked to someone and they're just like, yeah, that's great, My ex was really bad on the phone. And I hated talking to him on the phone because I was just like, I could tell he was never listening, right? And some people are better face-to-face, all right? One thing that we teach our receptionists do is to set themselves apart. That is done, and create an impression. That is done through rapport, okay? So we want, and by the way, this is a reason why I look for higher caliber receptionists, because I look for people who are versatile. Someone once said, like, I think it was part of the training, maybe you guys teach this in TLA. I was referencing this to one of my DMs the other day. It's important to know a little bit about everything, not just a bunch about one thing, because that allows you to be more versatile in how you communicate with people, right? It's social development, and that helps. So when I'm interviewing a receptionist, I'm looking for, are they involved in school activities? Are they involved in sports? What jobs have they done? They don't need to have 20 years of experience, but it's also about versatility in their experience. I interviewed an 18-year-old this past summer. She was great. She was part of DECA. She worked at Aeropostale. She had multiple jobs, and she was like 18 years old. She was awesome on the phone. So caliber is important in who you're interviewing. We'll talk about that later, okay? But that makes a difference in rapport. Can they actually have a conversation with you, okay? past just like, are you a people person? Because that's a little bit cliche. Okay. Number 3, handling questions. And actually, I really want to cover something that's not in this document that I'm thinking about right now. Because Blake, you said something that made me think about this. Handling questions and objections. I need you guys to understand the difference between the two. Because I'm realizing that I have 2 documents for this. I want you guys to understand the difference between questions and objections. Okay? Questions are things like, what is the pay? Is that per hour? What will I be doing? These are basic questions that we get. What is a product? These are questions. Objections are things like when you call a PR and they say, I already have a job. I don't know who recommended me, okay? And we will teach you the idea behind both when I cover questions and objections, but they are different, so I want to make sure you guys know. For questions, I have a document titled FAQs, which you'll get. What does that stand for? Anyone know? Frequently asked questions. I have a document for this. This document is titled PR-specific objections, okay? But just so you know the difference between the two. The reason I'm bringing this up is because you guys need to understand we don't give a full job description the moment someone asks a question. We use something called the question cycle. And just to make it easy, it's right on the notes. Question cycle. When someone asks a question, we have 3 steps to it. So you want to role play with me? Although I don't have my approach in front of me, so I'm just gonna kind of wing it. All right. Why don't you ask me? I don't know, something about pay.
Okay. What's the pay?
Oh, hey Blake, that's a good. Oh, she's like, I don't know how to like flow this conversation. All right. Hey, actually, Blake, that's a great question. That's step number 1. Compliment the caller. Hey, that's a good question. And the reason we do this, two reasons. Number 1, we don't want someone to feel stupid asking questions because questions are not bad. If someone wasn't interested, they wouldn't ask questions. Okay. So hey, that's a good question. Step number 1. We don't say that for everything. It's like, what door are you? Hey, that's a great question. We don't, but you know what I mean? Like, oh, what's the job, right? Hey, that's a good question. Oh, jeez. And I don't have the script in front of me. You probably know this better than I would, but do you have the script in front of you?
Yeah, it's on my file.
Yeah. All right. Hey, that's a good question. Number 2. Number 2, you guys can write this down. Refer back to the approach. Refer back to the approach. Read what we tell you to say. That's number 2. Hey, so like I said, it is a $15 base pay, which is not based on sales or results, so it is guaranteed. Honestly, Blake, something as sensitive as pay, it's definitely going to be handled face-to-face with the manager, Mr. Gamboa. So why don't we go ahead and set you up some time to meet with him where he can go ahead and cover that with you. What is your No, that's okay. What does your schedule look like for the next couple of days? Okay. So number one is compliment the caller. Number 2 is refer back to the approach. Number 3, ask another question to gain control. That's number 3. Hey, that's a good question. Like I said, it's a $15 base pay, which is not based on sales or results, so it is guaranteed. You know, honestly, something as sensitive as pay, that's actually going to be discovered face-to-face with Mr. Gamboa. Why don't we go ahead and schedule you some time to meet with him where you can get your questions answered? In fact, what does your schedule look like for the next couple of days so we can go ahead and get you in for a time? So that's a good question. Answer it. Ask another question to gain control. That is the question cycle, okay? And that is one of the biggest mistakes receptionists and managers make is, oh, it's this. They just answer it and they stop. The moment they stop, what happens?
More questions.
More questions. Yep. And we're not interviewing them over the phone, okay? Number 4, creating urgency. The last one's really easy, so number 5, but creating urgency. This is basically the art form behind scheduling same day. It's in the script. We're very confident to offer the first available time, but what happens if we don't? That's okay. Thank you. That's okay. All right. A couple things. Again, human nature is to procrastinate. How many of you guys would agree with that statement? Human nature is to procrastinate. Okay. People love to put things off, right? But you have to understand, it does not benefit us and it does not benefit them. So the receptionist's job is to create urgency through phrases that are in the script, right? To create urgency to set someone as soon as possible. It's not, so when did you, okay, one quick tip. You guys offer 2 times when you offer to schedule someone for a demo, right? We do not do that as receptionists. We offer 1 time. 1 time. And we try to offer the first available time. Not when did you want to come in? That is not urgent. Right? oh, I've got today 3:15, 6:15, tomorrow 3:15, 6:15. No, they're gonna be like, well, I can come in anytime. That's not true. Okay. Now, are we gonna schedule them? Yes, but we are not gonna just offer every single time we have, and that's huge. Okay. The biggest tips behind urgency are things like don't rush the process. By the way, guys, just a quick heads up. I have a video that covers all of this. It's 40 minutes. Okay, and it's something we use in training, but I'm covering the basics with you guys. Point is, we offer the first available time. Okay, number 5, very easy. Firm up. Firming up, whatever you want to call it. Firm up. Okay, firming up. Okay, this is everything after we schedule someone for the interview, after we actually set the time for the interview. It's the address, it's some basic directions, it's who they're meeting with, it's showing up on time. When you get to run an interview, the next time the first time, excuse me, I don't think any of you guys have run interviews before, except for the experienced ones. It's not really fun when people show up super late, is it? Or show up in jeans, or show up with no pen and paper, and nothing, they're not prepared.
And then they blame it on the reception.
And then they blame, oh, they didn't tell me, right? Which, by the way, is not usually true, because it is in the script, okay? But let me be very clear. A lot of times what will happen is, oh, you sent me for the interview, what's the address? Okay, thank you. It's almost like they want to get off the phone because they don't understand that the last 2 to 3 minutes of information is important. Don't skip it. Don't fall for that, okay? It's like, hey, I'm going to give you some really quick information to make sure you make it to the interview on time and prepared. Everything that we cover in the last 2 to 3 minutes is very important to making sure they get there. You can have this amazing call and then not give them the address and directions, and then they don't show to the interview. Or the suite number, and no receptionist is there when they show up, so they have no idea where to go. All because of the fact that you forgot to give a suite number. People taking calls tend to make the mistake of rushing that last part. By the way, that last part of the call is probably what they're going to remember the most also. That's what they're going to remember the most, okay? So we don't skip the last part of the call. It's just as important as the rest of the call, okay? So firming up properly. And it really does, trust me, the moment you get the opportunity to run an interview, it will make a difference, because it does, when you're the one buying tons of pen and paper because no one shows up to the interview, you're going to make sure the receptionists are covering that with them on the phone, because it's your money. When people you'd think would come to the interview with a pen, but for some reason they don't. Probably one of the biggest wastes of money ever. Okay, but details matter. Do you have a question, or you just? Okay, all right. So again, follow the approach: rapport, handling questions and objections, creating urgency, firming up. There is a video on this. By the way, I make it very easy for my managers. I have a website. My website has all my videos. It has documents. It has everything on there. And at some point, you guys will get access to that. It's only September. You guys got 8 months or 7 months, whatever the case is. I highly encourage you, as you're starting to get resources and tools, to save them and to actually use them, okay? But there is a 40-minute video titled Advanced Receptionist Skills, the Whys, and it covers all 5 of these things, okay? But again, you do need to understand the 5 basics of the approach in general, okay? Any questions for me? You could have done this message for me. Okay. All right. Well, kind of count on Chelsea. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Oh, stop with that.
Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a debrief and break. And I want to make sure we want to research energy here. So I got pizza for you guys. Okay. Normally we do $2 a slice, but if you have an intentional debrief, it'll be free. Okay. So if you don't just mess around like, oh, that's what I learned. Like if you really give me a proper debrief, pizza on Jeff. How's that sound?
I like it.
Is that a good deal? You like that deal? Pizza would have been on me anyway. So pizza on me tonight. Cool. That way also, just based on last week, we got out so late and then people got home late. You guys have to travel. I don't feel comfortable with that. So when the prep's over at 8:30, you guys are good to go. This is our kind of our mix and mingle team night. Got it? All right. You're welcome. Someone said thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
The pizza's outside. So what we'll do, next level, raise your hand. So make sure you find the next level member who's been through TLA. And I want you to debrief Beth's message. What are the biggest things you take away? Then next level, I want you to go back to them, similar to Antoine's conversation. if I could do it over again, this is what I would really pay attention to from Beth's talk and really want to observe. Okay, all through pizza. What time is it now? It is 5:26. Okay, so 5:45. Not sit down. I'm going to be speaking at 5:45. So between getting your pizza, speaking, sit down. We're going to start right at 5:45. Is that our agreement? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Ladies first, as always. Can I have a facilitator? Karina. Ladies first, as always. Chelsea, Cheyenne,
Yes.
Ms. Alex, please. Enjoy. And start off with one. Everyone start off with one slice just to get it rolling. Then next level members, thank you for working so hard. You're next. Go ahead. And then everyone else follows. Break. We'll come back at 5:45, everybody.
Pause. Can you please make sure that I unpause?
Okay, I'd like to get rolling a little earlier here. Can we do some debrief? Chelsea, seriously.
Yes?
I would like to know your thoughts on that.
Oh.
Let's start grabbing the seats. So big. Sorry, I had to. You make it so easy because you're so nice. Some thoughts, big takeaways that you shared with Next Level from Beth's receptionist A to Z message, Mr. Eldrick.
I finally see what Camille was telling me all, spring and summer about the numbers and make sure we're keeping the numbers on point, and just really seeing the value of the receptionist program and how it really affects me directly as far as like management, and why we spend so much time trying to submit ourselves into it to put us up in that position.
Very nice, good. So what I'm taking from that is the sheer value that maybe doesn't get taken. This is Antoine's comment to Clace earlier. That was eavesdropping on. I'm always listening, right? There's always a value to every message. We would put on the program. Sometimes you regret and forget, or just don't think about how important it is until you run your own office and you're not that good with receptionists. And you're, man, I wish. Watson, like I'm Watson's assistant. Man, we should have paid more attention to Beth. And then you have to wait till the whole year to redo it. So you don't want that. Anthony.
You want to make sure you learn your receptionist program if you're going to teach someone later on. Because number one, it not only does it help you internalize it better and understand the whys behind it, but let's say should you get the opportunity to run an office, you're already learning it, so then it just makes that much easier to teach it.
I agree. Good. Yes, sir.
What I got from her message was basically like how people say nowadays that the receptionists are the real MVPs. Because it's kind of like they're like it's kind of like they're like the unsung hero in our company, because you don't really think of them as much when you think about Cutco, but they fuel us to sell. That's what people.
Okay, good. What else? I agree. The real MVP. You're funny. You're the real MVP, Mom. Who's that? Who said that?
Kevin
Durant. Yes, sir.
Oh, just a correlation of thinking about the calls is the value of the calls of being anywhere between $5 and $20 a call, but and how that correlates with people doing the phone jam. That the more calls you make, the more demos you can book, the more value you have in the calls that you're making. Okay. So it's not necessarily about doing the demos necessarily. It's about, hey, each call I make is worth
this is
$5.
a great one. This is a systemized. The way that we equate success with the rep. Don't pay attention to the results. Pay attention to the actions. Mm-hmm. So this is actually management 101. Focus on behaviors. Oh, I sold a lot. Well, don't get too excited because they might have just shown the rich uncle didn't really do a demo and the uncle was going to buy anyway. So now they think that's how you can sell it. And some of you are in that boat. I was in that boat for a little bit. I had a nice demo. I sold a lot. It wasn't really a good demo. And then you start having not best practices, but not so good lucky practices. Versus, okay, no matter what you do, as long as place receptionist, you're making blank amount of calls per hour, we'll get blank amount set. And that's how our office is going to be, our office rather is going to be successful. Mm-hmm. Great point. So we're creating the right behaviors. In fact, that's something I read into your notes. Receptionist management is about creating the right behaviors and addressing things and setting up a proper standard on the results. Well, even shorter. Great receptionist management, all management is about creating proper behaviors and addressing results and standards. If you want to go management, next level group, we talk about being really hard and tough on results, but being soft on what? Being soft on people. The first one is being really, really big on creating. You're confusing me. I'm sorry, my fault. All right, I heard. Behaviors. Yeah. Behaviors and standards. Those two. Creating proper behaviors and addressing and holding tight to standards. But that means it's being really hard on results and the behaviors. And how do you do that? David, how do you create accountability towards behavior? Set what? Agreements. Receptionists, our agreement. The job is that you're going to make this many calls per hour. Cool. So if you don't, then we're not doing the job. I just want to make sure we're clear. You're great. I think you're awesome. In fact, you're outstanding. I'm so happy to have you on the team. But as far as the job goes, which is results, you're awesome. People. I'm soft on her, him, usually her, not all the time. But the results. I'll use an example of someone. If we had an example today, a couple people late. So my conversation, do you mind if I use you guys as examples? All right. So you guys were late. I don't love that. That result was not good. That behavior was not good. But have you ever given me a problem before? Not necessarily. Maybe. In this case, no. Like I've never had an issue with any result, accountability, respect, anything with Watson. So when he comes up to me and says, "Hey, I want to apologize," okay. Sometimes in my different times in my career, I always be hard on results and hard on people. It's like you can't be late. And I would and however way I would say it, Watson would walk away like a puppy dog. Like, damn. And I guess that could kind of work. But one thing I know true is that some people, like, oh no, I like it tough. I'm an athlete, Jeff. That's great, but not everyone's like that. And being respectful and soft on people is universal. I know I'll always connect with someone, but you never know who you might disconnect with by being tough on people. I'll say it again, right? If I'm soft on people but tough on results, let me visually say this. This is us kind of sideways tangent. So you want to be hard on the results, hard on the behaviors, hard on the standards. I'll decipher this again. Hard on the results, hard on the behaviors, hard on the standards. Right? And you do that via, David, one more time? Agreements. Agreements. We're going to be hard on those. What's the book Next Level? If you've been Next Level already, what book do I make you read that this is what this is all about? 1 Minute Manager. Okay, if you want to sneak that into your repertoire. Watson, what kind of person are you to be late? Is that how you're raised? Hey Watson, we knew the time was a 2, and you're clearly late. And moving forward, that just can't be an acceptable behavior because I think you're better than that. Like I like having you here, and I know you won't do that again. So he can say, all right, did you feel disrespected?
No.
No. But am I clear?
Yeah.
Yeah. This happens again, I still won't do this, but I'll be extra hard. Still in the results. So at this point, Watson, it's the 3rd time you're late in a row, and it's getting to the point where now it's feeling disrespectful. And I want to talk about that because if we keep going, it's going to feel really disrespectful. I don't want to go there. And either I want to avoid that, or we just don't have you here. That's really the result. Okay, so this is the 3rd time. Can we talk about that for a second? Now that's like a ooh, but it's still not making him feel like scum, is it? But do you feel like scum on that?
No.
No, but you feel like okay, I got to change something, or I'm not going to be here. Hard on what? Results. Soft on who? People. Just remember that. That's how you manage receptionists. That's like we have a whole next lesson after that, October and November and December for sure. Receptionist management. This is people management. You're never served well by crushing someone. Ever. It's tough love. I understand that. But when you're managing people, it's really try it. You'll see when you try to be conscious of what you're addressing and what you're tough on. And how soft are people. Good. 2 more takeaways, and then we'll roll. I got 2 more minutes. Yes, sir.
I just want to stress the importance of building urgency over the phone. I think that's so important. I think that's what really affected our shows at Metro. Finally, is that we didn't build enough urgency. A lot of times they would just be like, "Oh yeah, you can just come in at this time or this time," and I would address it with them, but results never changed, so that's what was a problem. Yeah. But like using phrases like, there's technically no amount of people that you could set the interview, so you can just set as many as you want.
Yeah.
Saying phrases like, "Oh, looks like we actually only have 1 spot left." So, I definitely want to give that to you. You're the first person that I'm talking to today, but can you make that one?
Right.
Or
okay.
Phrases like that.
What he's talking about goes back to here. What I heard was something. It was too late. What did you mean by that? Meaning you tried to address it, but you should have addressed it when? Sooner, when they first started. Because when do you want to address something really bad?
Before it happens.
Before, and then worst case, when it does happen, when?
Right
away. When do you want to address good? The same.
Yeah.
Immediately. Why? Because you're training people to have the right. Yeah, I really like Clay. I really like how you asked to come to the next level meeting. That was awesome. It shows your initiative. It shows that you really wanted to be in a better circle of influence. Do you remember me saying something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, on purpose. Because he asked, "Can I come to the next level?" He's not a next level member. He goes, "He just asked." The only reason I said yes is because he may be a district manager one day.
Mhm.
He said, "Hey, may I come to the next level?" I said, "You know what I really like? I really like the fact that you're thinking of how to surround yourself with the right people and be part of that bigger group. I think it's going to help you." So absolutely. That's my indirect way of saying, and being hard, good way. Hey, I like that behavior. Keep doing that. Say, I take Clay out for a meeting. I grab him a coffee. I buy him a coffee. He doesn't say thank you. And if you know me, that's one of the best things you can do. Opposite, right? Lack of respect, right? Not for ego, just how I was raised. So he doesn't even say thank you. He wouldn't do that. Doesn't even say thank you. Just like, all right, thanks, Jeff. He's out of here. Hey, Clay, real quick, do me a favor. I want to make sure we keep working on the right note because I really am connected to you, and we're from Kayla, and Kayla's my girl, and I'm from our office, so you're my guy. Cool.
Mhm.
All right, but I just want you to know when we do things, and please and thank you is such a big part of how I operate. When people don't say please and thank you, I try not to, but inherently I take it personally as really disrespectful. And one of the standards and one of the ways I want you guys to be here is to be really respectful. So moving forward, anytime, even just the coffee, not for me, man, not to it's not for my ego, but I just know when you don't say thank you and things like that, it makes me A, not want to do it again, B, not be around you, and C, sometimes I start to take it as disrespectful. I know you mean well, but that's how I take it, and that's just how I want us to be. Cool?
Mhm.
All right. Thank you. How does that conversation feel? What got done? What got done? What did I address right away?
You addressed the issue.
The first one was a positive issue. You wanted to be part of the next level me. The other one was a negative issue. Both were all behaviors, standards, results. You got to put the actions, things he did. I didn't make it about him as a person. I say, hey man, I feel like you're really disrespectful. Now that's personal. Okay.
Mhm.
You guys like getting something from this? It's kind of an inadvertent.
Yeah.
Part of it. You're welcome again.
Thank you for the
There's a whole list of values we'll talk about. Maybe we'll put that in the next round. Thank you will always go a long way with not just me. I think with pretty much anyone.
Thank you, Joe.
You're very welcome. Okay, we stop. Thanks. So far so good. Other takeaways from Beth or from this? This was kind of a side tangent about teaching through tangents. Triple T.
It's like surprisingly, it's surprising how serious you sound and how serious you'll be taken if you say that, but you're really not like meaning that.
And by the way, it is serious and it's tough. It's just not. I'm not attacking you personally. That's the most important thing. Because sometimes I have a really tough coach and he just rips at me and he brings out the best. Not really. How many of you have had a coach, or you know someone that's had a coach and they performed and the coach was really tough on them, but they didn't like the coach? Like, I hate my coach, but they made me do. Well, I don't want you to hate me. I don't want it to be, well, Jeff got me a lot of results and got me to perform, but I hate him. How about Jeff was really tough and he brought the best to me. And I mean, I trust no one other than my parents. I don't trust anyone more than Jeff. Like, I want to hear that. And this is how you manage through agreements and have great relationships at the same time. Tough coach, tough boss doesn't mean a-hole. I'm a tough coach. I don't think I'm an a-hole, and I won't say anything. David, Karina. I don't think I treat people like dirt. And by the way, we're all human. And sometimes the best version of ourselves doesn't come out, and we all make mistakes. So maybe if I'm not, we hopefully are aware and we talk about it. But I wouldn't believe that people in the company say for the most. What do you think of Jeff? A-hole. I don't usually. I'm pretty confident people wouldn't say that. Yes, Alex.
It's kind of close to that, but I guess when you say it like that and you're being like actually so nice about it, I feel like personally I would take it more into consideration that like I was disrespectful to such a nice guy, and like it's just like kind of that process that it's like
Or you take it further. That's absolutely right. Or just mutual respect.
Yeah.
I have so much respect for her or for him that I wouldn't want to take that away and give anything but that back to them. Yeah. Good point. Got it? Okay. Let's do this. I'm going to call a random audible. We're going to do the interview. I'm going to call some of you up randomly to do the interview for me. Cool? So you can pull out your notes for the interview. And we're going to do the intro because that should have already been studied the last how many weeks now. So if I call you, if you feel already comfortable using this, which is the outline of how it works. Like if you've used this or you've practiced with this, I have it for you. If not, I'm okay with you using your script and bringing your script up. Okay? Because just because you have your script, I know if you know it or not know it, script or no script. Meaning you can get up here with nothing and do really well. You know, so get up here with nothing, do really bad, and so forth and so forth. Okay? So let's just review a couple things. There are 3 parts. This is the traditional group interview. There are 3 main parts. What's the first part when people come in and the first time you meet with someone? What's that part? It's called a pre-screen. Mr. Bertel, can you explain the objective of a pre-screen? Do you remember?
Basically, it's so I can get to know the applicants a little better before we get into it.
Okay, that's part of it. Absolutely right. Nice job. What's another objective of the pre-screen?
Filter.
Yeah, to qualify. So it's to rapport and connect. Actually, this is the wrong. Just a couple of times. So it's to build rapport and to connect. You should know this, by the way. And also, Alex, Blake, one more time.
Filter.
To filter through and see who's not qualified. Okay. And then what's the third objective of the pre-screen?
Figure out their schedule that they're looking to get.
Set up, right? Set up the interview. Karina, what's the third objective of the pre-screen? That's the qualify. Oh, sure. I'll write it down.
Give them basic information on the position.
Connect. Okay. Qualify. That's the one more part. What's the inherent objective of the pre-screen when they walk in to interview with you?
Clarify.
Yeah, to process, clarify the process. What's the one and only objective of the group?
Inform.
So it's inform and recruit then. Okay, and what's the post?
Accept.
Firm up.
Accept them. Firm them up for the training, the details. Accept them for the position and firm them up for details for training. And these are the inherent. Okay. Who's run a couple of these? I'm just curious by show of hands. Who's run a couple of live ones? Karina, you guys have? Oh, you have a few. Sarcastic. Okay. Yes, sir. If you've run at least one live, raise your hand. How many pre-screens? Not if you're next level, first year. How many pre-screens, Felipe?
Yeah.
I have something to say about
Oh. I'm so confused because I hear you mumbling. So I want to hear. No, I just couldn't hear you.
I have something to say about my first pre-screen. I'm the only one.
And you run one pre-screen.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So what happened was this applicant came in, and it was for her second time going around, right? So Karina told me that if it's her second interview, those are people that I'm gonna learn how to say no to. So I told her, I'm like, oh, okay, I did the whole pre-screen, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna talk to my district manager and see if there's any spots available, and we'll contact you later. And so, I walk her out, I say goodbye, blah, blah, and then I tell Karina, and Karina actually told me that she actually was coming in for training, that she was good to go.
Oh,
that
yeah.
She was,
So she already got accepted for the job.
So
You
I
accidentally
literally had to
run.
bust the door open, run down the stairs, and bring her back in the
Well, there's so many. When you work in a business where there's all these people coming in through the door, things like that happen. You want that to happen. Right. Now, let me take that back. If you are in an office, if you are in a slower, smaller office and you're doing that, you're just disorganized and absent-minded. Right? If you don't have a big team, but you're starting to, you forget people you already interviewed for the job, and you're. But if you're running 2, 3, 4 group interviews in a day, plus 5, 6, 7 one-on-one 5-star interviews in your private office, and 1 or 2 receptionist meetings, and all that starts to jumble. Sometimes you're running a pre-screen for someone who just went through the group interview by accident. Sometimes someone's here for training. You want them. I've done it myself. In fact, I'm the owner, and I'll walk by. Hey, nice to meet you. Here to apply? Oh no, I got the job. I'm here. Oh, sorry. One. That's funny. Who else has run pre-screen live? Okay. Couple. How many?
One.
3. Me? Yes, sir.
Oh, no,
No, okay. 2. Okay. I know no one's run group. Okay. So I mentioned this the first prep. In October, A-player status, meaning you're ahead of the curve, is you're running your first full interview in October. You already have the date. In fact, does anyone already know the date of their first group interview? There you go. Cool. You do. Okay. It should be in October. If not, ask your manager. Hey, Karina. Hey, Jeff. Hey, David. Hey, Grace, I'd like to run my first group interview, and just book it. I'm telling you. What was our video from the first prep? Renee Brown? Oh, not Renee Brown. Meg J. She says 30 is not the new 20. You remember that video? She said, what we need is a plan and not enough time to create action for young people. A plan, when you're running it, and not enough time. Oh, shoot, it's coming. That's how you create urgency versus, oh, whatever. I guess when I get good, I'll run the interview. You do that, you won't get a branch. And you might not even get an assistant spot. Okay, November is pace. Any questions on that? Okay, so make sure you're observing the respective part of the interview each week. So far, Karina, do you happen to have the syllabus out in front of you, or could you yank it out? I know for sure pre-screen's been reviewed at the local prep. I know intro. I know company. And market, not product yet. Product. So market's done too. Okay. So what's been role played, or what's been matrixized?
Only the first paragraph.
Just the intro and the company. Oh, I'm sorry, the pre-screen
Pre-screen
and the
and
intro.
intro.
Sorry. Okay.
Two companies.
Okay. Beautiful. Even next level, if you guys pull out your script, I'm just curious. Mr. Blake, do you have your script on you?
No.
I would say, who's running office or who's run interviews before?
You want the script? The intro script?
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So when you have interview, this is Karina's talk from last time, right? So I don't mind if you run your interview with notes. I don't mind if you run your interview with notes next summer. Believe it or not. If you have your notes, so if I'm running an interview, do I look unprofessional by holding these notes right now? No, and I'm looking through. Okay. Or my hands above what? Always above the waist. Unless I'm doing one or the other, but remember not both. It's public speaking, okay? So you have this. Okay, first of all, I'd like to go around, have each of you introduce me by giving your first names, so go around.
Alex. Cheyenne.
Alex. Okay. I'll wait for the phone. Okay. So I would have done that in the interview, actually. Yeah, I'll wait. Or I'll just sit there. Okay. It's kind of like, hey man, you're in an interview. What's wrong with you?
Or if you would have taken
Oh yeah.
Or if you would have done this
Wait, whose phone was that? Oh, October? Oh, okay.
That's the best of the post. Tell me what year.
Would anyone like to volunteer? I'm going to start with the introduction to the interview. Just start with, like to go around and have you introduce me. You guys have role played this. So anyone like to volunteer? Chelsea, thanks. Come on up. Do you use the keynote yet? No. You haven't? Okay. Don't even worry about it. Whose notes did I just grab? Okay.
Diego's.
Make sure you give this back to you.
Can I stand on the comfy mat?
Sure.
This feels
It's as if you're running the interview, okay? And I'm actually going to borrow that script. Yeah, sure.
Where did you want me to read?
And then start the interview from the beginning. Group part, beginning of the group interview.
So I'd first like to go around and get all your names just so I can remember everyone. It was Alex, Jacobo, Alex, Cheyenne. Okay. So as you know, my name is Chelsea Fernandez, and my responsibility here is the
Say branch.
branch.
Mhm.
Okay, the branch manager for Miami Lakes, and I'm in charge of recruiting and operations here in the Miami Lakes and the surrounding areas.
Okay, stop. So far, this is still good. Just imagine no one else is in the room, and that's your interview, so that's who you're looking at. Don't worry about looking here. Stop hopping on the mat. Just focus. Got it? So no one else is here. That's your interview. Perfect. Go.
Okay, so let me begin by reviewing the process just to make sure everyone understands what we were trying to get covered today. Now, what you just went through was a screening process, just so I can get to meet everyone a little better before right now. I'm going to spend about an hour explaining the position and giving you an idea about what vector is. This is a combination of me interviewing.
Okay, stop. So what's pretty positive? In fact, there's something clear and positive for me watching you. In general, from any first years first that have never run an interview.
vocal clarity.
Okay, so overall, there's vocal clarity.
Hands are above the waist.
Okay, I agree. Other first years with any glaring or maybe not so glaring positives?
Good posture, like look confident.
I would agree.
Yeah, she keeps acting like, other than like when she does read, she like looks at us, so she makes us like feel involved.
Okay, great. Now, those of you that have run interviews, what are any positives you'd add?
How she studied it.
Yeah.
It's not completely. And keep in mind, I call this, and I know this is an accurate term, I call this an example of Navy SEAL training. Okay? What I mean by that is the Navy SEALs put you through the roughest of the rough and stuff you probably will never go through in real life, so that when you go to something close to that, like almost quite the depth that you went through, it's not so bad. You're never going to get up in front of the division manager, 2 district managers, in front of your peers and colleagues, randomly get called on when you didn't even raise your hand, Chelsea. This is not a normal scenario. So ready? Get through this. Running an interview for 10 people you don't know that need a job from you, no problem. You see what I'm saying? But these are important moments. Okay, nice work. What else? Those of you that have run interviews, any other positives? Okay, any area of opportunity for Ms. Chelsea?
Once you started getting nervous, you started swaying back and forth like halfway through the process and post.
Okay, how about anyone that's run an interview before? Full interviews. I'll get feedback from those individuals. Thanks, guys. Other individuals, but
I think just trying to avoid the filler words.
and when do filler words come out?
You don't know.
You don't know it.
You don't know it. So if you do have filler words, just don't say it. Just look at your script instead, or just drink water if you want.
That's okay. Let's give a round of applause. Have a seat. Nice job. Cheyenne, get up there. You can read it. I want you guys to get used to reading in front of people. Get out there.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't thinking. Okay.
Start at the top with I like to go around.
Okay. I like to go around to.
Stop. Okay, awesome. Hold on. Freeze. Don't move. Don't move right there. Freeze. No. Put it back. Stop.
My hands are below my waist.
Right. Okay. I probably can already tell in the first half second. You don't know this. I can tell. But we're still going to do this because we're going to make this a moment for you to learn. Okay. One advantage you have, Cheyenne. Okay. One advantage you have is that you are a tall, confident, good-looking young lady who can get up there. Listen. Get up there. But the moment you drop your hands, you lose it all. Okay? Now, I'm certainly not as pretty as any of you, and I'm definitely not as tall as you. Okay? So don't lose the confidence. Don't lose confidence just because you don't know the script, because you're losing body language confidence, because you're losing hand confidence, because you're losing. Have you ever heard of fake it till you make it? Yeah. Like, I've messed up so many times this prep. You don't know. I've messed up at least 5 times this prep. Covered the wrong thing, out of order. But you don't know, because you have to understand how to exude confidence. What happens when you get up there and you're running your interview and you happen to do, when you do know the notes, and you will, I promise you will know the notes. You will rock this interview at one point in your career. Then all of a sudden some a-hole gets up. Oh, I'm out of here. This job's stupid. I heard human trafficking. Right? And they walk out, and everyone, there's no training for that. That's not we're not going to practice that. Well, actually, we will kind of in the scenario. We will. But when that happens, you have to go to default, and your default has to be kick-ass. Your default has to be confident. It doesn't matter if you know the script. I know you don't know the script. Let's start with that. So we'll go from there. I called you on purpose. I know you don't know the script as well. I just want to get you in front of people. So ready? Uncross your legs. Stand up straight, tall, proud, confident. There you go. Much better. And read like you know the damn thing. Got it. Keep your hands up, and I want you to mimic me. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
I'm left-handed.
Okay, mimic me. You're left-handed?
Yeah.
Okay, hold the bottom with your left. There you go. Right, now when you look at your, and this will be your interview, okay? Don't smile as much as just take it. I don't want you to.
It's hard to not smile.
Help her by not laughing with her.
I'm
Help
not
her
even
right
laughing,
now
I
by
just
not
smile.
laughing with her. Okay. So stand up straight, perfect. You look already 10 times better. Read it with confidence. First of all, I'd like to go around. Go.
Okay, so first of all, I'd like to go around and just
Stop.
go over.
Already the first half a second is different. Antoine's not his head. What'd you see?
It's just the voice.
It's just confident. All right, so it's just like, all right, I gotta do this. Let's do it. I mean, I do this all the time, and I'm gonna give you a job. Maybe not. I don't even know if I like you today, but I'm gonna do it. It's part of my job. I gotta do it. You gotta impress me. That's what I take from that half a second versus whatever the hell that was, the first few half seconds we did. That's not the shine we want here. Shine we want is that kick-ass second one. Got it? What did you learn just now in like 3 minutes?
Confidence, stance, and just making sure to keep a right demeanor and posture throughout the whole interview.
Right? So if I call on you in the future, by the way, on a scale of 1 to 10, honestly, 10, Jeff, I know this by heart. 1, I really don't know this. Be honest, what do you know this?
1, I shouldn't be in this
Okay,
office.
awesome. So 1, okay? So it's a 1. If I call on you, you should walk up and I should know it's a 1. No matter what we're doing, from October, November, December, if I call on you. When you walked up, I knew it was a 1 or 2. But I had no idea until she told me. She said, she hasn't done this. I'm like, I could have told you that by the way she walked up. So I want you to get used to getting up and being confident with things you don't know. Because most of the stuff you won't know. This prep isn't about doing things that you're already good at and comfortable with. That's not fun. That's not growth. That's not this program. All right? Outstanding work. Round of applause for Cheyenne. Antoine, you just ran into it. I would like people to see the. Okay. Just start from the beginning and using your 3.0 San Trico tips, please.
All right, as you wish.
Oh yeah.
And same. We'll do it right in the front. Yes, sir.
Great. So I'd like to first go around and have each of you remind me of your names. Right?
Clace.
Diego.
Michael.
So, I'm sorry? Bertel. Okay, great. As you guys know, my name is Antoine Schneider. I am the head assistant manager, and as you guys know this, it already puts me in charge of recruiting and operations for here in the surrounding areas. Excuse me. I'm going to spend about an hour explaining all the details of the position, giving an idea what Vector is about, and then I'm
Stop for a second. Start all the way over. I know you got this. Again, this is maybe still type. You don't normally do this. Start at the beginning. I'd like to first go around. I'll start with, as you know, my name is Antoine Schneider. My position is branch manager.
Do you want me to follow the script word for word? Because
Yes.
I do kind of, okay. Yeah. All right, so let's do this. So I'd like to first go around and have each of you remind me of your names.
Clace.
Diego. Bertel. Michael. Okay. As you guys know, my name is Antoine. Essentially, my position here is assistant manager. That puts me in charge of recruiting and operations for here in the surrounding areas. What you few just went through was a pre-screening process, and you few were the ones I decided to spend a little bit more time with today. I'm going to spend about 45 minutes to an hour explaining all the details of the position, give you an idea what Vector is about, and then I'm going to meet one-on-one again with all of you to let you know whether or not you've been selected for the position. So you will leave here today with or without a job. My first question for all of you is, why do you guys think that we chose to have this portion of the interview in a group setting as opposed to one-on-one?
Saves time.
Okay. Anything else?
Get to know us better.
I'm sorry?
You get to know us better.
Yeah, it allows you to interact in front of me. Not only, I'm mainly looking to see how you guys are comfortable in answering and interacting.
So first, just some positive notice from Antoine.
Like way too
Very confident.
Very confident. Very confident. How many interviews have you run? Antoine, rough, like if you had to tally it up, roughly.
At least 65.
50 plus, I would say. He's done 50 plus of these things. So there's a confidence, there's a demeanor, there's a fill in the blank when you have that much tenure in the interview. I always say it takes about 7 to 15. I always say that here. It takes about between 7 and 15 for the light bulb to go off and you go, oh, I understand what I'm saying, versus I was just so nervous to try and memorize it for Jeff. Which is what I don't want. Got it? Okay. But other positive first years, you notice what stands out? What do you notice from him?
His tone. He speaks clearly, like it's not like overpowering, but it's not. Like,
Is it too loud and kind of awkward how he projects his voice?
No, it's just right.
No, kind of just right. And it's I call it conversationally confident.
Yeah.
He's not lecturing, but it's conversationally confident. Place.
He's got the Jeff Lehman power.
Lehman power, whatever that is, I like it. And that's what he has. Yeah.
It doesn't make me feel nervous.
Say again.
It's like a comfortable talk. It doesn't make me feel nervous.
Right, but he definitely makes you feel like you have to pay attention.
Yeah.
That's a great point. So it's not intimidating. Side note, some of you naturally, and not in a funny way, some of you are just naturally intimidating. Some of you are naturally not intimidating. So if you try to project something that's the opposite of who you are, you're not even genuine. Like I'm a very confident person. I wouldn't call myself an intimidating person. I'm only intimidated by the way that they set me up when you come meet me for the first time. That's the degree of intimidation. I'm not an intimidating person. I'm a very warm, welcoming person. I'm the life of the party. I'm the connector. So if I try to do things and try to intimidate people and get up and leave, Watson, that's your name?
Yeah.
Like, first of all, that is an act. It is an act. Acting is not real. Acting is not real. So when you are not real to someone, you're not genuine. When you're not genuine, people read through BS, and they don't show up to your team. So I don't need you to be exactly like me, or some of you will be like Antoine, maybe not. I think where Antoine has become better than Andrew, he's also become more himself. He wasn't trying to be too much Andrew. He probably was at some point. He wasn't trying to be too much, let's say, me. He probably was at some point. So it takes time to be comfortable in your own skin. It's really important. That's why I don't care if you have notes or not. I don't care. I really don't care if you know notes or not, because I know there are people with notes that look terrible. There are people with notes that look awesome. Whatever causes you to be natural. How about those of you that run interviews? What do you know that's positive?
I like how you lean forward, comes to this point, something that's in all the depth as well. When when they're not speaking up, that just causes participation. And also, I just like how you're just not impressed.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. I know you took your audience, and it was kind of all guys, and I kind of noticed like your tone of voice. So as well.
The only next level tip I'll give you a couple things. Number one, when people give their names, don't repeat the name back.
I usually don't ask them for the names. I'll just go through the names and I'll forget the sharpest one on purpose. I'll be like, oh, remind me.
Right, that's it.
That's what I'll do.
So you say, okay, so we have place, Diego, Hotel, and Mark, right?
Michael.
Okay. I do that. I just wanted to be like, hey, you're not so great that I can't remember your name. That's how great you are. and I only do that if someone's really, this is way advanced, but this is like if someone's really cocky in the pre-screen, I want to humble them a little bit. Like, you're so not impressive to me, I can't remember your name.
Those are the best.
Got it?
I hope that they are cocky.
Okay.
I just love that.
Sounds good. Yes, I was just, that's my last comment. Go ahead.
Okay.
Can we give her a
Seriously, it's good. Really?
at the beginning?
I'll first like to go around and have each of you remind me of your names.
Please.
Hotel.
Michael.
Okay, as you know, my name is Diego Fernandez. I'm the assistant manager here in the South Miami office.
Stop for a second. Are you standing up straight? Ah, senora. Start all the way over. There's much difference. 2 feet balance. Go ahead.
So first, I would like to go around and have each of you remind me of your names.
Please.
Hotel.
Michael. So as you know, my name is Diego Fernandez. I'm the assistant manager here in the South Miami office, which puts me in charge of the recruiting and operations in the surrounding areas. First, let me begin by...
Stop. Put your left hand in your pocket. Humor me. Keep going.
First, let me begin by reviewing what we're looking to get done here. What you've just been through was the screening process, and you were the people I personally decided to spend more time with. I'm going to spend about an hour explaining the position and what Vectors really is about. I'm going to spend...
Don't mind me, just follow me.
Okay. I'm going to spend about an hour explaining the position and what Vector is really about. This is a combination of me interviewing you in a more depth way, but also allows me to give you full clarity on the position. Once I'm finished,
he already has pretty positive, very comfortable stature, and that I could even see you leaning. You're so how tall are you? 6'3"?
6'0".
6'0". I'm 5 small, so I get excited for 6 big. Okay? I'm 5'8", 5'9" with nice loafers on. Okay, maybe 5'10" in my dreams. So when I was 6'2", 6'3". So you're already taller, 6 foot plus. So just use your height, and if you're shorter, be your height. Like make the height up, extenuate the height. See, I'm standing very tall right now, and I make sure to look down at you as if I'm really tall, but I'm only 5'8", 5'9", 10 in my dreams. Okay, so this is all public speaking from August. We talked about this. Okay, so I want you to follow me, and I want you to act as if you're talking. Don't say anything come out of your mouth, and look at them as if you're talking, but just mimic me in terms of how I'm holding my hands rather, paper in general. Just like act like you're talking like this, and then follow me. Okay. Or actually, What's give me some words give me a script that you know really well, even in Spanish or Portuguese, whatever's comfortable for you.
8, 9, 16.
Do you know the closing
The closing?
for to sell the knife, like the closing of the sales?
Yeah.
You know that word for word, like you
In
comfortable
Portuguese.
saying it? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I want you to just do the close in Portuguese, but that's the words for the interview, and just follow my hands.
Okay.
All right, ready? Talk them out by being serious. Ready? Go ahead.
Então,
Okay, start over. Ready? Talk them out by being serious. Ready? Be confident. You got this. You know that you feel confident with that closing.
yeah,
Okay,
it's just
half-
funny saying in Portuguese.
Sure, and half the people don't know it anyway, so who cares?
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
You got it. Go.
Então, a gente acabou de ver as facas, como eu comentei antes, a gente tem a Gustav e existe também as facas Chum. Os valores são entre 4.300 e 3.000 dólares. Porém, Kirko não tem as mesmas qualidades, não tem as mesmas características dessas facas. As qualidades são diferentes, então os preços também variam. A gente tem o nosso set inicial, ele não custa 4.000 dólares como o custo da Chum, também não custa 3.000 dólares como o custo.
So without paying attention to that beautiful Portuguese, right? Portuguese is very. I'm like. Say it again. Okay. But you notice he stands more confident because you don't have to worry about the words, and that's the body language part I want you to get. So get the words down. You're going to be a great recruiter. All of you, I think, can be great recruiters. You already have a natural confidence. When you're not knowing the words, we always lose our confidence naturally. Okay. So get the words down. You're going to be a great recruiter. Round of applause. Mr. Diego. Oh no, think next time. Yes, good. I know you don't like it, but did you like the random?
Yeah.
I know you don't like it. You didn't like it at first, and Cheyenne probably didn't like me when I called her. And okay, so we'll do this every prep.
I still like you.
I still like
Thank you. Why? Because I was soft on people and tough numbers. Okay. Got it? Everyone's seeing what's happening here? So every prep, can you get better and better and more confident? But part of it is you don't keep up with the assignments, you don't know the words. If you don't know the words, you haven't internalized it. If you haven't internalized it, you can't be confident. Yes? Can I get a yes?
Yes.
Awesome. Big deep breath. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. Big deep breath. Sit up. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. Big breath. Sit up. 1, 2, 3. Sit up straight. Everyone sit up straight. Exhale slowly. There you go. Nice. Okay. Nice work. I see Soleil sitting up and breathing in her chair. It's hilarious. He's like, Soleil and David are still here. Okay. Hey, time out. Ready? I want to bring up Karina in a second. I wanted to give her a chance to get ready. So what did you take from that exercise? Not just specifics, but like general things to take as we progress from now until October 15, which is the next TLA prep. Senor Gonzalez.
Like when you're speaking, you have to realize that you're the authority in the room, so you have to speak as if you have authority. That's what make them draw attention to it.
Yeah, and I want to be careful because I made a comment the first prep that I think is actually incorrect. I talked about being the HBIC. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Not for all of you. And ready? Some of you need that. Some of you need to tone it down. It's case by case. I think if I told like Antoine doesn't lack in confidence. Sometimes if it's not channeled right, some people don't take it the right way. So I wouldn't tell him to be the head man in charge and make sure you have that. But that's probably going to be too much, right? That's going to come across like to someone. I agree. So for him, it was kind of the opposite for Antoine last year, and now it's coming across as very confident. It doesn't come across as cocky, and so forth and so forth. What else are you taking from this session? We'll go here and back over there.
Yeah, when you're confident, they won't they won't question as much.
Exactly.
Learn the words.
Learn the words. You have to keep up with the assignments. Just so you also know, the script and the what do you call it, drill for skill every 2 weeks. That keeps you on pace so that you don't have to cram. Just a little bit each week. It's really easy. Ms. Cheyenne, what did you learn?
Take your height to an advantage. Obviously, learn the script as well.
Take your height to an advantage, even without the heels. How tall are you without the heels?
5'9".
Yeah. So you're a little bit taller than me without heels. So take advantage of that. That's exciting because then you can. That's already a built-in, literally built into your body, advantage of your height. But let's say you're not as. If you feel like you're not as tall, I'm in the Philippines. I'm tall though.
Hey.
In the Philippines, I am tall. Here, I'm okay. Okay. But stand up straight, have confidence. But if you don't know the words, you're fumbling, you don't even realize your body language drops. That was kind of what happened with you the first time. And then all of a sudden, it's confident. I bet you if I videotaped you taking a receptionist call, you'd be sitting up straight. Why? Because you know that script back and forth and why you're saying it and how to say it, and nothing phases you. So when that's a stupid question, that's a great question. I'm not really sure. Let me see. I don't really have that in the script here, but I can try and help you out. Smooth, calm, poised. Exactly. Other takeaways. We'll go back this way. Senor.
Like throughout our drill for slows, and when I saw everybody go up, I feel like 75% of it is confidence, and 25% is like know the words. Because if you're confident, you know the people who are coming into the interviews, they're not going to know.
And they don't know.
How you know it because you're so confident.
That's it. Good. What else did you take from that overall exercise? What else?
Navy SEAL.
Navy SEAL, yeah. We're going to be really tough on you here. And by really tough, I mean just stuff you haven't done before. It's going to be uncomfortable. And we want it to be uncomfortable. If you got it, it's bad. No problem. That's not hard. I can do this. I rocked it. Then ask me for more. Because then you're not growing. What is the physiological precursor? What happens right before growth? In muscle tissue.
Breaks down.
Breakdown. Yeah. You have to break it down to be stronger. Faster. That don't kill me. To only make me stronger. I need you. What is it?
I need you to hurry up.
I need you to hurry up right now. Because I cannot wait any longer. One more comment we're going to bring up, Karina. Yes, ma'am.
It's not a comment, it's more of a question.
Sure.
Like, I smile all the time when I talk. Like, how do I not smile?
No, I think you're smiling also in this environment because you're comfortable. But when you're running an interview and you don't have the relationship you have here, it'll be very easy to unsmile. It will be. Yeah. Because right now you know everyone and it's kind of funny. It's like high school, right? Or you're close with people, but when you're up there and you're trying to recruit people, you'll think about that last boyfriend that pissed you off. There you go. No more smile. Like this. If you really have a problem, like not getting serious, think of someone that really ticked you off. But see, I'm gonna be careful. I kind of made a joke of that. Sometimes you can think of things that will put you in a certain state too. But I don't think you'll ever have to worry. I don't think you have to get that extreme. I think you'll get up and you'll. And remember, here's the demeanor. Okay, it's professional, not cool. I don't need you to be cool with people. Professional. Okay? It's professional conversation. With conversationally confident. Not trying too hard. Not needy. You know, it'd be great, and the position's really awesome. Like, please come here and do our team. We need your help. Okay. We're turning things over to Karina because Karina is one of the PR masters in our organization. I would say not just at the divisional level, but the regional level. Many of the programs you're seeing right now, and she's going to go through A to Z of the PR program, and then we're going to wrap up with the personal growth TLA. We'll dive into a little bit of the fitness. We'll review the journal and morning routine, and we'll go into money part 2, which is really important right now. Karina is the creator and the backbone of the Sunday kickoff meeting, which is a key instrumental part of how we recruit people. Karina's receptionist management, about a third of the manual that Beth has comes from Karina's tenure as a 2-summer PSM. Just like I said with Luke, programs come through the pilot. Also this summer, her recruiting and her quality recruits and the ability for her to get the best people onto the team went up. And so she also had her biggest summer ever. There's a direct correlation with the more people you recruit, what happens? You get more sales. Okay. On a personal note, Karina has been next to Beth, because Beth has been with me since 2002. Karina has been the most loyal individual of my entire organization. And I'm so excited, and I can't believe this is our 6th year working together. I remember you when you were at that Jeopardy Cutco by the Tamiami Airport office. And I remember thinking, wow, this young lady's a scholarship winner. She seems to be doing pretty well. She loves to travel. I remember those 2 things. And you couldn't remember, what was the question?
It was a tiebreaker question where the Jeff Kimbo started to.
And you knew it or didn't know it?
I said 1977.
You said 19. Oh, that's right. I said, so here's the tiebreaker. I was really fun. I was visiting for the first time this new division. I said, What year did Jeff Gimbal start? You go 1977. I went, you mother. Before Vector started. So anyway, pull out the notes. Did you just get that? Meet them all. Pull out your notes. Title it Personal Recruiting Program. And Karina's, thank you, sir. Karina's gonna diagram out the A to Z's to the PR program, and then the next few preps, we're gonna go through each section. There's group management, there's basic management, we're gonna role play scripts, but here are just the basics on the PR program. So a big round of applause, Ms. Karina Marquez Sterling. Thank you, Karina. Let's start over again. We clap loud here. Ms. Karina Marquez Sterling. Okay.
CD? I don't
Right.
use Keynote. I thought you were letting. I didn't know you like Keynote.
Are you doing both? Yes. That's right. Oh, you're doing Keynote and Ready.
It might be on the other side.
Mainly Keynote. I know you like Ready. What?
I said Karina, we're doing the list.
All right. So, PR program. I am excited to speak about this. This is the #1 game changer for any office. Andrew's receptionist program was abysmal at best, but they, still maintain that #1 spot with a very strong PR program, and it's just interesting if your receptionists have been good. $500,000 easy. All right, so a few things you can jot down. PR program is going to be at least 50% of the recruits of any office that you're in. I was actually looking at the numbers of my office this past summer, and it was exactly 50% CPO came from PRs. Half. All right. It's also free. Well, not the whole thing, but in terms of what you can control and the rep-driven portion, which I will talk about in a little bit. And it's what we call the X factor. Right? So you can tell me, what do you think I mean by X factor?
Usually the PRs are the ones with the best.
Right? It's like that missing link, if you will, where you can take any office in any territory of any size, of any income level. It doesn't really matter what territory you're in. That's like the X factor that everybody can get, and it can be the thing that it's like game changer, right? For any office. So this is really just to provide clarity. For most of you, you won't be doing a good 40 to 50% of what I'm going to put up here, just because in order to do half of the stuff, you need to be running an office and run like a kickoff meeting, for example, or run advanced training. But there's plenty of way you can assist right now, right? So for those of you that are assistants in an office, or even if you're not, I always tell my assistants that your two main jobs are #1, create demos, and #2, create recruits. So this is going to be a huge part for you just to understand how the recruiting process works, and that way you know how to create recruits exactly and how to best support your district manager when they're in a certain function. Now you know exactly how that breaks down. So I'm going to break it down step by step. What's the first time that PRs even come into place? So the first part would be the post-interview PRs. If you had a one-on-one interview, right, from what I know of, that'd be Bertel, Watson. Anyone else in here had a one-on-one? Alex, I know you had a one-on-one. Chelsea, really? You had a one-on-one? John? Oh, nice. So you probably, I know I never gave you this. I mean, this is FaceTime for you. So this is for a group interview. We give everyone a sheet of paper at the end. Who remembers that sheet of paper? Right on the back, it has a spot for 30 names and numbers that you're able to, for an applicant to write down, right? So Jeff, did you send out the script for that? I mean, I guess
the steroid script is out.
Not the steroid script, no. For the post-interview PR. Okay. Do I even bother going into how to do that?
I think you want to come out with the objectives.
Okay.
We're just not doing script.
Yeah, that script was in our last custody with the recruiting class.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you.
So for future, when you're running interviews, that sheet of paper, the only reason we have that sheet of paper is for this. That is the sole purpose of that sheet of paper. One of my favorite quotes of my branch summer was by Jeff. He goes, "Post-interview PRs to receptionists is like blood and guts to a shark in the deep ocean." When you throw blood and guts out, sharks come running. The receptionists love post-interview PRs. Why do you think these are the easiest and most easiest converted PRs in the business? Yeah, kind of.
Their friend just got hired.
Their friend just got hired, and when their friend just gets hired, their original thought is to put like my best friends, right? Or people that they know are looking for work. So they know them very, very well. The person just got hired, and on top of that, they're probably looking for work too. So out of 5 of these, easily 3 out of the 5 should be scheduled, if not all 5, right? Plenty of people in our office, Sam Peterson and then Gabby Fernandez were both post-interview PRs, and they were in the same training class, right? In my branch was in Hollywood, Florida, for those of you who don't know, like the northern area. And my branch only did well because I had a bunch of people from Boca, and one of them came from post PR, and the girl didn't even show up to training, but like her friend showed up to training, and then she started this whole like chain of people from Boca that would come to my office. They drove like an hour, and it's just because of the post PRs. So very, very key. And I would say what you can do as an assistant to help out with this is, just keep a lookout. And for those that, once you see that they're done writing, on the sheet of paper, those are the ones I usually grab right away to start posting, just because if they're not going to write anymore, then what's the point of them sitting in there? Okay. So these should never be left under a pile, right? Anywhere in the office. They should never be lost. Immediately, as soon as they are given, they're put in front of the receptionist. In our office, in my office, it's in the kitchen. You know how like we have like a bin specifically for post-interview PRs that we put them right away, and then we organize them. So these are top priority. The second time that PRs come up would be in the 3rd day of training. All right, this is the next main time. But throughout training, there's a few other times that PRs come up. Who can tell me when throughout training, in terms of you have run training, I guess, or studied training, what are times that the PRs or the concept of personal recruits come up?
What were you talking about, the contest?
Oh yeah, with the butcher knife, right?
Yeah, just any contest. I always dangle it, right? I'm like, I'll let you know about a contest coming up on Saturday, right? Also, yeah.
You can stop by saying who here is referred by a friend.
Yeah, who here is referred by a friend. Also, as people stop by the office, I'm like, oh yeah, this person was recommended by this person. Oh, this person was recommended here, or they recommended you, or they recommended. Like I always say that they were referred, and it's a culture now. And then on day 3, I average at least 100 names per person. Not that we're gonna hire all 100 of them, but there's more of a chance of us hiring more people that way. Cool. So the main thing you want to write down there is PR talk. PR talk. When you're running an office, that is like page 16 to your business. It's the PR talk. You need to nail that thing. Right. And that's the message where you're asking everyone for names and numbers. You need to know it like by heart. Because same thing with a customer. If you don't know page 16 by heart, they're not going to give you as many referrals. So same concept. And anyone want to guess what's a big component of the PR talk? Like what helps get a lot of names? Incentives, right? So just prizes. So like the way I do the fast start is like very specific, and I always hype up all the fast start prizes. And if you pay attention in training, I actually like the prize that I know I'm going to give away. Like let's say if I give the butcher knife, for example, in that training class, I probably mentioned the butcher knife a couple times. We might have like even chopped something with it. I might have showed a video with a butcher knife. I don't know. Like I just hype up that butcher knife, and then later when I say, and for 150 names, we get put into a drawing for the butcher knife, and then they're like, oh. This past week was the fisherman solution, and I got 2 people over 150. I have my top guy that goes to Columbus at 120, and then when he saw that the 2 girls were 150, he goes, wait a second, I have 30 more. Hold on, don't do it yet. And then he like gave me 50 more, and then he didn't even win it. Rosie won it.
It's okay. Wasn't it like me and Carlos? Like I had at least like half as many.
Yeah. I think you won it.
Yeah, I had like 146, and you actually told me what the Facebook numbers.
Mhm.
So I got 4 of them, and then you got 151 or 5.
Yep.
So.
Karina, do me a favor. Go back. This is like step 2, right?
Yeah.
Go back to step 1. Can you make the flow chart on the board via the picture I sent you one time? So I think visually, I want them to see. That's why I see that picture I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, I was just trying to condense that picture, but yeah, I can pull it up. Sorry.
No, I think what you're doing is you're explaining everything, but I want them to see how it all. But, you understand? You know what picture I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
I have it up now.
Oh, thank you.
Right. The post PRs. You want me to put every? Right. So you should be averaging 5 to 10 names.
So she's giving you. She's going to give you the several steps in the process of how to get PRs. What is considered a good and a bad result? What's the standard for each one, and what each one is. The objectives.
Right.
Thank you.
Then there's the day 3, which is the PR talk. Right. We should average about 80 to 100 names. And then this is the list. So number 3 would then be actually calling them on Sunday.
Perfect.
So I put Sunday calling.
And before you go into that, so the name of the game is how many people can you get to call? Very similar to what? When you're a rep, what's the name of the game? How large of a
Attack list.
How large is your attack list? This is to a manager what an attack list is to a rep. So at the very top, we're going to star like just actually above the whole thing, like the title PR program at the top. We put a star to the side that says key is number of names to call. You can be really good at your phone time, really good with your scripts. If you don't have people to call, you can't sell a lot with push. You can be really good with receptionists. You can have Karina-like skills with how to call and get them in for interviews. But if you have no list of recommendations, you have no recruits.
You'd be surprised if you reach on those lists. I was the person on the list that I didn't even know the guy. They referred me. He just emptied out his whole phone book, and that was me. But I at the time, coincidentally, a week prior I got the call, I had made the decision to go study abroad. I didn't even know how I was going to do it. I was just like, I need to go. And I signed up. I didn't have the money, and then I got the call.
Okay, so you see a number of names is important. That's why step 1 and step 2 is really key. No matter how good step 3, 4, 5, and 6 are, you can't do anything unless you have names from the post interview or names from the reps on day 3. And then there's a more advanced program, NLG we covered today, which is the top 5, the 5-star program.
Sunday calling is key. Who remembers from Beth's message? How many calls should they be making per hour?
20 to 30.
30. So for those of you that are in the office on Sunday, please do your best to not distract the receptionists. That is the manager's money that you're stealing. And just get them focused on the calls. And that should equal, so how many per hour? I don't know if she covered that.
2 to
3. 2 to 3 per hour. Does anyone know how we track that? I don't know if any of you have seen like the board that we have in the office. Obviously, much else. So, right, so there's going to be a big tracking board. It's going to have all these grids, and ideally it'll say like 2 to 3, 3 to 4, right, etc. And ideally per box you'll see like 2, 3. There might be one where it's like 1, but then they'll follow up with like 2. You get me? So that's how we can track how efficient they're being. So for me, for example, there's some Sundays where I'm not in the office and Blake is informing me. So you can help out your managers by like every once in a while just checking up and like, oh Blake, just so you know, like the receptionists are, off or whatever the case might be. And maybe they might need some help. Right. So that's the best way to on our end, that's like the easy way for us to see the exactly what's going on. And at the bottom always says like the total. Right. So this at this point is out of your control. Next to this, once you start interviews, that's when you can start helping with this. But this next part is where you guys start to get involved. That's what we call rep driven. Rep driven. As an assistant manager, for me, when I started, my manager put me in charge of two things: running interviews and calling people. It's literally the only two things I did. That's why in my branch no one sold anything, but I had a lot of people, and I got them excited. And Cutco's house Cutco. Not because I was good at training them, I promise you. I had to get good at that. All right, so rep driven is how an assistant manager can help the most. All right, so the first time this is done is on Monday. Right? So what are ways that people can, besides giving their numbers, what rep driven essentially means what? That it comes from whom? It comes from the rep. So how can the rep help out? Like from what you guys have seen in the office, like what are things that we do?
Triple threat.
Triple threat meaning what?
Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat.
Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Right. Now that school's in session, we can do what?
You can do
Active, but that's not really PRs. It's email blast, right? So we can send out emails to a bunch of people. I did that with Alex, and we got one person so far. Yeah, we need to send it to more, right? We sent it to Diego. How many did reply, Diego? Like 20, something like that. Yes, we should probably recall them on Sunday.
Yeah, actually 30. I have some others.
Right. So email blast is another way you can help with that. So on Monday, when everyone's coming in, the first like 30 minutes of advanced training, they're filling out paperwork, they're making sure their orders are put in, etc. And the first thing you should say is, hey, have you done triple threat yet? Or have you put anything on Facebook yet? Or have you put anything on Instagram yet? And if I'm in a conversation with someone else, you don't need me to tell you, to tell them to put it on Facebook. You get me? I will never be mad if you tell a representative to post something on Facebook, right? Essentially, what do we want that post to say?
We sell knives.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My job's currently hiring. Or we have openings.
Hey guys, my job's currently hiring. We have some openings.
Take a look at the top right-hand corner of the board.
Oh.
You know, it's supposed to, every office now, our office is not set up yet. So when you come back to the 15th, you'll see what it looks like. They have a PR tracking board, which is not set. We just don't have it set up yet. You'll know, it's called a social time board. Triple threat is when people, Karina just explained, maybe Karina, if you could put that onto the number 4 on the bullets, under number 4. So,
Social time?
Rep driven on Monday, or AT1 is when we do the first version of triple threat, where everyone puts on social, Instagram, Snapchat, and Facebook. They take a picture of a poster. For example, let's see, it says summer work. If you guys look to the left of the room, to the right of Karina, behind Angela, behind Alex, it says social time on the corkboard in the top right-hand corner. Okay, now that's not complete, but we're gonna have a whole board. We're actually moving that to where Karina, to the right of Karina. That whole right side of the whiteboard up there is gonna have it's gonna have it typed out so it's cleaner. We just did that like emergency. It's gonna have it typed out what to put on Facebook and what to put on Instagram. And it's gonna have 2 different posters underneath it, and everyone has to take a picture of their phone, literally copy that, and then put it in. And I think we could be fancy. Can we send it via
I don't send messages through PDF.
Okay. So anyway, so it's really important because we have what's called residual PRs. All they have to do is post on 3 different versions of social media. People start to respond, and while they're in advanced training, friends are responding. At the end of advanced training, all right, how do people respond to their social media? Me, okay, let's get them onto the team to help you win the prizes. And you start your rep-driven process.
Tutorials
was awesome. Okay.
So we did triple threat. We also set up some 5-star interviews. What are 5-star interviews? I don't know if that's been mentioned yet. We're not calling them that anymore.
Like a one-on-one meeting for example.
We can't keep calling them
Going to what?
that. Right?
And you might overdose.
Okay, so 5-star interviews is a one-on-one interview with. So on Vector Live, when you guys run interviews, you can rank an applicant as either having 1 star, 2 stars, or 3 stars, right? So a 3-star applicant is obviously a high caliber applicant, one that we're really excited for. 2-star would be average, 1 star would be a little bit below average. So 5-star means someone that's pretty stellar, would kick butt at the job. And in training, we ask people, hey, can you jot down your top 5, top 10 of your top people you know would kick butt? And we'll set them up for a one-on-one interview. So as managers, we call them a 5-star interview. Don't tell a rep, hey, your friend is a 5. Like they're not going to know what that means, but just so you guys know what that means. So
Brandon, if you could put under day 3.
top 5, top 10.
To the left. Where it says day 3, PR talk, 80 to 100 names contest. The last bullet is collect 5-star list. You guys remember when you pushed all those 100, 200 people in the app? Remember that? Yes, everybody else remember that?
Yes.
You gave like 100, 150. Then the manager would say, okay, now who would be like the top 10 people that you think would either be really likely to come in and or really likely to do well with the job? And even if you didn't click them, like maybe you had someone, maybe you know someone who's really sharp who could do well, but maybe you're embarrassed that click them and put them on. Because for example, how many let's say Watson's in training, and maybe he's got the phone number of the most popular kid at school, but he's not friends with him. He's not like close to him. So he probably didn't click it. Maybe didn't click on the app. Just I don't want to recommend Jeff Gamboa. I mean, what if he gets mad at me? So maybe he didn't submit him. And then Karina says, write down 10 people, because we'll really help you get this right. Write down 10 people who you think would be most likely to come in or really good at the job, even if you didn't click them. Like, just write the name and number down, and so that's a whole different list of people. Those are all 5-star people. Okay, so that's where you'll collect it at the end of day 3. And on Sunday calling, Karina, if you could add the 3rd bullet. You can start setting 5-star interviews. And LG, this is our whole session. And under the rep driven, instead of 5-star interview, you could erase that last one. The next line would be target / 3-way texting, which is another version of 5-star. You have to get on the detail. So ready? I'm gonna put yourself into just this scenario. You just submitted 100+ names to TRF. What day of training? What section up there? Day 3. Okay, you just gave me 200 names from your cell phone from Facebook. Then Karina, the last bullet, asks you to write down your best 10 people to 5-star. You can put in parentheses top 10. Yeah. Karina says, can you write down who are your top 10 if you click them or even if you didn't click them? Like, we have to get these people called and contacted. Then on Sunday, see what it says 5-star setting 5-star. Those 5-star lists that Karina so elegantly explained, you're going to call those people, not the receptionist. Let me say it again. You are going to call the 5-star list, not the receptionist. Why? Anyone know?
Credibility.
One more and 2.
More likely to pick up.
Maybe, maybe not.
Credibility.
Okay. But why else? Why else should we're going to say do not even give this list to the receptionist? That's how extreme it is.
It makes it more urgent.
It's a different script.
Makes it more personal.
Okay, it makes it more personal. Right? Who's going to do the best job of getting people in?
You. Person on the show.
Yeah, person on the show. Who's going to be the hardest people to get in? That list, the 5-star list. So you want the most talented person with the most urgency calling the hardest list to get in. And the most important list, that's the 5-star list. That happens on Sunday, so the last bullet. Then everyone look up to number 4, rep driven. So now we've called through all the names. We've called through all your 100 names. The manager specifically has called your top 10 list. Now, anyone we don't get a hold of, we're gonna send a text message directly from you. Hey man, I don't know if you got a text and a call from my office, but they were trying to reach you. Are you free? I thought of you for this job, whatever we tell you to text them. Oh yeah, okay, great. My manager's gonna contact you and we're gonna 3-way text right after that. And that'll be another method. It's like the 3rd attack of trying to get people in for you. Any questions or comments? That's a really important. Once you start to understand that, you'll say, okay, well, it's kind of like getting a customer for a demo. You text them first, they don't respond. You call them, they don't respond. Then you have someone close to them text them. And then you 3-way text to get the customer to get an appointment. If you've ever gone to that extreme, that's kind of what we do here. And why go through so much extreme, everybody?
The best people.
These are the best people. Okay, continue. Thank you.
Eventually, and in the very near future, you guys will start learning how to set them. So that's gonna be like probably the most important thing you can learn.
October.
Yeah, a couple weeks, right? So next, so step 5. is going to be on Tuesday and Wednesday. We run 5-star interviews. Technically, any day you can do them, but ideally, why do we want Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Why is that the most urgent day? The training. Our training's on Thursday. That's why for those of you that send me friends of yours, like on Friday, I don't even contact them until like that Sunday. Just because, you know, the urgency is important. The sooner I set the interview up, it's the most important thing. Okay. And then number 6 is rep driven again on Wednesday. Number 2. In the summer, all assistant managers, that's all you do on Wednesday. As a branch, it's like half your job most of the time is the setting up rep driven, right? And the most important part. So whenever you guys now, like in the fall, and once you start learning how to call these, if you ever hit your phone jam goal early, next time you don't have to ask me, hey Karina, what do I do now? I'm just gonna always tell you to rep drive. You know, what are we doing to just create more recruits? Wednesday's recruits are some of our best recruits. What day do they come in for an interview? Thursday, and then we can actually train them on Friday and then start working with us on Saturday. Right?
And the next level group, that's okay, text 3. Okay, text 3. Okay, text 3. Good.
So Jeff, I can go into a few more specifics, but
Not so much. You wrap it up. Start to wrap it up.
yeah, I mean that's all I had for right now. In terms of rep driven on Wednesday, you can get a little bit more creative because you have the entire team. So you can go to someone that we don't have a PR yet, you know. So we're gonna start having boards in every office that has every single representative that has a PR. What I always do on Wednesdays is I always look at that board and I'm like, all right, who's not on there? Who needs to be on there? All right, let's see if we can get them there. Right now, it's very urgent to get PRs in, specifically this time of year. Why? What's on the line for reps?
Bahamas.
Bahamas, right? And here's what you guys can do in terms of when you talk to the team. For example, we had Kaylani on our team. I was like, hey, by the way, do you know you're like halfway to the Bahamas? And she's like, I am? And I'm like, yeah, you are. I don't know if you knew that. She goes, oh my God, I'm sending you friends right now. You know, like she wouldn't have sent me anybody had I not, you know, brought that to her attention. So Wednesday's a big key in terms of that. Major key.
Senor Uribe, there's a black marker there. Your future with our company is determined of whether you can hit my hand. 3, 2, 1, go.
You're fired. He's a Patriots fan. He's a Patriots fan.
I think you guys are both Bills fans, so that was a better loss. You can be all the fans in the world except for Diego's team. That's okay. Okay. Side note. We'll take a quick break because I want you re-engaged. Just let me give you the cliff. You guys still do cliff notes nowadays?
Yeah.
You know what that means? Okay.
Oh, Sparkman's.
Sparkman's the new one.
Sparkman's.
Okay. Ready? Here are the Gamboa notes. At the end of the interview, we need to get a lot of names. At the end of training, when they're most excited, we would give them a contest to get even more names because they only gave. Okay, let me start over. This is really important. Can't miss this. So we need to get a lot of names, and the time is ripe to ask after they just went through an interview. Why? Because they're excited for the job. So they'll write down 10, 20 people. Usually not more than that. 5 to 10 is what you want. If they're writing 100 people, it's probably a little too much. I went to a job interview, and I ended up staying 30 minutes to write down 100. That's just weird. Versus, who are like 5 to 10 people? Because they're excited. Then they're even more excited. Why? Because it's the third day of Cutco training. They showed up to training. I'm about to make some money. Fast start. Oh, and they have the contest. Bahamas. Or in the summer. Puerto Vallarta. Or next summer. I don't know. Yeah. Bertel's about to run through the ceiling again. I know. I can see it. It's coming. I expect it. So then we get them really excited to get even more names. But this time we're going to average 100 or more names. And we use an app to make it really easy. But then we also target the best names. I know you gave me a lot, and thank you. We're going to call them. My receptionist will call them. But give me the top 10. I want the top 10 because they're harder to get in, and I'm going to hook you up so you can win that trip to the Bahamas. Then Sunday starts the process, and this is Karina's like next talk at the next meeting on how do you kick off the receptionist, how do you get them started, how do you track everything. But then this is when you start texting, and we are starting to transition to a program where we're gonna text all of the names first before we call them. Anyone know why? Why it's more effective to, let's say I get 10 people in training, they all give me 100, I have 1,000 names. We're gonna text all 1,000 first. Hey, so-and-so recommended you as someone who might be looking for work. Are you interested? And not that way, there's more detail. But anyone know why we would text all 1,000 names first?
Like they could either say no right away, or like you just call them and then they'll have your number, or they'll be.
Imagine you took every recommendation you have in your book, 100, 200, 300, and you texted everyone. What are the advantages of that?
They have
Is that it?
they have like a heads up.
Okay, but just from a setting up appointment standpoint, what are the advantages of texting everyone first? Which, by the way, I think you should.
You can avoid all the angry people.
Okay, so you've had people that you ever call someone, you're like, you're probably angry before I called you in life.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get those people out of the way and you don't waste the call. It's like, okay, you don't ever call me. So, I'm so sorry, have a great day. Done. Instead of the whole, and also it's kind of taxing, isn't it, when you hear all that?
Yeah.
Hey, what kind of job is this? Is not a real job. Get a real job. Right, and then whatever, and no matter how many times you've done it, it still gets to you sometimes. Or someone says something and you know it's so not true, and you just had a bad day, and they're like, "Cut, such a scam." You're like, "You're a scam." So sorry. I'm so sorry. Who's ever felt like that? Raise your hand. For sure. You're like, you're the scam, Mrs. Jones, Mom. Right. Back to the point. I'm sorry. We want to get to the people who are like, yeah, sweetie, text me. I love Cutco. We want that version, but for PRs. Oh, I'm looking for a job. Oh, is this the ninth thing? Yeah, my friend at the so-and-so school does this. He makes bang. I got to get in. I was waiting for a call to stuff. Like, you'll get all kinds of reactions. Same thing. Also, not to get too excited, but we're working on software where we can text automatically through Vector Live.
No way.
Right? So instead of us doing it, it's not confirmed yet, but we should be able to send 150 to 200 texts in a minute.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah.
Just it's like software, and it's not through your personal numbers, to the office number. It's really cool. Because we're working on that. But worst case scenario, we have receptionists that we can text, and there are apps to use where you can text multiple people. Okay, and then on Monday, so we've gotten a lot of names. We start calling them. The receptionists start calling them. We start calling the best top 10. And then on Monday, whoever we didn't contact, we say, hey, Alex, my receptionist called your list. They got 3 of your friends set up for interviews. And I called the top 10 list. I got 2 of those friends. But here's who didn't answer. Can we send them a quick text? And now I want her to send a text. Instead of a random number text that they got on Saturday. Like these top lists are going to get a text right next level. They're going to get a text for the manager. Hey, Diego, this is Jeff Gamboa. I actually just finished working with your friend Alex Betancourt. I know you guys are friends from so-and-so, and she had mentioned you as someone who might be interested in work. She's doing really well with her company. Is this something you might be interested in? No response. So I see Alex on Monday. Hey, your friend Diego didn't respond. So she'll shoot a text. Hey man, did my manager reach out to you? Because Oh yeah, I'm so sorry. I was busy. I was out. We went on the boat. Blah 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 blah. Okay, cool. Can he reach out to you right now? He's in front of me. Cool. Whoop, text. Hey, and I'll copy now. It's a 3-way text, and I'll do a group text, and we'll go back and forth, and then hey, so can we set up an interview? Great, set them up. Got LU. Got it? Any questions, comments? Okay, we're gonna take. It is 7:05. We are gonna take 10. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to call a couple audible because I don't want to rush the topics. I'm going to put the fitness one for next one, but I'm going to combine it. This one was supposed to be the food. Next week, I'm going to talk about, we'll do a fitness session. We'll do food and exercise combined for October. Okay. So that leaves left money, because we can't skip the money. When you're in business, you can't skip money. But I want to go back and we're going to take 2 tests that I talked about, CBI and 5 love languages. We're just going to take it here. We're not going to talk about it. We're going to debrief it on the Monday call. Got it? Okay, so it's 7:05. Let's take 10. Next level, raise your hand. The question is, what are your top 2 biggest keys to having a great PR program, or the top 2 biggest lessons you learned from this summer? Got it? 7:05. We ready to rock and roll? 7:10. 7:15. right, everybody. Cool. Go find the next level. Next level, find the first year. All right, let's get it rolling.
Yeah, well, they're walk through these.
As we start up, any other takeaways from Karina's message, please? Or what were your biggest takeaways from the next level that you spoke to? What were their big tips? Can we share that for a little bit? Alex.
What I got a lot of was the fact that, especially with the PRs, once it gets to a certain point where it just becomes like fun and easy because you've done it so many times, especially with the
Yeah, what he's I'm gonna be saying it in a different way. It just starts to become a culture, and they get who would like it? Clearly, you drop chair, right? So let's say it becomes a culture. You don't have to work as hard for recruits and money and people and your team to build. That's how you want it. You want it where, hey, Alex, this is Jeff. I'm Alex's friend. Yeah, I've been waiting for a call. I know you guys are busy, but I'm really trying to do the knife thing, and I just got back from we went to Europe for the summer, and I'm back, so I really want to sell now. You'll get that. That costs you zero. You can do any energy, and they're pulling at you. I mean, those are the best recruits. In Metro Miami, did you have anyone that was like that? That was, all right, and now I want to do the job.
Why?
Juan?
No, I said why. Why would they say that?
Oh, because all my friends are making bank and going to trips and going to Mexico, and
Yeah.
I want in. My friend won't stop talking about his damn job, and then I thought it was a scam, and then my other friend did it, and then Alex, my friend, did it, and then so Watson did it. I'm like, man, if Watson's doing it, I gotta do it. Like that, all of Metro Miami, their whole road team. Okay, so just food for thought. Completely different transition. You guys ready to do non-Cutco now? Okay, so we're gonna end the last hour and 15 minutes here with non-Cutco. Our two topics. We're gonna do money to end. We'll end with a bang. And I want to talk about two very important tools. And I want you to write down a quote. Okay. The most powerful woman or man, the most powerful woman or man is the self-aware woman or man. Or for yourself, if you're a woman, you can put woman, man. If you're not sure, we have problems. Right? So if you're not self-aware. The self-aware, the most powerful person is a self-aware person, you can say. The most powerful person is a self-aware person. What does that mean?
If you know your strengths and your weaknesses, you can work on your weaknesses and capitalize on your strengths.
I agree in that. With that, rather. What else does that mean? The most powerful person is a self-aware person. Clace.
Well, to play off that, you know which areas you can find help from other people or you can read
So
other
you know
people a
where to
little
seek
bit better.
help. So what she was saying is you can capitalize on your strengths and run with your strengths. You can see where you need help. Back to Alex.
Wait, there's something I had. Hold on, wait a second.
Okay.
So it's like you kind of know what you can handle, what's a challenge for you, and what's going to be really easy.
Okay, so you can anticipate.
The amount of effort.
Right, you can anticipate. I'm gonna use the Ninja Warrior example. There's a maze, and you already know, all right, that's gonna be hard as you know what, and that one's cake. Actually, that's kind of like what I do for football. And that, you kind of strategize. Well, when you get into scenarios, you have to know yourself to know what you're good at, what you're not good at. If I'm in a scenario, and Karina knows this, I am pretty self-aware. No one's 100% self-aware. So I'm just giving you random things I'd like you to take notes on. No one's 100% self-aware. We need to write that down too. No one is 100% self-aware. Not even the division manager, not the region manager, not your parents. What's the most important tool to help you for the things that you're not aware of? No matter how aware you are, there's always something you're not aware of. There's things you just
Murphy's Law.
So it's a really important tool that will help you.
Let other people know.
Other people, your COI. Okay, it's important. The actually all three circles. We all have blind spots, right? You ever have that uncle in the holidays? It's really inappropriate, really obnoxious, telling stories, and the only person everyone in the room knows are obnoxious except for who?
Them.
Yeah. It's usually an uncle. Sometimes an aunt, but everyone has family. Come on. And if you don't, you should reach out to your family more. Everyone has someone like that, or a friend, or they're like, yeah, and they're like, it's not aware. You have to be. If you're a good friend, what do? You tell them what's going on, or get new friends. One of the two. COI, really important. So here, these are two really important tools, and The first one is a very technical tool. It's called CVI, Core Values Index. I'm going to give you the premise. Our Monday calls at 4:30. We're going to talk about your results on Monday. 5 love languages is a more emotionally connected, emotionally appropriate test, which was exactly what it says. It's your love language. Okay. So I want to go through, define the 5 love languages. I want to go through and define the different core values, and then we're going to have you take the test. How long does each test take? Do you know? 10 minutes each? Okay, cool. So we're going to take the test now, so it's done, and we can spend the rest of the meeting talking about one. Okay? So let's talk about, if you've already taken this, I ask that you come with a very open mind and a new set of eyes. And also, let me do my thing. Go. So there are 5 love languages. Number 1, words of affirmation. Okay. Words of affirmation is defined as love is filled and felt. I'm sorry. Love is filled from within and love is felt when there are words. The I love you. Alex, I care about you so much. You mean so much to me. Watson, I appreciate you. Words send you soaring like, man! Right? For some of you, I know words of affirmation because I'll give you a compliment or I'll say something and I get the longest response. Thank you so much, Jeff. You don't know how much that means. And it's huge. And some people, not so much. Words of affirmation. The second one is quality time. Like, saying I love you is great, but just spend time. Show me you love me and are a good friend or significant other or a colleague, but let's just get some time. Be around, be present. Let's grab some beers. Let's go play Xbox. Let's go to a movie, but just or sit on a couch. Like my sister-in-law, the beautiful mixed baby we had in the beginning, my brother and her, like they're totally quality time. They'll sit there and she'll be on her phone, not in a negative, rude way, but like, she's doing something, taking pictures of the baby, he's watching a football game. But as long as they're hanging out together, their tanks are filled. It's awesome. Okay, so that's quality time. Then there's physical touch, right? So you take it from a business level. So it's like, hey, I really appreciate you. I want you to know, like, I really appreciate you. And I'm gonna have a whole nother section on how to appropriately touch people so that you give the right impression. Like the way I would never do this with any of the women here. I just wouldn't. I wouldn't put my hand on your shoulder. I would lightly. Remember when I just walked by you? I didn't touch your back. What did I touch? Side of your arm. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't an accident. When I walk by you guys, I'm like, excuse me, guys, real quick. When I hurt, that's part of me. No accident. Because when you do this to a woman, even you guys know my intentions, it's still not cool. It's just in privacy. It's personal space. And even if we are cool, maybe, but I mean, I don't even really do that with Karina. Actually, I do because I know Karina really well. So practically family. It's different. But for guys, you have to understand physical touch. That's why some people, when they shake and they want to show appreciation, do this. Hey, what's going on? Nice. What's up? Like, they always want to. You know someone like that? What's going on? Hey, nice. What's going on, man? How many of you know, bro, give me a hug, man? Raise your hand if you already know your physical touch friend. Oh, yeah. Or that I saw over here. You guys were hugging. Who's hugging? You're physical touch, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah. Ready? Fourth one is acts of service. You love me? Show me through what you do. Actions speak louder than words here. Doesn't matter if you say, hey, just by hanging out, like you didn't do anything for me to show me. Okay, that big hug or cuddle time. Some people like to cuddle. Other couples, they don't really need to cuddle, and it's not a big deal for them. So words of affirmation, quality time, physical touch, acts of service. Oh, it's gift giving. Gifts. Like for me, I can get whatever gift for Heidi. It's like, oh, that's nice. She's of such humble. She's from a farm. She's got 9 siblings. She appreciates everything I give her because she's like, I never had anything nice. When you give it to me, I appreciate it, but I love you already. I'm like, because I'm words. I'm like, keep saying that, right? Let's see gifts for her. My brother, He's quality time and service. My dad was the service. He'll, like, clean your house for you. I mean, my mom, words and service, and sometimes gifts. Okay. Karina is quality time and a little physical touch, or a lot, equal.
It's words after and then.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Time, words and then physical.
Okay, well, watch this too. Circle of influence. All our division is like me. Close, similar. Like the majority of our division, the higher ends, connect with me because I'm very high. Like, this is the highest. It's through the roof. This is kind of second, and then I touch and service. In fact, you know, with me, I have like physical space issues sometimes. That's why there are no besitos in FC. Right? You don't besito. If any of you besitoed me, I don't take it as disrespectful in normal outside business. In fact, you live in South Florida, you kind of have to learn what that means. Right? But I don't besito any of you because for me it's not. But I do this often. Okay. So we're gonna take that test. Any questions? So I bet you can probably guess what you are, in a way. What I like to do is go to. You can do it on your phone or your computer. Go to 5lovelanguages.com. I'm gonna show you what it looks like.
5 a number or 5 words?
The number 5. There's actually on the agenda as well. I'll put it up here. Okay. All right, everyone, it looks like this. 5 love languages.
Take all the tests. The 5
Click
tests.
the page to begin.
Yeah, I would like to show this video real quick. Can I get it with the touch real quick? Sorry, I should have played this video first.
Remember the past we both endured, loss of affection, loss of words. We used to hide behind closed doors, or put up walls between us. And oh, how we misunderstood love, a whole other language we have to learn. Not always easier said than done. Oh, but now we know better 'cause love is a language, I'll use words. Love is a gift, I'll give till it hurts. Love's affection, I'll move closer to be yours. Love is time you have all mine. Love is to serve, I'll be by your side. And I'll always find a way to say I love you. Remember when we misunderstood love, a loss of affection with loss of words. We'd run and hide behind closed doors, or put up walls between us. Not always easier said than done, with a whole other language we have to learn. Just to steer us back on course. Yeah, but now we know better 'cause love is a language, I'll use words. Love is a gift, I'll give till it hurts. Love's affection, I'll move closer to be only yours. Love is time you have all mine. Love is to serve, I'll be by your side. I'll always find a way to say I love you more. With that touch, with that gift, with a song or a kiss, speaking the same language. And I love you more. Every day, every trip.
Okay. Right. So obviously this is marriage, and I know some of you are far from that, but relationships are still very important. Relationships are important to cultivate. So whether this is the extreme, which is marriage, which is something that whether you're about to, you feel like you know you're going to, at some point you will, I know I will, you use this, or it's just a way of expressing love to important people, and it doesn't, there's plenty of room for love in the workplace, right? It's not just for at home, and how you care very sincerely for your coworkers. And here I would tell you, well, that's one of the Cutco vector ways where this job is very unique in the sense of the strength of relationships. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to go to the profile. It says click here to begin. Go ahead and take the test. We'll go from there. And if you already have done it, I would take it again. See if something changes.
Wait, what do we click? I'm
Sorry.
What do we click? Here. Oh. That's fine.
Do you put it in the TLA?
No, just hold on to it.
Sorry, Alexander. I didn't get that.
Who's done?
We'll wait for everyone.
On a side note, as you're aware, there's also the 5 apology languages, which is not too different than the love languages, but you don't have to take it now. And I'm not even making it part of the curriculum, but worth taking. If you're involved if you're in a relationship, it's great for people to take this. What's that? Apology, of course, and the loved one. Yeah, really important. I know that my relationship with Heidi, but also my relationship with the districts, the branches, when I really understand this, I'm having you do this so you're self-aware, but also so we can all interact in an appropriate manner.
and I'm putting my scores up here in a second so you understand me. And so you can see why when someone doesn't say thank you or please, other than the respect factor, why that's really why I hold that to high value. Another few more minutes and we'll roll. Is it any coincidence? Next level, you guys know this for sure. Is it any coincidence that one of the things I love to do, whether in a business setting, but also in a personal setting where we have dinner, how do I like to start dinner and group events? How do I like to start the meetings?
Speech.
What do you appreciate? Why? Because I want to hear this. But I'm also trying to put you in a peak state. What's the worst state? Helplessness. What's the opposite of helplessness? Grateful. We do that we'll talk about that all the time. Who's still taking? We'll wrap it up. You took it again? Accurate? David, you hate words of affirmation. Okay, what I'd like you to do on the TLA page, listen up, on the TLA page, I like you to post your 1 or 2 dominants. So mine, there's clearly a dominant, right? Words and then quality time and the rest are kind of on their own. So if you have 1 that's dominant, put that 1. If you have 2 that are dominant, that's 2. You usually don't have more than 2, from my understanding. You don't have more than 2 that are pretty dominant. If it's pretty even, just put the highest one.
All right.
Got it? So we'll debrief way more on Monday, but any initial just surprises or takeaways? Yeah. I'll take it. Eldrick.
Active service. I didn't realize like how much I really appreciate like small things like this.
Yeah.
Just like really tiny, same knowledge.
And part of what I want you to do is to reread the definition of these before Monday. It'll make a lot more sense when you take the actual, not the Jeff version, but with the what Dr. Chapman says. Yes, Alex.
I don't know. I guess it's just like when you see everybody taking and everybody putting up their scores, it's like you realize that like these people who might seem a little bit more closed off or anything, they would love to.
Mm-hmm. Everyone needs love. Of course.
Mine's quality time, and it's probably the reason I like the 100% engaged attitude about TLA and just the FC division as a whole.
Yep.
And it really bothers me when I'm like hanging out with friends and they're all on their phones the entire time.
Bothers me too. Ask Karina. Ask David. Try texting. Try texting when we're eating. See what happens.
Take it from them. Don't do it.
My top two were words of affirmation and quality time, but I didn't realize that I liked words of affirmation. So
You know, I knew you like. You know, how I knew you like words of affirmation.
How?
I saw your body language when I was talking about you when you got up here. I'm serious because, yeah, I could just tell. I've just done it. It's awesome. So I think part of it, what's great about this too is, what you notice. What are my 2 scores highest? Yeah. So I've created an organization, a division in this case, that values what you appreciate to start meetings, so that people start by being grateful and expressing in words what they're grateful for in a positive way to start an event. Because it's my division and I can run it the way I want to. And I'm going to do it in a way that brings out the best in me. How do you bring out the best in me? Bring out the Jeff Love bug. And how do you bring the best? And that's the funny way to say it. But get me in the best possible state. I want to be around a team that really loves to learn together, loves to support each other, loves to support me. I want to support them. Right. There you go. And then we have quality time. So that during the breaks, I don't want you to hang out in your own groups. What do I want you to do during the breaks? I want you to go talk to each other and get some quality time and talk about stuff. Okay? That's why every district staff meeting, we always do something and hang out. Like go-kart racing or dinners, or just even if we just go grab a few beers or whatever we do, just want to get some time and we talk about the meeting. That's just really important for me anyway. May not be for you, but it's so funny because then the managers really get the best from me, whether it's their love language or not. I've always had managers that this isn't really their love language, but they know how to appease to me too. They know how to approach me. So, good. Any other takeaways? Districts, did you retake it or any thoughts? Yeah, you retook it. What did you discover, rediscover, not discover?
Well, with me, it's pretty consistent. What I value, what I like, and how to best work, how I best work with people as well.
Okay, awesome. So can you please write down, and Corinne, this will be on the running list for the assignments. So here's the running list of assignments. We'll have the first assignment officially, as I'd like you to reread the definition of 5 love languages, all of them, as compared to your scores. If you haven't already, please post it. I just want you to read the 5 definitions. And why is it important? Because I don't want you just to read the ones that you are. I want you to read the ones that others people might be. Because then you might not connect. I think this is great. So a self-aware person is the really most powerful person. Most powerful leader is someone who's just not just self-aware, but self-aware of other people and how to connect. That's rapport, isn't it? So when you connect with people, if I know that someone's love language is physical touch, I'll go out of my way to do something appropriately. If you take it immaturely, physical touch, but some of you did. If I know I'm speaking to someone, a physical touch is important, I'll go out of my way to do something, whether it's a hand on the shoulder to a young gentleman who I know is physical touch, or a hug to a close friend. My mom is physical touch, so I'll just pick her up. She hates it. She goes, no, don't pick me up, but she loves it. She's like, don't pick me up. That's my mom. That's my mom. So far, so you guys learning? What are you learning here? Know thyself, but try to learn other people. Yeah. Okay. Second assignment. The link is on the agenda. You're going to go to the NFLdivision.com. It's on the agenda. It's Matt King's division's website, and he has the CBI test.
Mm-hmm.
CBI?
I'm gonna put up right now. Yeah. Which should we pick a division or just leave it as select division?
So what you're gonna do? I'll wait. Señor. Okay. Ven on you. So there are 4 different values. We're not going to take the test yet. This one's a little longer. We need to take it before Monday. I'm going to talk about the 4 different builder, merchant, banker, and innovator. So the key to describing it, if you look, it says core value, power and faith. Merchant is love and truth. Banker is knowledge and justice. Innovator is wisdom and compassion. And that might seem a little far-fetched until you read everything. Let me give you another. Builder is the go-doer, just athletes. Right? That's the part. And we all have a builder, merchant, banker, and innovator in us. But what our core values is sometimes low. If you're like super disorganized, you hate numbers, that's banker. Banker's numbers, organization, to-do lists, spreadsheets. What's the plan? That's a banker. Okay. Merchant, love, man. You want the team to be together. I'm super uber duper merchant. Builder, just go get her, just doer. Innovator, creative thinking. Okay, there are positives and also area of opportunities to both. It's really important, and when you find out yours, I want you to post that not now, but when you take the test. Okay, I am a merchant innovator. Okay. NLG, what are you?
Merchant innovator.
Innovator merchant.
So, circle of influence, like attracts like, right? Now, how do you become better and build bigger teams? How can you attract and work with other types of people? Not just like, so it's really easy to connect with these guys, but there are other people in our division who they're not automatically wired to connect with me. So it's important. Like I'll use Andrew for example. Andrew's not really a merchant. He's more builder, I think builder innovator, or builder, maybe he's builder merchant. Okay. But his go-to is not merchant. But I've learned that, and I just understand him really well, and I feel like I can connect with him, and he also knows how to connect with me. We had when I took him to get his jacket, and I remember we had and you're probably watching this, Andrew. We went back to my place, we hung out, and he had a quick conversation. It was just one of my favorite conversations of the whole summer. I remember that, and just some of the things he said. And I know it's not necessarily wired his way, but I definitely could see his merchant coming out. It was awesome. I felt connected. So we didn't fire him. It was awesome. We decided not to fire Andrew Evans. So assignment number 1 is to reread Five Love Language. Assignment number 2 is to take the CVI and then post it on the TLA group. Thumbs up if you understand. Okay, cool. Last thing to wrap up. Let's go turn towards the money stuff. Turn and open up your folders, please. Oh, we have quick time. Morning routines. Let's just do a quick review. And then we'll go to money to wrap up. Who can tell me from our last 2 sessions why morning routines are so important? We'll go first. Yours first. Give me one reason.
They help you focus on yourself.
Okay, focus on yourself. One reason.
You reevaluate what's important.
Good. That's right. That's very good.
Good mindset.
Okay, positive mindset. We always say the worst state of mind is to be what? Helplessness. What's the worst state of mind, everybody?
Helplessness.
One more time, everybody. The worst state of mind is what?
Helplessness.
Helplessness. When you have no control, you do have control. The opposite of helplessness is grateful. Well, actually, technically, the opposite of helplessness is capable and control. But the medicine, the antidote to helplessness is grateful, because when you're grateful, you are in control. You have things that are going your way. You have things that aren't helpless. Okay? So part of it is putting you into peak state of mind. We talked about the physiological, like the body version, and why it's important to have a morning routine. Who remembers the very first thing you want to do?
Sit up.
Sit up. Why? What part of your physiological makeup does that affect?
Shocks you awake.
Your brain. Blood flow.
Blood flow, right away. Which affects your brain, which shocks your system, does all that. What's the next step?
Water.
To hydrate the 2 to 3 hours that you weren't awake. Just kidding.
2 to 3.
Just kidding. Ideally 5 to 8-ish ranging hours. Okay. Then what?
Breathe.
Why?
Send oxygen to the brain.
Oxygen. And then from there, part of the breathing is what? Either spiritual, faith. And if you're either spiritual or you have a strong faith, you'll know what those two mean. If you're neither one, the breathing alone is very important. Then what?
Journal time.
Nope, before that.
Okay.
But that's a good answer, though.
Make your bed.
Make your bed. Make your bed quick. Part of it is that you are eliminating. You're physically saying, "Okay, sleep is over," so as not to what? Crawl back into bed. And by the way, there are times where it's appropriate. It's great to crawl back in bed and say, "Screw it." Go back. That's fine. That's life. But the routine needs to be all right. Bed's done. I'm ready to rock today. My body's activated. I feel internally ready to roll. And I do something that I can control, and I'm organized to start the day. So far, so good? Just a quick review. Okay. Then, after making the bed, Mr. Bertel, what's next?
Journal time.
Journal time. Okay. And then our journal is 3 steps, pretty quick. Put yourself in the best state of mind by being what? Grateful. I always put grateful for ... And just list up. It can be a whole list. Sometimes you're feeling super grateful. It's a whole page. My journal is right there underneath the tennis ball book. Would you mind handing it up? You can touch it.
That's more CPU.
Tell her to touch it. Okay. You see here? This is June 6th, 2016. Grateful for. Amazing Heidi weekend. Got home safe. Loved to a weekend with family. Rest. Flexibility of my opportunity to do what I want to do and travel where I want. The great young people that we work for. I don't know what I was thinking that day, but I was extra grateful for that. Best version of myself. That's the next step. Best version of myself, and I picked, well, what's the one key thing? And then on that day, be a strong listener today. So I wrote down. And then what's the last one? Big three. What are the big 3 things that if you got done, it would be an outstanding, productive, outstanding, productive, outstanding, productive. Think of those 2. Outstanding, productive day. And I wrote down crush advanced training 1 for the new training group. Fierce conversations with Allie and Janine. And cook food for the week. Because I know that if I don't have my food prep for the week, it causes me to be stressed out. I'm stressed out because I'm spending money I didn't want to spend that week. I'm stressed out because I don't have my meal prep and I'm not on point for my workout program. And I'm stressed out because I'm actually being a hypocrite because I tell everyone else they should meal prep and I don't meal prep. I just eat out all the time. So I knew if I just get that done, that's a big 3. So 1 was business, 1 was food, and 1 was 2 were business. So far, so good. Any big takeaways from doing this last couple of days, hopefully weeks? Who is 100%, and then we'll call this FC morning routine. Who is at an 8, 9, or 10 out of 10 right now? Who is on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 is like I do this exactly, Jeff. In fact, it looks like this and all that. That's a 10. Who's at an 8, 9, or 10 right now? Okay, good. What are you noticing positive about it?
Just really grateful to have the journal, and like it's awesome to be able to like start your day off and like.
Yeah. What did Jim Rohn say about the journal? What did Jim Rohn say about the journal in his video and the YouTube that you're supposed to listen to?
Say it was lit.
Say it again.
No.
It's good habit to get into, and every successful businessman has one.
What else did Jim Rohn say on the video YouTube about the investment and the journal?
Oh, the more you invest in it, the more you're going to use it.
Yeah. Why? Because it's directly related to the investment. I'm going to invest. I'm going to put money into a bad house. Put a little bit of money into the renovations. No, I'm going to do it the right way. It's like Cutco. We like the best, don't we? So I'm going to buy what I think is the best. In my younger days, rather, I never would have spent $60 on a notebook. I would have gone to the dollar store. I spent $60 on a fancier notebook. I would spend $200 on a notebook because I know what this does for me now. I just don't need to. I think 60 is great. Okay. Who else does this? 8, 9, or 10? What are you taking so far?
Especially on Tuesdays, I go to UM, so I have to drive like an hour with traffic and everything. And on Tuesdays, I have an 8 a.m. lab. I have to wake up at 5:45 in the morning.
Okay.
And I just know the type of person that I would be if I didn't do this. And like the fact that I'm alive and like going with my day on Tuesdays.
Good.
It's
So you're conquering what could be
Something important.
yeah a terrible, overwhelming day. Who else is 8, 9, 10?
It allows me to focus on what's important. So like, let's say if I only got 2 out of 3 and something comes up that's gonna really, inhibit that third, like I can automatically just like leave that for later. I gotta get this done first.
That's a big thing from a business standpoint. Priority. How many of you, as a rep, as a student for studying, I studied all day and you really didn't study anything? Raise your hand if you've done that. How many times have you didn't really study all day long, but you rocked what you did study and you knew really well? Yeah. So there's nothing that says you have to work a lot to get a lot done. There's nothing that says. But focused work is really important. Okay? How many of you have done this, even like a 6 or 7 out of 10, and you already felt way more accomplished for the day than other days? I think it's a big part of it. I always like to tell our districts, we're going to accomplish more by 9 a.m. than some people do by 2 or by 5. Awesome. And I believe that. I believe as a division manager at the level that I journal, at the level that I guess my routine of waking up, fitness, all that, I believe this, including with my exercise, including with my email process, with my communication process, I believe that we're getting done. I personally am getting done way more by 9 o'clock than most other managers are getting done, probably by 2 or 3, maybe even by 5 o'clock. Why? Because it's already set. What's so funny? I don't really get it. Would you like to share?
No, it's what he said was.
Is his sister funny or something?
No, it's whatever.
Okay. All right. Can we move forward?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
please? Okay. Any other thoughts on the journaling? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I know how we always talk about an FC and make a statement. And from an athletic standpoint, just really trying to walk right on the football team, it just puts me in, kind of getting in the lab, first person in, last person out kind of mentality.
Yeah.
And really, as a quarterback, you have to really take the initiative to do things before anyone tells you to. And that's something that coaches really look for. Just help me
Peak performance athletes, peak performance leaders, politicians, presidential figures, all those people, business people. You're going to be business people. You are business people. They all have great morning routines. How do you put this on steroids? Exercise. Mm-hmm. All right. Proper lifestyle and eating, which we'll talk about next time. So exercise, lifestyle of eating. Okay. And then proper communication habits in the morning, aka email and proper WhatsApp and text. You get this down. Andrew Evans had this down. Luke Maseko had this down. I know their morning routines like this. I know what they do for that. I know what they do for that. I mean, they're all outstanding. It's the same every day. And if something is wrong and it's not off, back at it the next day because it's a routine. It's lifestyle. It's not a fad. It's not a cool thing we did at TLA and I'll just do it because it's fun. No, it becomes part of a have to, not it would be nice to. And you can't, there's nothing negative about any of this. Wait, you drink water when you wake up? Wait, you breathe and get your body activated? Wait, I mean, there's nothing bad about any of this. I can say with 100% certainty, you can't say anything bad about any of this. And you could borderline say, Jeff, what are you trying to push on people? I said, if this is how you operate in part of your life, but if anything, breathe. There's nothing negative about this. I'm confident. Other takeaways about districts in the back? Some districts don't do it, but
Well, also with the big 3, it sets you up with your focuses for the day. I have to think of what I'm specifically doing, being a PSM particularly. What am I doing for the day to move this office forward? That gives me.
remember I told you can tell a lot about someone by if and how they what. You can also tell a lot about someone by the time they wake up on average. A lot. And then, what about nurses? I can tell you a lot about them by what time nurses wake up. My mom's a nurse of 30, 40 years, maybe more. No more, because I'm 38. What am I talking about? Oh, 40 plus years, sorry. Yes, Karina.
I just know if you don't have your personal life on point, then everything else just kind of goes down the blueprint.
Ready? The business usually reflects where you are in life personally. If you got a poopy home life, it will at some point come out here. It always does, and I see it. I can already tell and I don't know all the stories. I can tell those of you who have divorced, separated parents.
I can tell most of you who don't have a relationship with your folks. I can tell those of you who are disorganized at home. I can tell, like a book. This is 22 years I've been doing this. I can read like a book, and I'm 90% accurate usually. In fact, I was testing some of this with Karina and David. I was asking questions about some of you guys. Now, tell me about this. I'm right on all of it. Because you can just tell, because it comes out here. You can't have, I'm a kick butt, focused, respectable, and respecting person at work, but I'm at home, I'm an a-hole. No, you're an a-hole. And you hide it at work for a little bit until people read through it. You can't be, I'm good here, but I'm bad at home. And you can't be good at home and then bad here. Actually, you can't do that. Just no job here. Right? So Karina makes the point where you are personally. So much of TLA is not the PR talk and the contest and how do you stand up when you do your interview. Part of TLA is creating a better personal life and a better version of you, because if you do that, business is good. When I got serious about my relationship with Heidi, when my family relationships became strong, when fitness, there were direct correlations in my Cutco business and my income, by the way, when those things became a priority for me. When my average wake up time became 5 a.m., 4:45, 5:30 is late for me, my business has changed since 5:30 a.m. as my late versus 8 a.m. as my late before, years ago. Big correlation. Thoughts, takeaways so far? Biggest takeaways from this very quick exercise?
Just personal life, like you just said, because like how you can just see by how you're saying how you can look at us, also like looking at you, just the energy you give off. You can see that at home you obviously have a really good relationship with your girlfriend and your family. And things like that.
Yeah, and it's not perfect. Please be careful. And we have fights. Our family's not perfect. Just like your families aren't perfect too. But overall, what's the routine? What's consistent? And it's healthy. It's love. It's fun. It's power. All those things. Respectful. We do Heidi and I say what you appreciate every day. And then if we miss it, she'll go, wait, you didn't ask me yesterday. Like, oh, sorry. It's like out of the ordinary. But every day, if we're together, when we have dinner, within the first 30 seconds, we're asking. I usually ask, or she'll ask. All the time. She knows when we wake up, there's a routine. It's not just cool business mumbo jumbo at work stuff. This is period. Someone had their hand up over here. Yes.
So I was gonna say that how you mentioned your business represents where you are in your personal life. So let's say if someone runs a branch, but they're not really taking care of their personal self, it's gonna show in their CPO and everything else.
Yeah.
So
And then ready? Now I'll show you how it affects the business, because you only attract and recruit people like yourself. So if you're a hot mess, you're gonna get a lot of hot mess, high maintenance team, and those sharp kids who are buttoned up that have their stuff together, parents raised them right, and they're on the right track. They don't want to work on your team. They don't stick around. They don't want to work for a hot mess because their life is not a hot mess. It doesn't line up. If you're fast and spin, you're not. A couple of us talk about poise, right? And staying comfortable. If you're always erratic and fast, the people who are poised don't want to work with you. If you walk too slow, remember what Luke's dad said? Don't walk slow. Remember that? Don't walk slow, because it shows that you do things slow. But naturally, if you're really slow, someone who's fast paced is like, this guy's so slow. We're not going anywhere. I gotta do another job or work for another coach, another team. Any other takeaways? Okay. Let's do this. Let's take 30 seconds. 1 minute. We're not leaving the room. Everyone stand up. And you're going to just meander around the room. Meander around the room.
Like a what?
Yeah. Make animal noises. I don't care.
I feel like you just naturally do this stretching. Oh, really? I thought you were trying to get me
Meander around the room, 45 seconds. David Vargas is meandering around his own dorm room. Soleil is doing exercises.
Same Soleil.
Yeah, that was fine. Not too confused.
I want to
Yeah. I'm like.
All right, pair up with someone. We got 30 minutes. Pair up with someone. Pair up with someone.
10 seconds. Pair up with someone. Pair up with someone. Pair up with someone. Face your partner. Inhale through the nose. Inhale. Exhale through the mouth slowly. 4 seconds. Inhale through the nose. No laughing, joking. Stay serious. Inhale. Exhale real slow. Okay, hands on your hips. Look up to the sky. Chin to the ceiling. Chin to the ceiling. Inhale. Exhale and start to look down at your partner. Awkward. Ready? Elbows in. Twist. Okay. Face your partner. In the wimpiest voice possible, say, let's do this. If they're a man, you say you're the man. If they're a woman, say you're the woman. The wimpiest voice. Wimpiest voice, go. Okay, ready? In the wimpiest voice, you got this. You the man, you the woman. Go. Ready? Stop. Eyes up here. That's horrible, isn't it? Yeah. So ready? Inhale.
I'm like cringing.
Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. In the most powerful, intentional voice, tell them, you the man, you got this. Go. One more time. 3, 2, 1, go. Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat. Now, what I will tell you, what's interesting, here thing every time we do an exercise like this, if you've been part of my office, it might remind you of a lion. A little bit like a lion. And every year, every group we do this. There are 5 or 6 different categories. There are these jokers, can't take anything serious. Always laughing, can't stop laughing during everything we do. There's a lot about them. There's a lot about them. If that's you, all right. What does being the joker and the laugher, and I'm always laughing, I always can't take serious, I can't stop smiling and laughing when they're trying to be serious. What does that say in terms of, okay, what does it say positive? Because there are positives to that. Then what does that say where I could improve? Think about that. There's the, I'm not vulnerable, I can't come out of my shell. Even when I said be powerful, you got this. Like, yeah. What does that say? Maybe you observed it in your partner. I don't know. I was watching. Right? So what's the strength, but what's the positive behind that? But what's that maybe something saying about area of opportunity? There's the intimidator, where you always, the person, like when you do group activities, they always want to take control of everything. Then there's the silent, just, right? So just try to identify when you do these exercises, who and what would be the best version of you in this exercise right now? Who and what would be the best version of you during anything that we do? And try to do that every single time. Some of you from the last prep have made some big leaps and bounds. And it's just by recognizing, okay, where could I have been better the last prep? Where could I have been better the last drill for skill? Where could I have been better the last push week? And you keep improving, there's nothing better than to see improvement. There's nothing worse than to see regression. And I can see a lot. And this has already been a better prep. Would you agree? Mm-hmm. Why? And don't just say because I said so. If you don't believe it, then don't respond. Okay, part of it. Yeah. Okay. So physically, like tactically, I guess we start on time. Yes.
More focused.
More focused. As a group, more focused. What?
Intentional.
More intentional.
There are less people here, so it's more personal.
Yeah, by few. You're right. Because it's the whole virtual and a lot of crazy stuff. Yeah.
A lot more engaged.
What else do you notice? Why is this a much better prep from everyone, districts included?
We've red zoned some of the things that we just and tabled them for later
You just
discussion.
got to the point, instead of just trying to get everything in and be kind of mediocre with the delivery, we want to make less topics. Let's crush it.
Yeah.
Patel.
It was more organized. I like the tables a lot.
Yeah. Sure, and we recognize that from last prep.
Appropriate breaks.
Okay, more breaks.
Yeah, more
Intentional breaks. The breaks weren't just meander around like a bunch of llama. Nah, nah, nah. That's what they say. That's what llama say. I'm confident. That's what llama say.
Not in those exact words.
Bam hala. Bam hala. Bam hala. Okay. Yes, sir.
I guess you could say like results from, because as you said, from like last prep we had, like, you implemented the journal and everything. Now you're seeing the results that we've done.
Yeah. So here's my challenge. This I want to end on your point. Well, and can you be a 7 or 8, 9, or 10 on the journal on the morning routine, the next prep? what would happen? Imagine what version of you would come out on October 15th, 1 month. That's not 1 month, but almost 1 month from now, the next prep. What would be different about you? How would you be different? How would you be more productive? How much more could you take on in your day? How much less stress would you have? How much more powerful would you feel? How much more confidence would you build? How high would your matrix score go? Think about those things. Think about those of you that got up and did drill for skill in front of everyone. Random drill from Jeff, Cheyenne, Chelsea, Diego, Antoine. Think about, okay, what if, I hope Jeff picks me next time. Or, God, I really hope he doesn't pick me again. But if he does, I'm going to be better. It's okay to not want to get up here. Some people are wired like that. So just how can you improve and be the best version of yourself, or in this case, at least better version of yourself from prep to prep? Wouldn't you agree progression is confidence building? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Speaking of progression, let's talk about money for a second. So what are some lessons from the last prep? Let's dive into money. If you could have the handouts open.
Budgeting.
Budgeting. What about budgeting? We'll talk about big three.
Yeah. Food, fun.
Food.
Where
Gas.
is it in the zip?
Fun.
Transportation. Oh yeah, fuel.
Fuel.
Where is it in the zip?
Okay, and then we'll keep going here. What else? What else did you learn from the last prep?
The $100 rule.
Okay, we learned about $100 rule.
And just reviewing like if you should buy this or not.
Yeah, what's that? What is that strategy I'm teaching really? It's not just the $100 rule, but what am I trying to teach you? Number one, say it. Accountability. What else am I trying to teach you? As a bit to relate this to business. So what's the $100 rule trying to teach you?
Not to spend money that you don't need to.
Okay, so frugality of not spending what you don't need to. All of this is right.
So you don't feel like insecure about buying something. Like it's like if you buy it.
Okay. So what's the $100 rule? It's a behavior I'm trying to teach you that if you're going to spend over 100, do what?
Consult someone. Well,
Consult me. So what am I trying to teach you? It's that whole process trying to teach your future. 10 years from now, you're running a different business.
Before you buy.
What's the behavior I want you to learn from the $100 rule 10, 20 years from now when you're not with Cutco doing a different business?
Reflection.
Behavior, not an attribute. When spending money, what?
Don't be impulsive.
Don't be impulsive. Think the behavior I'm teaching. Come on, think harder. There's more.
Don't spend just because you have it.
Don't spend just because you have it. What's the behavior I'm teaching you? When you spend $100, do what? Literally, the rule is what?
Save.
Literally, the exercise is if you're about to spend $100, do what? Text Jeff. So what's the lesson 10 years from now from that? No, I'm not going to talk about your money 10 years from now.
Text someone in your circle.
As for advice.
Go more than that. Ask for advice. Keep going.
From somebody that you learn from.
What's that?
From somebody
Think
that
about
you
what
learn
you really need the money for.
from someone who is really cool.
Okay, so you want to think about what you're going to use the money for. See if it's a wise investment. You just said it.
Ask for advice.
Ask for advice already. So have a good financial advisor. Have good people around you that you reach out to, and don't just make decisions on your own. Because if you're an expert with money, you'd be in the expert money field. If I were an expert in money, I'd be in the money field, not the recruiting and sales field. So I have two people that are my money guys. You guys see what I'm going this? So in real business, you can't run a really strong business if you are not a money person, or that's not your field or your industry. You got to find people around you who are good at it and pay someone really good. Just like if you want really good knives, you got to pay for it, Mrs. Jones. If you want a good financial service, you got to pay for it. So the two most important people you pay for in regards to your money are who and who. This is part of this lesson. Accountant. Why? What do they prepare?
Your budget. Oh, your tax.
Taxes, and then your financial advisor. So the long-term effect is accounting. Because if you have a good accountant, they'll save you thousands of dollars in taxes. If you don't have a good accountant, you pay too much in taxes. That's not in business, that's not Cutco, that's life. That's why, ready? In the next couple of years, as you progress with your business, my mommy and daddy do my taxes is not an acceptable answer for a real business. It's not. Okay? So your accountant and your advisor. So at the lower scale, since you're 18, 17, 19, 20, just learning this stuff, I can service that for now during TLA. But later on, as you progress, continue to surround yourself. And then how do you add in COI to this? Stop hanging around with people who make impulsive buys. Don't hang out with people that don't reflect the level of income that you want. You have a lot of friends that have a lot of fun too. You want to have a lot of fun too, great. But you have a lot of friends that don't ever have money, always hopping to job, it might make sense for you too. I find a different circle. It really does. And it's hard, I know, especially in high school. It's like, oh, these are my friends. In college, it's a little bit easier. It doesn't get easy to just cut people. I'm not saying, hey, Alex, we are no longer friends. You are out of my circle. Like, that's not how you do it. But you just stop talking as much. You stop trying to go out of your way to be around those people. I can always tell who I'm around by how much money I'm making, how much fun I'm having, how healthy I am. All the time. It changes. Food for thought. What else do we learn? So that's the $100 rule. I haven't got enough text messages on that. So moving forward, we're going to add to the assignment list. I want you to write this down. The next assignment list is now we're going to go $100 rule 2.0. I know some of you have spent $100 and didn't text me. That's okay. You don't have to, but I just want you to get into the behavior of consulting someone with more expertise than you to give you sound financial advice. So, and create a positive circle of influence. What I'm doing is I'm offering one for free to you. That's part of our program. To be able to consult someone who runs a business, a sustained business that has income, that has profits and revenues, and is one of 35 people in the whole company that runs a division. I'm giving you a free consult. So use the consult. Got it? Okay, beautiful. What do we learn from Big Three? What's the behavior there? What's the system that you set up there? Not the lesson. What's the system saying?
You don't spend more than you need to.
Right, this is budgeting. This is budgeting, baby budgeting. What are some lessons you'll learn from baby budgeting, those of you that have done it?
Spend a lot more than you think you do.
Yeah, that's always it. When you first do it, you're like, the first key in helping someone that has a problem is making sure they admit they have a problem.
Yeah.
That's not so extreme. I know where you guys know where that's from. But yeah, I wasn't gonna say it, but yes, right? But if you know food, fun, and fuel, and then all of a sudden you get the paper, you go, oh, what I thought is never what it really is. That's why I'll never forget when I had one of my first financial advising meetings as a district manager. He's like, oh, what do you spend on this? I gave him some whatever number. I said, okay, we'll track it for a month. Then I looked at the number. I wanted to vomit. It was probably food and fun, knowing me. Okay? And it's funny because my guys in the back are like, Jeff always eats nice. If you didn't pay attention, it's with you, I do. I'm very strategic. And it's so strategic. I have a budget for each of our district managers and like monthly how much times I'm going out. And if you guys saw me, I was eating it today, my own food, if you realize that today. Okay. What else are you learning from these three things? From the Big Three. And who can just, let's say, since Alex is the first timer, what is the Big Three exercise? Who can, in a nutshell, in 1 or 2 sentences, explain what this system is? Go ahead.
Just tracking how much you spend on it and trying to set up a budget and not break it.
Okay, go even more specific. Go ahead.
So basically, your Big Three, like you take out amount of cash out of your bank account. Would you think?
Well, let me ask the question about that. That's my fault for not asking the question. What are the steps to create a Big Three system? What's step number 1?
Find out what you usually spend.
Say it again.
Find out what you usually spend, like ballpark.
Estimate.
Yeah. Estimate. Get the real number. Okay. What's the second step?
Track yourself.
No, before that.
Pull out the cash.
Before that.
Figure out what you spend.
That's it. Yeah. Set the budget. So if you get the number and you're like, that's way too high, you're gonna I'm gonna get tighter on that. Mm-hmm. If the budget's like, oh, that's about pretty solid, then maybe you want to try and save money. You gotta adjust it. You gotta find the real to get the budget. Okay. Like for example, our branches are getting their P&Ls in. We actually now know exactly what Luke Maseko, what Andrew Evans made to the cent. To the cent, we know for the most part how much they profited. So we're going to take that and we're going to create a budget and a plan and a contest and all these things based on the real number. That's the budget. Now, number 3, young lady, what's the third step now? Now that you know what you're budgeting for each of these.
A specific checking account or cash.
Yeah, so you set up a separate account or what?
Cash.
Cash. Either one's the same. So let's say $100 a week. I'm just making up a number. $100, $100, $100. I'm just making it up. Then you put $300 into the different account or pull up $300 cash. I know it's very drug dealer-ish, but it makes a point. And then whenever you spend money on food, fun, or fuel, you only use money from that account or only the cash. Why? You can see physically that it's running out or you're saving. Both are important lessons. So let's say I have $300. It's like, oh, party! Round on me. 150 gone. That means you have 150 for gas and food for the rest of the week. Now, what could you do? Well, Jeff, all I need to do is what? Yeah, then you're undisciplined. You'll never run a business, and you'll probably have a hard time financially in your life too. This is supposed to be a lesson. That's why we do it on 3 very small things on a weekly basis. This isn't like your life savings, your house, your mortgage. And this is that's why it's so easy to say, okay. And what happens? There's 2 scenarios. You're never gonna get. I guess you could do net zero. At the end of the week, it could be even, and you're just masterful. That's awesome. Celebrate being accurate. But you're either negative or positive. What does it mean if you're negative at the end of the week? If you had, what happens if you had to pull out extra money and you have to mark that or not pull out? Yeah, you're learning. And see, I like physical pain as lessons sometimes. So I'll never forget when I did this exercise one time. I spent all the money and I didn't have enough money for food. And I said, well, and I talked to a mentor of mine, the late great Marty Dimitrovich. He said, well, if you really want this exercise to work, that I had a lot of fun and I had gas in my car. So I didn't have food. It was like 2 days left. He goes, well, and I said, what do I do, Marty? Well, if you want the exercise to really work, wait till Monday to eat. Or don't spend money on food until Monday. I'm like, well, I'm hungry. He goes, well, find other ways to eat. So I visited Mom. I did. And I had to skip out on a few things. I was a little hungrier than I wanted to be. And I'll never forget that weekend in my town hall. I'll never forget. It was 2003. I'll never forget that weekend. I was like, I pay a mortgage on a house at 23 years old, and I don't have enough money for food this week because I went out and partied. Now I had money for food, but it wasn't in the budget. I was, And one of those like, whoosh, you never forget that lesson. Like, wow, man, that lesson hurt. Never again. Got it? Mm-hmm. Okay. So ready? Here's my next assignment. And Karina, please add to the list. I'm not going to call anyone out. I know some of you didn't even do it. Ready? Let's be a better version of yourself for the next prep. Have real numbers. How many of you really did it? Like if you can tell me, I really did it. Okay, what was your weekly number?
For which one?
All of them.
I spent 150.
No, what was the weekly budget?
Oh, 150.
150 for all 3?
Oh, no. In total it was 150. It was 50 for food.
Start over. Ready?
Okay.
Are you listening?
Yes.
You are now.
Okay.
For all 3, what's the total?
150.
Okay, thank you. So 150, how much did you spend?
For the first week, 150. The second week, 170. But I had fun money because I got my refund for school. So I spent like $30 a month. I'm sorry. So she went over by 30. So there's a lesson there. What happens when you when you save and you're positive?
You save.
You save it, yeah.
The first week.
And we talked about that goes into savings. And once you hit the budget number there, if there's more money, that goes into fun. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Okay, cool. Anyone else been doing this for sure? What have you learned, young man? High school seniors. I'm gonna hear this one.
I spent it. Well, it came out to like $115. Yeah,
Okay.
I tried it the first time. Actually worked out. And I was a little less, so I cut it. But I was at $65 for food per week, and then $50 for food.
And what did you notice? So you're over, you're under.
No, I was under it.
So what did you do with the extra money?
Put it in savings.
Awesome. That's it. Now, ready? Add 3 zeros to those numbers. You do that in your life as a married person at some point and with a home. That's how much money you have in savings. Add a couple zeros. I mean, it gets really exciting. 150, right?
Yeah.
Eventually, that's going to be 1,500 a week when you have a family. No problem. For all the bills and everything going on, maybe not maybe if not 1,500, but something more than $150. I spent $150 just today feeding you animals and getting stuff ready for the meeting. And I booked one. Oh, you're welcome. Good job. Thank you, Joe. You're welcome. Right? Any questions on these 2 exercises? So we're going to go better version of you for $100 rule. Yes? So how will I know this is actually happening? I'll get more WhatsApps. Okay. Better version, if not the best version of you on big 3. Can I get the commitment? Yes? That's our agreement? Okay. What does that mean? I'm going to have more numbers and more updates. I didn't get any updates. Never know WhatsApps. Hey, +4. I had $4 extra. Awesome. I'm killing savings. Laughing emoticon.
So you want us to update you every week too?
I say it every week. I do.
Okay.
Yeah. But some people aren't listening.
Oh, you want us to update
I
on
thought you
the
just want. I thought you wanted.
Some people aren't listening. Read the details. I thought too.
Not the group chat.
100%? No, put it on the group.
Oh, okay.
It'd be really interesting if you guys went back to and read the details of the text. Listen up and listen to the video. You guys went to the exact details and find out how many of you just don't listen or don't read the details. And that's really important because, oh, I forgot to renew the lease. Oh, and you get kicked out of your office. I forgot to sign that paper. Oh, you didn't renew your incorporation for your company. So I know an extra $500 for no reason because I didn't do it on the right date. Oh, your landlord, your lease is due on the 1st. You have until the 5th. You pay on the 7th. Oh, $200 added to your which little things like that. You got to be attention to detail. And this is not supposed to be perfect. Every year it's like this. Oh wait, I thought this. And weren't you supposed to do this? It's very clear from the very first prep. And I know it's not supposed to be perfect, but we'll get better and better. I promise you. So to be clear, I want all hot updates on the group because I don't want the hot update. I want everyone to get the hot update. The only thing that goes one-on-one to me are private matters or the $100 rule. It's just a private matter. I'm not going to share your business. It's not everyone's business. So private goes one-on-one on the WhatsApp, and any hot news that you think is positive, share. Questions, comments? Okay. Let me give you a few other lessons here. I know for a fact, I looked at who updated it. Not everyone did the monthly budget, but those of you that did, who did the monthly budget knows their monthly budget. Okay, so there's like a third of you. Okay. That's not acceptable, and that's not gonna fly for this exercise. So I'm gonna scrap one of the exercises because we didn't all do the budget. Okay, so moving forward, can I get everyone's agreement to do their monthly budget?
Yeah.
Okay, so I already know Karina's gonna. I don't know if Karina, you have it all listed out. Who didn't do it? Yeah, I already know who didn't get their budget together. That is not acceptable because we're not going to give you a branch office, nor are we going to make you an assistant manager if you can't follow through on budgets. What if I give you, hey, here's all the budget and the follow through because this is how the reps are going to get paid and these are the orders for the customers. See, now you're in charge of other people's money and the company's money. So getting these budgets in on time is really important. Who did it? 100% did it. Okay, I'd be curious. What's your monthly, all your personal expenses for the month? And it's going to vary depending on how independent you are. Ready? What's your number?
So far for the month, I spent $384.82.
Okay, what's your monthly budget though? Total. I'll come back to you.
$702.
702. 730. Who else did it?
756.
Okay. Some of the districts in the back are like kids, right? What else?
460.
460. Okay. Did anyone else do it? Yes.
350.
Watch this. Listen.
1420.
Yeah. That's not even a lot. But he doesn't live at home and he's not under parents' roof. Okay, you can tell. You can just tell. Right now, our goal is to keep all of your personal expenses from free. Like some of you can actually pull off free. Okay, as long as possible, not forever. Okay. Up to the 1,500, maybe 2K mark. Maybe 2K mark. Okay. So I want you to write that into your notes. Please write that into your notes for when you do this assignment. When you walk into the door, and Karina, this will be on the list. When you walk into the door, and Karina's going to check it, I want you to show your spreadsheet. Maybe borrow. It should look like the spreadsheet that was from the first prep. It's like this. There should be a bottom number, and there should be actual numbers. Okay? It says monthly, actual. That's what you are spending. And monthly here should be the goal for gas, food, clothes, rent, and you can add other categories in there. I want an actual number because when you have your startup is going to go partly to the business. A lot of your startup is going to go to that number. Why is that number going to increase automatically? Because some of you, this is what you pay a month to live is going to be just what you pay to have a place to sleep. Mm-hmm. It's called being an adult in an apartment. And to get that apartment, you have to put a down payment and a last month's rent, the first month's rent, a security deposit. So, this rent's so cheap. It's only $400 a month. Yeah, it's $400 for the month, $400 for the security deposit, which you don't get until the end, and then they want last month's rent. So actually, it's only $400. It's really only $1,200. Okay, and if the electricity, FP, all that.
Yeah.
Questions, comments? Okay, I'm trying to fly through to make sure we get. Okay, I'm gonna skip that one. Let me teach you about the bucket rule. Okay. I'll give you the most basics. I was taught this by this was taught to me by our past region manager, Mr. Marduve, and he does this with his kids, and it was such an awesome idea. In general, and I teach this to the district managers, when you start to build your finances and your income, you want to have it in different buckets. In fact, later on, sometimes it's up to 6 to 8 different money buckets where you put your money. But for now, I want to keep it really simple, just like this. Okay? So, big 3 to overall budgeting is buckets to overall life cash deposits, where you put your money. Okay? So, income and gifts, that's the money that comes in. Okay? What I'm going to show you later is that there are several buckets of retirement account, emergency fund. Who's heard these terms before? Retirement accounts, emergency fund, house fund, dream vacation. Like there's a whole bunch of things you can do. Right now I want to keep it really, really simple. 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3. Really easy. Every time you get any type of income for the week, you put it into three different accounts if you can. Where does this come from right now? Yeah, Olean. And how do you get it? Through ACH. What is ACH?
Order.
It's direct deposit. ACH is the fancy term for direct deposit. Okay. And it goes into an account. What I'm saying, I want you to learn how to do this, is take that money every Friday or Monday, and you keep the money that it goes into is the account you have now. That's one bucket. And then I want you to take another third of that. So I'll use it, let's say $300 your paycheck. I want 100 here, 100 here, 100 here. Anyone know what the three categories are, right? It's super simple. What's this one? What's that?
Your savings, your holdings.
Save. This I'm going to make it really general. So take the money, everything you earn, a third you should be saving. Now you might have to spend it at some point, but a third you keep putting away.
So savings.
Third.
Expenses.
Say it again. Expenses. How do you live? This is where your big 3 comes from. This is to live. And this is where you pay your big 3. Not emergent, even though we could do emergencies. Ready? Taxes. Taxes. Uncle Sam gets party money all the time. Okay. So if you get used to this, here's what's really interesting. It's gonna take some time. If I get a $3,000 paycheck, don't think of it as I have $3,000. Think of it as, okay, I have $3,000. I have $1,000 for my life. I can put away 1,000, and I have to make sure just in case I have an extra money to pay taxes. And here's what's great: when you're self-employed and you run your own business with the IRS, you have tax deductions. So I'm going to use a really, really simple. How much? Let's say I make $60,000 a year.
I think that's 30% taxes.
Okay, let's just say $60,000 is my income for the year. So what's 1/3 of 60? Let me use a different color. I don't have my handwriting stuff. So I have $20,000 for my expenses, and $20,000 saved for taxes. If you follow this rule, okay. Odds are you're probably not going to be able to live on 20. So where do you pull from? Savings, because you got to pay your bills first. Okay, so let's say I'm only able to save $5,000 because another 15 here goes into my $35,000 divided by 7. About $7,000 a month to live. See how that works out? So I'll start over again. Let's say your income is $60,000 a year. For your age, it's like, wow, that's a lot of money. Now when you have family, 60,000 a year. Let's say you do the 3 buckets. It's 20, 20, and 20. But you're probably not going to survive on $20,000, which is only $3,000 a month, unless you have no kids and it's just you and you're super tight. You might be able to. So you might have to pull. Let's say I pull 15,000. So now I only have $5,000 here. Now this is 35,000, which breaks down to 7,000 a month. What's still here? For what? Watch. So when it's the end of the year, let's say it's roughly 30% on taxes that you pay. I'm just making an easy number to follow. How much is that?
18,000.
Okay. But then you'll have tax deductions. Okay, so let's say it comes down to, I don't know, 10,000 in taxes. So how much do you owe in taxes? How much do you have?
20.
You pay your taxes, how much do you have left over? Back to savings. If you're not self-employed like we are, you can't do that. You can't go this to this. And this way, I mean, we could go 3 TLAs just on this, 3 TLAs just on this, 3 TLAs just on each one of these. I'm trying to give you a whole macro view. So what's the whole point? 1/3. The rule is 1/3 buckets. So Karina, if you can add to the assignment, start the 1/3 bucket rule. It won't be perfect, but if you're aware of it, you can start to see what the challenges are. This young lady.
When you say that it's 7,000 like a month for 35K.
It's closer to 3.
I'm sorry, 3,000. I'm sorry, bad math.
Yeah.
I meant 3,000. Sorry. So 3,000 a month. That's about what? Four times more. 4.5 times more than what you spend now. Which sounds right for someone who's a working single person, maybe in a relationship. Definitely not supporting kids, or if you are, it's really tight. Does anyone know the average household income in America? 40 to 50, depending on.
I think the last projection was 48.
So you get takeaways from this before. What time is it right now? Yeah,
8:35.
I got it. I had to go through fast. What are you taking from this?
Just like,
Light bulbs.
you have to. I just think it's kind of cool how like you take money from savings and then cut that out, and then what you get
Yeah.
back from taxes.
Some people like, well, I gotta save. I don't want to touch that money. If you can't run your business, then it affects this. I'll say this again. Well, I want to save money first, Jeff. I want to be saving when I'm doing this. You can save something, but you might not hit the big goals because you have to fuel your moneymaker. Because part of this is to live, including like personal bills, plus your business bills to run what makes your income. So you got to fuel this, otherwise nothing else is coming back in. Once you have it, there's in all of you at some point, like in the back districts, we talk about that $10,000 mark. Once you have $10,000 cash, like just sitting there for emergency, then you go on to start paying off different bills in different buckets. But once you get that, then you can start saving. Also, what's great is you have a tax plan for saving so that you always pay your taxes aggressively, but once taxes are paid off after tax season, whatever's left over goes into savings. Let's say this goes back into savings. How much was left over?
10 grand.
10 grand. What's the total now in savings?
15.
15. Let's say my goal for the year was to save $10,000 for the year. How much did I save? 15. So what's left over? Fun. That's the fun. That's the new car. That's the new motorcycle. No, new motorcycle. Sorry, I don't know. I thought that. It's dangerous. That's the upgrade in addition to the house, the new kitchen. That's the family vacation. Right? That's right. Damn, that's right. So many people dip into this and start spending on whatever before they hit their savings goal. The fund should be after taxes, savings goal. And let's say that number excess is like 30,000. If you're planning it right, you paid your taxes, you hit all the savings goals you put out for yourself, you hit your budget. It's the same thing here. When you plus anything, go have fun with that extra or save it. I'm sorry, save it, and once you hit your savings plan after this, then go have fun with that. So when Andrew Evans says, I'm going to buy this, and he has a little fun with his money, I know it's fine because not only did he pay his bills and he's got taxes saved for it, he had a savings plan. He's going to have a little fun, but he's still frugal. He's not going to have too much fun either. He's more excited to save than he is to spend. Biggest takeaways from overall, any of the big three $100 buckets.
It just shows how setting priorities with your money comes back to you being able to have fun with your money.
Ready? You can either have fun now and pay for it later, or you can pay for it now and have fun later. You can't have both. You can't. You have to balance it too.
It just teaches discipline, and also goes back to just like personal character. And I feel like this is kind of like the money version of making your bed in the sense.
It is. And so is this. We call it. So is this. All three. The 1/3 bucket, $100 roll, big three. Other takeaways? Yes, young lady.
The moment you start budgeting your life and you start budgeting everything now, you just have a healthy life and grow on, and everything progresses for you.
Yeah, and you know what really causes this to be more disciplined? When people are counting on you. What does that mean?
Family.
Kids. Or a wedding, a wife at some point, a ring, all those things. It's like, that number, hitting that is a lot more important now because I need to hit this because there's a ring budget there, there's a wedding budget there, there's a honeymoon budget there, and it's going to be awesome. We're going to the Philippines. We are. And it's not free. That's like 10 grand just to do part of the stuff we're going to do. So it's like, okay, well, it's 10 grand there, or live in the high rise on the 42nd floor in Brickell and have an awesome bachelor pad. Well, I did, by the way. Awesome bachelor pad. I'm not a bachelor anymore. And that money, that extra $1,500 a month I'm saving just by moving here. Yeah. We can go on we can go to the penthouse in the Philippines is what we can do. It's cool. Baller! Okay. No, don't do that. Okay, ready? For the last 60 seconds, I think you go to a piece of paper. Ready? Top 2 takeaways. Ready? Go. 60 seconds. Wait, I'm ready for those assignments. $40 seconds.
Can you speak to me on review session too?
Sure, absolutely. From anything today. Biggest takeaways. Okay. And then last thing, what you appreciate now to end the meeting. So we'll go around the horn. You get 10 seconds or less. Top 2 takeaways, quickly as possible. What do you appreciate leaving the meeting? We'll start on this end instead. Another 10 seconds. Top 2 takeaways. What do you appreciate now? Sure, Antoine, would you mind starting us off?
Yeah.
Ready? When you're ready, you start it. You can come back. Ready, Alex?
Takeaways or what?
Takeaways, what do you appreciate? Ready? Go.
Okay, my 2 kind of takeaways is one, that we're capable of saving and starting good habits now, and that it's always better to get better. There should be no stagnant.
Awesome. What do you appreciate?
Well, it's only 8:40, the night is still young.
There you go.
And it was solid program we got going on here.
Yeah, so we got solid probing got going on here. I'll take that. Cheyenne, quickly.
Okay, so healthy budget equals healthy lifestyle.
Yes.
And when you take the time to help yourself personally, it helps your business function.
Awesome. What do you appreciate?
And I appreciate the life skills you give me.
Awesome. We're giving you. We're all doing it. You're welcome.
You're giving.
Alex.
I'm giving.
Well, overall,
Now, how about this? After Alex, we'll do one takeaway. What you appreciate?
So what I took away from everything, basically, through the customs side of it, and budgeting your life and running your life, basically.
10 seconds is up. I'll let you go.
All right. So once you organize your life, everything overall becomes better in your life. And today I'm very appreciative that I had a very positive day.
You did, and I'm so excited that you got here. Welcome to the team. Nice to have you. Quickly, one thing and one thing.
My biggest thing was the confidence about the reaction to being able to do something, then you build confidence through it.
And what do you appreciate?
I appreciate being here and the nice still young, like Alex said. So
The nice still young. Me too. I can't wait to go to sleep. Actually, go ahead.
For me, the biggest takeaway was just probably 1 year realizing I didn't know anything about media. Obviously, I know a lot more. And what I appreciate is, like I said, the power of 1 year. My circles of influence have come a long way. So
They have. Awesome. Okay. Thank you for sharing. Quickly.
I realized the significance of the receptionist position, and because I never really realized how the vital role that they played in our in our job. And what do I appreciate? Well, I have homecoming after this. Just learned a lot, like I was saying in the beginning. So yeah.
Budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
Budget. Well, speaking of budgets, basically putting back in to what you have left over from your budget and trying to cut down your budget as much as possible is one of the most important things that you can do.
Awesome. What do you appreciate, Mr. Rattel?
What I appreciate learning. I'm so glad I'm here.
Good. I'm so glad you are all here. Rather, go ahead.
Takeaways. The bucket rule. That's
3 buckets.
Like, you get together with the monthly payment, everything you can organize your life, let's say, and appreciate being late to the wedding. I'm going to trade this for.
That's awesome. That's great. Go ahead, please.
Just that impressive, aggressive PR and team building program is really important to the business. And then I appreciate the growth and clarity from today.
Good. There you go. When you see your mom, just give her a big hug and kiss. She'll ignore you, but tell you love her. Karina, we have a couple. We have 3, right?
Role play, building confidence, and consistent action equals consistent results. And then TLA in every way, budget, life planning, recording those games. Appreciate when people I share my time with. Really consistently accountable.
Okay. Last few here. Can we get a respectful attention, please?
Takeaways, confidence, the receptionist, and the PRs.
Hold on. Can we get respectful attention, please? Okay, cool. Go ahead.
And
We'll start over.
Okay, so takeaways is confidence, the receptionist, and PRs.
Awesome.
And what I appreciate is the life skills that we're doing.
Good.
For free.
For free, that's right.
Free. Big takeaway is just really seeing everything through, after you run brands, like how everything's developed, that's where people see how everything is ran. And what I appreciate is love.
Appreciate what?
I appreciate love.
I appreciate love too.
Big takeaway is making a positive sacrifice now, so you don't have to suffer with your money later. And just what I appreciate the most is more myself into being a better man, through the program.
And women too, right?
Big takeaways.
It's awesome.
Better budget, better future, better you, and I appreciate learning about this because you don't learn this in school.
Yeah, I didn't learn that. You know where I learned money? School of Vector. I did. And thank goodness, because not that my parents were bad, it wasn't a priority because they were medical field. So I learned it. We'll go David and Karina, and we'll wrap up. David, what's your biggest takeaway from today? Sit in the back.
Being intentional with everything that you're doing,
And everything that you.
say and agree to.
Yes! My man. And what do you appreciate?
I appreciate the team that we're building up, the young leaders that are coming in and participating.
Yeah, this is awesome. What a great session. Karina, you're going to wrap us up. No pressure. What are your takeaways, and what do you appreciate?
I actually like to read the buckets. It's been a while since you talked about that, so it was pretty good. And I appreciate all of you and the energy you guys brought today, and more so appreciate the push. It's not even halfway through. So.
Okay, we got some contests to win, some Apple products to win, some CPO to get. Everyone, have a great evening. Be safe. I can't wait for those $100 texts. I just don't want them tonight. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for working hard.
No problem.
All right. You're welcome. My pleasure. Round 2. There it is. Fun.
The power up.
Oh, God.
See? You know what I just make me you're like take that second. You're welcome.
I'm gonna read it.
Oh, Antoine, don't forget the power strip. The black one goes back into the AV bag.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
from
get it. Oh! You see what he did? Actually, do it again. So if someone goes like that, you mirror. With this. So don't do it. Don't do it. Cool. Hey, welcome. Nice to have you on board. Awesome. All right, you're out.
Chelsea, I need my cup out of your car. Are you not coming home with me?
You're safe. Okay. Be careful tonight.
Talk. I saved notes by
No, he gives like really hard time.
Yes, sir. What are you getting?
No, that's a betting card.
Great card. Great card.
Yeah.
Hey. Nice job. Good job today. Wait.
Hey, my cup out of your car.
I took it, but
Wait, who is one?
Rainer, are you leaving with them?
Wait, while you guys leave.
This goes back to the back.
You back in the bag? Let me stop that. Pardon me. Can we stop the broadcast, please, or the